right, folks. So for RAC members that are here, just a heads up, I'm going to do a roll call at the beginning of the meeting after I welcome folks. So I'll give you a chance to, um, put your camera on and test your audio and say hi. So just be ready to do that. So brush your hair or put your toast down. Are we ready to go, John?
I am ready to go. I think so, Jamie. We're a minute after 9. I think some people are joining, actively joining the session. So, um, yeah, my feeling, unless there's any objections,
Yeah,
that
let's
maybe
go
we
ahead and
move into the introductory pieces and then on into the substance of stuff.
great. All right. Well, thanks, John. So welcome, everybody. Welcome, RAC members and members of the public who may be watching us today. This is our Eastern Oregon Solar Siting Rulemaking Advisory Committee. Gosh, what number meeting is this? Is this 6 or 7? Where are we at?
7.
7? Is that what you said, Adam?
It feels like 100.
Oh,
That's
now. Come on.
I think
in a
it's
good
6.
way. In a good way.
I think
In
it's
a-
6. I think it's 6.
Okay,
I
it's
maybe
6.
had,
I
I
think
had
it's 6 as well. So
yeah.
apologies for everybody, but yes, so RAC meeting number 6. Thanks everybody for joining us. This is our the first one that we've done entirely by Zoom. And we've got a couple slides just to get us started to talk through the agenda and how we're going to work together today. And then we'll do a roll call of the RAC members so everybody knows who's here and folks have an opportunity to test their audio and visual. So, and as you can see from this first slide here, our meeting is scheduled to go until 4. And so it's an all day on Zoom. We've built in some breaks. We want people to take care of themselves, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. Let's go to the next slide. So some participation logistics. We ask RAC members to, so first, there's members of the public are able to observe this. Yes, Adam, is that right? We're live streaming this meeting?
yes, we are.
Yeah, but members of the public aren't able to participate.
Yeah.
Right. So just wanted to clarify that. So the only folks that should have their video and audio capabilities are RAC members and staff members. And so what we want you to do is raise your hand to enter the queue, and and then I'll call on you in the order that you've raised your hand. You can select raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen, or you can press *9 on your phone. I don't think we have anyone who's joined just by phone. For technical assistance, you can contact Ruby Gonzalez at rgonzalez@kernswest.com, or you can let us know in the chat. Members of the public, again, are welcome to watch, and we're live streaming this. And we ask everyone to please refrain from using the chat for sidebar conversations. We'd like, as much as possible, just, raise your hand, get in the queue, unmute yourself, ask your question, make your comment. If you're having technical issues, use the chat, but we really don't want to have a whole nother meeting happening in the chat. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. The ground rules, these are the same ones we use for in-person meetings. So honor the agenda, participate actively and respectfully, be mindful of your speaking time. It's especially important when we're on Zoom. Provide your name each time you speak. You can also just put your name under your picture on your video. You can go to the participant, you click on yourself, and you can put your name in. That way everybody can see who you are, so you don't have to constantly be saying who you are. Be tough on the issues and soft on the people. Ask to learn, listen, and understand, and refrain from sidebar conversations, which in Zoom, it's more about the chat. Let's go to the next slide. So welcoming remarks. Before we do welcoming remarks, let's do a roll call of our the RAC that we have here today. So I'm going to, it's a mix of staff and RAC members, but let me start with let's see. Let's start with Andrea. Andrea Craner, are you here?
Yes, I am.
or I'm at a glacier, whichever you want to consider. So I'm Andrea Reiner, the executive director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts.
And Andrea, did I say your last name right?
Reiner, like Rob
Reiner.
Reiner with Kane
Oh,
Fund.
okay, great. Welcome, Andrea. How about Andrew Mulkey?
Hi, this is Andrew Mulkey. I'm from Thousand Springs, Oregon.
Hey, Andrew, welcome. April Snell?
Good morning, April Snow, Oregon Water Resources Congress, representing irrigation districts and similar entities.
Hi, April. Nice to see you. Bill Richardson? Bill's not here. Brandon McMullen? Okay. How about Chad Higgins? How about Commissioner Williams? Counselor Les Anderson? Let's see. Dan Doran? Commissioner Dan Doran? Dan Huber?
Hey everybody, Dan Hubner. I'm a GIS analyst with the Oregon Department of Oregon Department of Forestry.
Hi, Dan. Little Freudian slip there. Hot fire season. Let's see. Dan Orzek? Darren Michael? Denise Stillwell? Dugan? Edith Bear? Elaine? Elaine Albrecht? Emily Griffith?
Morning. Emily Griffith, Oregon Policy Manager with Renewable Northwest.
Hi, Emily.
Hi.
Steve Knutson? Greg Corbin?
Morning, everyone. Greg Corbin, Green Diamond Resource Company.
Welcome, Greg. Jack Southworth, I see you.
Good morning, Jack Southworth from Seneca, Oregon, representing the Oregon Cattlemen's Association.
Welcome, Jack. Jeremy Thompson? Hey, Jeremy, I can't hear you. It's one of the reasons why we do this little roll call.
Try that microphone. It says it's working now. Sorry, everybody. Jeremy
Yeah.
Thompson, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Energy Coordinator.
That works well. And Ariel, I just realized that you had bolded the people that I think you saw are here, right?
Yep, that's right.
Thank you. So I'm going to skip down then to Laura with Nature Conservancy.
Good morning, Laura Tabor, Climate Action Director with the Nature Conservancy in Oregon.
Hi, Laura. And then Lauren Poor. Hey, Lauren.
Good morning, Lauren Poor, Oregon Farm Bureau.
Nice to see you. Mark Hudson.
Mark Hudson, Land Program Director with the Oregon Agricultural Trust.
Hey, Mark. And Mark, just FYI, you've got a big light right here next to your head. I mean, real bright. Max, are you here?
Yep, Max Yaklik, Council with New Sun Energy.
Hey, Max. Mike Toady.
Good morning, Mike Toady, Conservation Director with the Oregon Hunters Association.
Great. Welcome, Mike. Mike MacArthur.
Mike MacArthur, Community Renewable Energy Association, representing local governments in Eastern Oregon.
Great. Welcome, Mike. Thad Eakin.
I'm here. Thad Eakin with Oregon Wheat.
Hey, Thad. Travis Sellers.
Good morning, Travis Sellers, Pendleton Building Trades, representing 15,000 trades families in Eastern Oregon.
Hey, Travis. Welcome. Ken Yates.
Ken Yates with the Oregon Water Resources Congress.
Hi, Ken. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Any RAC members that I missed or alternates? Going back through my list. Hey, John, you want to introduce your staff that you have with you today?
Well, well, they're not my staff. I'm sure proud to work
Your
with them,
team.
but they don't work for me. So I'm John Jennings. I'm a community services specialist here at ELCD, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves. I'm going to start with Angie Brewer, ask her, and then maybe she can hand the baton to another member and so on.
Good thing. Hey everyone, this is Angie Brewer. I'm the Central Oregon Regional Representative for DLCD, and I'm based out of Bend. And I plugged into the chat the counties and communities I serve. But grateful to be here today, and I'm looking forward to the marathon Zoom call we're embarking on. And I'll hand it over to Dawn.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dawn Hurt. I'm the Eastern Oregon Regional Rep with DLCD, and glad to be here. Adam, you're next, I think.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you recognize me by now. I'm Adam Tate, DLCD Renewable Energy Planner, and I will hand it off to, let's see, who else we got from DLCD on right now? Anybody? Or is that all of us?
That might be a full boat.
I think that's all of us for now. Yeah.
Yeah, Casaria might join a little later. She had to take her son to school.
Yep.
And Gordon Howard is enjoying a vacation, and so we won't be seeing him today.
Nice. All right. So that's everyone. So, and then I'm Jamie Damon with Kearns West. I'll be facilitating, and with me is Ariella Dolan and Ruby Gonzalez. And we are the folks that have been supporting these conversations for the last, well, for all this year. So let's go ahead and put the slides up and talk about the agenda, and then I want to do an agenda check. So our agenda today, as I said, we're going to until 4 o'clock, and we've built in some breaks so that people can take care of themselves, but certainly folks need to do what you need to do to step away from the computer or move to a different place or get a drink of water, whatever you need to do. So we're planning on starting off the meeting after all of this with the impact statements review. We have an equity and a fiscal impact statements that are required by the legislature for rulemaking. And so John's going to talk about what those impact statements entail, what the agency is required to include in them, and we can talk through what they look like. So that's first part. And then, as you know, we've done 2 surveys now. We did a survey for county planners, and we want to share with you the results of that, and give you an opportunity to ask any questions. And then we want to share with you the results of the survey about where the RAC is at with the different sections of the proposed rules. And then we can take a few moments to answer any questions around that, but what we've done is fold the results of those surveys into the conversations that we're going to have as a part of those sections today. But we want to give you the overview of what we heard in those surveys. And then we're going to dive into the details like we've done the last few meetings, looking at language, focusing on areas where we've got some either trade-offs or places that we haven't had a lot of conversation. We've got a morning break for 10 minutes. Then we'll keep going and then we'll take a half-hour lunch break. You go ahead and go to the next slide. And then we'll keep going to work through all these different sections and take another break in the afternoon and do a wrap up around 3:50, maybe closer to 3:30, depending on what needs to happen after this meeting, and then we'll adjourn. And you'll notice that we don't have TAC report outs separated out. We're folding that information into the different sections as well. So that's our agenda. So I'll pause there and just do a check-in and see if people have questions about the agenda or anything that we should be talking about today that we're not. So I'll pause there. Max, go ahead.
Hey, thanks. Two things. One, I'm not sure that 40 minutes is enough to cover the extensive changes now proposed and never discussed before to Division 33, which are extremely concerning at this late stage. And I think we also need to talk about what's happening in the other DLCD rulemakings, because some of the stuff that's proposed in Division 33 to me appears to conflict with the stuff that's happening in those other rulemakings. And there was also an LCDC meeting for Goal 5 cultural resources, which I wasn't able to attend, but there's language in there that basically creates a different program for Goal 5 cultural resources, but includes a carve out for the rules that are going to be adopted by this RAC. I don't understand how the timeline is going to work for that, like how a rule can be. Yeah, so we need to talk about that. I think those two rulemakings are relevant to a lot of the proposals that are new in here.
Okay, thanks for that. So make sure I got it. So more conversation, more time needed for Division 33 because of the extensive changes that you're seeing, and then updates and some report outs from the other racks that are related. Okay, anybody else? Any questions or thoughts about the agenda, things that we should be talking about? All right, so John, let's see, we've got Division 33. Can you go back to the agenda, please? Division 33, we've got 40, we've got it sort of at the end of the day. So I think what we need to do is probably just be really mindful in 23 and 20, the two sections of 23 here before we take the break, and Division 4, just looking ways to pull some time in for that Division 33 conversation. Does that
Sure.
make sense?
It does. It does. And I'm hopeful that when we get to Division 23 that it's more recognizable. Maybe it is different. We've structured some things differently, but we think that's more form than substance. But yeah, we definitely we'll talk about that and kind of what is in it and what's different, what has been looked at before.
And then in terms of updates from other racks, should we do that? It seems like we should probably do that before we move into some of the other sections.
We can try. I mean, we can try to give some updates on that. The folks that are leading those other efforts aren't here with us, but we have been coordinating with them to the best that we can. So we can talk to some extent about that.
Okay, so we'll do our best, Max, to find time to put those items in there. All right, so let's go to meeting objectives. Continue same ones we've had, continued refinement of the draft rule language, shared understanding of the technical advisory committee work and outcomes and how they relate to the different sections of the draft language. Okay, impact statements review. John, this is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to share my screen if I can figure out how to do that. And while I'm getting there, I want to apologize to Travis Sellers, who had asked for some help. And I just neglected to do that, Travis. I apologize. I hope that you managed to successfully do your update to your folks. So I'm going to start here. So this is a 24-page document, and I've just pulled out kind of the last 5 pages to look at. So as Jamie said, there's the statutes require that every rulemaking involve a level of analysis with regards to impacts, and the principal impacts are fiscal, right? This is the first one. As well as housing and then equity, an equity statement. So I'm not going to belabor this point too much. We think we've done something different this time. We have tried our best as staff to do these in the past, and this time we actually have hired a economic firm. Some of you guys will know Jerry Johnson pretty well, I expect. We have a lot of respect for him. And he's written these for us, and we think it's probably worth doing again. We feel that these are pretty well on the mark. So what we need to kind of do is make sure you guys have seen them. If you have any questions about them, or any concerns about moving forward, because this is draft, this can be changed. But essentially, and I've tried to highlight some language, this is what the fiscal impact statement does, right? It tries to anticipate any significant economic effect, which would include, actual costs or cost of compliance, so on and so forth. And then Jerry offers some kind of description here. But I'm just going to skip down to his conclusion, basic conclusion. So again, we talk about a couple different flavors of costs, local government costs, which he's presuming expect to be negligible, and that there could be some positive items, and that citing criteria will minimize the impact on other resource lands. He in his judgment, as those are positive things. State agency costs. I outlined this because I'm not sure whether this might be a typo. So I'll have to get back to Jerry on that. But the costs on state agencies, in this, it says significant fiscal impact within, and there will be some fiscal impact based on our obligation and interest in participating, either directly through financial investment or otherwise, or technical assistance. And there always is a potential to incur legal fees of some port. But the bottom line here is that the expectation is it'll be negligible, possibly handled to local level. We'll be doing some review, but by and large, it doesn't appear from his review that we should be expecting a big hit, and that with regard to the public, and for the reasons he describes here, is not anticipated to experience a significant financial impact. So you might have forgotten. I think I meant to forget, but so there's some language about small businesses, and by and large, it could be higher land values for farm or forest sites. I don't think that's confirmed. I think that's, again, an estimate. But again, I think the overall message very much seems to be that although there could be costs, those costs are reasonable and acceptable and worth the trade-off for, accomplishing a more streamlined and straightforward process that would be available for considering these types of projects. The housing statement is next, and it's pretty much what it sounds like, right? That and it kind of specifies what the anticipated arrangement and the effect of the cost on a 6,000 square foot parcel and a 1,200 square foot home on that parcel. So I don't think we've really talked about that, because we really, this really isn't squarely within the in the impact, or squarely within the purview of this group, or at least within the interest of this group. There's some explanation here, and again, the bottom line here, or the conclusion is that it could have a modest impact, but again, not a large impact, and that the workforce housing element could help with that. But overall, I mean, it's not, the presence of this rule in of itself is not expected to, I don't think, genuinely raise the price or measurably, markedly raise the price of of that model, 1,200 square foot home on a 6,000 square foot lot. And the racial equity statement is, again, I was kind of highlighted what I think are the takeaways here. And it's not expected to negatively impact equity or equitable outcomes that would have an impact on in between racial groups or at a minimum maintain status quo with regard to equity and with the potential to provide some advancement through improved economic conditions. So again, that's a snapshot of a much longer document, but I think it all leads to these things, right? And so I think the takeaway here for us is that it doesn't appear that Johnson Gardner has has determined that there would be any severe or important or truly unintentional or undesirable consequences on any of these fronts, whether it's economics or housing or racial inequity. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions or thoughts. And so hope that this does make sense. It's a draft. We can offer any refinements that we think we need to.
So John, before we open it up for any questions, can you just talk a little bit, you started to get there, talk a little bit about what happens next with these drafts. So, people, they were included in the meeting packet that people had, right? So folks were able to look at them. This is kind of their first opportunity to sort of understand why they exist and where they came from. But there is an opportunity for people to offer like refinements for the agency's consideration, and then they'll be brought back in a final draft form as a part of the whole package that we're asking the RAC to consider. Is that right?
So I think it is. Yeah. So we will need to file these statements with the Secretary of State, which will happen sometime between now and November. So we probably it would be helpful if there are any comments or concerns, right? We think this seems reasonable, feels reasonable, and hope that you do too. But particularly if there are concerns, then it would be great for us to hear those sooner than later. And understanding this is, it doesn't have to be today, right now. But if you had a chance to digest some of this stuff, and again, I would recommend reading the whole thing. It's good. It's a good summary, but it's really the last 4 or 5 pages that constitute the impact statements themselves and include the takeaways and the conclusions that the economics firm has come up with. So I would focus on those. I'd look at all of it, but really focus on those pages. And then if you have any concerns, let us know. We can talk about that right now, or we can talk about that. You can give me a call or email us. But we're hopeful this makes sense to everybody, because it does seem to line up for us.
Okay, well, let's pause there and open it up for the RAC to see if there's any clarifying questions about these impact statements. Just go ahead and raise your hand and I'll recognize you, and if you have any.
And I can certainly put that back up, you guys. I didn't mean to just strip it away. I just thought it'd be easier to see everybody.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody's weighing in just yet, but I want to make sure that there's Max. I just wanted to make sure that folks understood that this is the first review, that there's opportunity for additional input, and then they'll be getting another draft. Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, I think we need more time to review this. I think that it's impossible to make a statement about the impact on small and large businesses until we have a final rule, which I feel like we're pretty far away from at this stage. I can't say how concerned I am about all this new language in Division 33 that appears to totally change a lot of the relevant standards for solar energy facility siting in Eastern Oregon and make it more burdensome and difficult. And if that's the case and has new legal standards that are undefined, there's a potential for litigation, which is, an inherent increase in costs on small business. And I don't think we can make a determination about what the expected impact on local government is until we have an implementation plan. So I think this is premature, and I'll leave it there.
Okay, thanks for that. We have made a note. John, anything else you want to share?
No, I think I really appreciate everybody's input. And I'm looking forward, Max. I'm hoping we can explain some things when we get to Division 33 in a reasonable way. I think we can. Hopefully we can. And Mike's hands up.
Hey, Mike.
Just maybe just tagging on a little bit there with, I'm curious, just having read through that briefly, how they're judging the impact both for agencies and communities there on an optional set of rules. And so maybe that's better asked once we get to the survey results there with county planners about, it would be pretty challenging. You don't know which counties are going to opt into some of these things or not. So was that covered in the report and I just missed it?
So it should have been addressed. I believe it was. And you're right. That is a component that makes it challenging. Nonetheless, we have a responsibility under the statute to do the best job we can. And so that's what we're shooting for, Mike.
Anybody else? Okay. So more to come on the fiscal and equity impact statements. John, you want to go ahead and move into the county survey?
So yeah, Adam, are you going to do that for us this morning?
I'll talk about the county surveys. I'll share my screen real quick here. Let's see. All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Perfect. So we wanted to send out a survey to all the county planners. Well, not the county planners, the county planning directors in Eastern Oregon specifically, to kind of get their pulse about this rulemaking and solar in general in their counties. And I'll go through this real quick. Our first question for them was starting at the beginning with the basics. Has your county received applications for photovoltaic solar energy generation projects? Almost everyone said yes, so that was good and not very surprising. We moved on with question 2 and said, if so, in the last 5 years, how many applications for photovoltaic solar energy generation projects has your county received? Most said 1 to 3. Quite a few said 4 to 7. Some said 7 to 10. And a couple said none. Those being more very far southeast Oregon. Then we got into a little more detail asking what the applications were for, if they were for lands not protected under goals 3 or 4. That one response said that's what it was. If they were conditional use permits not requiring an exception, that's what 6 of them were for. If it was for exceptions not based on ORS 215.446, there were 2 of those. And if there were exceptions based on ORS 215.446, there were 5 of those. So it was a good kind of mix of everything across the board there, which wasn't too surprising. And then this asked that again, kind of a different way. It kind of weights the average. That slide's a little hard to read, so I'll skip down to 5. Where we asked if an application was for an exception based on ORS 215.446 or otherwise, did the proposal include a zone change? The vast majority of them said no. 5 of them said no. 1 of them said other and specified in writing, which isn't included here in the aggregate results, but we got that from them. Question 6 was, do you think your county is interested in siting photovoltaic solar energy generation projects in the future? Most said yes. Several said maybe. And one said they're not sure. They don't know. No one said don't care, which was a great relief, but we wanted to put that there just to see if anything happened. Question 7, ask them if they're familiar with this current rulemaking project, finding opportunities and reducing conflict in siting photovoltaic solar power generation facilities. Thankfully, everyone said yes, except for one person, which said somewhat, and that's okay. We asked this a couple months ago, and now they know a lot more after taking the survey and getting in touch with us. Question 8, we asked if they thought their county would be interested in implementing opportunities established by this rulemaking that would allow the consideration of larger projects when proposed in certain places determined to be low conflict. Most people said maybe, a few people said yes, one person said no, another person said they don't know. So that led us to do a little bit more outreach and communication there, which was helpful. Question 9 said, if so, do you think your county would require technical assistance from DLCD in order to implement the new opportunity created in Division 23? Most everyone said yes. 6 people said yes to that. And 2 people said maybe, which will probably be yes. And that's something we will be happy to provide if needed. Question 10 was, has your county considered agrivoltaics as a possible development scenario? And then we gave them the definition of agrivoltaics as the dual use of land for solar energy production and agriculture. It could be used in both farming and ranching. Most people said yes. A couple people said no. A couple people said maybe. Got on to question 11, which we asked, how should opportunities be made for counties to consider larger photovoltaic solar projects as part of an agrivoltaics project? One person said the opportunity should be directly applicable. Most people said it should be a voluntary opportunity. And one person didn't know. They were a little undecided on that one, which is all right. Question 12, we asked if their county had a partnership with a community benefits organization. 3 people said no. 6 people said they didn't know, which wasn't too surprising. We know we have a few county benefit organizations out there that are doing some great work, LCRI in Lake County and some others, but not every county is lucky enough to have something like that. Question 13, we asked if your county has accepted applications for photovoltaic solar energy generation projects. Has your county ever entered into a community benefits agreement, a strategic investment program, a SIP, or a payment in lieu of taxes, a pilot agreement with the solar developer? And quite a few people said yes to this. We had 4 people say yes and 5 people say no, which was great to see that these things are happening. It's something we've talked about a lot in some of the TAC meetings and a bit in some of these RAC meetings as well. And no one said they didn't know or what's that. So that was very encouraging to hear. Then we asked, in addition to the director, how many planners does your county have on staff? This was a write-in answer, so you can't see it here. These answers ranged quite a lot, but most did not have very many planners on staff, as you can imagine. This is another write-in one, so you can't see, but we wanted to know what their county's application fees were for conditional use permits for energy generation facilities. This was really interesting. It varied quite wildly. Some were pretty affordable, some were quite a bit more expensive, all paled in comparison to the cost of an FSEC application with the Department of Energy, which was not surprising, but very illuminating for us. Question 16, we asked if they'd be interested in participating in additional surveys. Everyone said yes. And question 17, you can't see the write-ins, but we asked if they believed in Sasquatch as a fun wrap up for their survey there. Everyone said yes to varying degrees, except for one person who is anti-Sasquatch and pro Loch Ness Monster. With that, I will pause and stop sharing and see if anybody had any questions.
Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I see you got about half of the Eastern Oregon counties in your survey.
Yes.
Do you know which ones, and do you know if you do know which ones, do you know if it's where most of the development's happening or less than targeted?
Yeah, it is most of the ones with the development. I should have written down the list, and I did not think to do that ahead of time. A couple notable ones that we didn't were in far southeast Oregon, which we then followed up with, and heard that they either didn't have a lot going on, and it wasn't worth answering, or didn't get a reply back. But we did get a hold of the big ones where everything is happening right now.
So yeah, so it was an anonymous survey, which we did on purpose, right? We wanted folks to feel comfortable. But you kind of see, kind of read between the lines, and we suspect that we had respondents from Deschutes, Wasco, Morrow, perhaps Sherman, um, maybe Harney and Lake, maybe Crook. So again,
Crook.
I can't tell for sure, but I think we did get a reasonable cross section. A 50% turnout's not it's not the best, but it was I think it's worthwhile. I think it has it has some information there, informational value there.
Well, it's something that the RAC had been wondering, it's like it's an optional program. Would be, what are people seeing now? Are people more likely to, so I think this is helpful information, since folks had been asking about kind of where the county where the county planners were at. Andrea, it looks like you're walking through a snowstorm. You're on mute. Oh, now she's gone. So other sort of observations, reflections, comments about the county survey based on what you just heard. Any thoughts come to mind before we move on to the RAC survey? Dan, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
Morning, Dan.
The fees charged and kind of everything else, it seems to me, are going to be highly dependent on the size of the project. So your application fees, you mentioned that there was a wide range in the fees. Application fees for for 3 megawatt community solar project should be and probably are significantly smaller than for a 300 megawatt utility scale project.
Yes, they are. That's what we found.
Laura?
I was just wondering for that question that Dan was just mentioning and the one before it, if you'd be able to share like the range of answers, sort of minimum, maximum, average. It doesn't have to be right now, but that would be great to see in a follow-up.
Yeah, we can absolutely. I'll send that out, Laura. That's great. I think minimum was about 1,000 for a conditional use permit. Maximum was quite a bit more than that, but I can get you those exact figures.
And there were several that had like a sliding scale, like Dan was just kind of mentioning. There's a base amount, but then as it gets bigger, so does the fee.
Mike?
Yeah, I think I'd be interested in one other question, and how many appeals of county planning decisions were there to the county commission or to county court or to LUBA?
Just on energy stuff, Mike, I assume?
Yeah, on these particularly solar energy projects.
Yeah. We can try and find that out. I don't know if they'll keep a running tally of that at the counties, but if anyone knows, the planning directors would know.
I bet Max knows.
That's probably.
Andrea?
I'm sorry. I don't know what my computer is doing. It is turning on and off my video, raising my hand in times when I haven't done it. So I apologize.
Have you enabled your chat bot, your AI personality on your computer, Andrea?
No, I have not. It's just being really weird. So I apologize.
That is weird. Hey, Max, do you know the answer to the question about the number of appeals?
Sorry, I'm trying to understand the rules that are here, but can you restate the question?
Yeah, Mike, you asked the question about, it'd be interesting to know how many appeals to county commissions, to LUBA around solar projects. Do you know the?
I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Max. I just know you follow a lot of those. And so I know, I was thinking we've had we had a couple out of Crook County, right? We've had one or more out of Lake County. I didn't know whether there were others that were missing.
There have been a few. Almost all of them are related to goal 3. There was one related to habitat mitigation. That was our case, but I don't have a number percent.
Okay.
Andrew, you might know.
Oh yeah, Andrew's there.
I was just looking through some Luba opinions, scrolling through and search for the word solar. So when I have a number, I'll get back to you.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Max.
And we had the Jackson County case too. And then Damian Hall mentioned a case he was involved in Klamath County. I don't think it was appealed, but it was denied ultimately by the county board of commissioners. So yeah, that was a question we didn't ask. Maybe we should have.
So anything else on the county survey? Any other observations, reflections, questions, follow-up? All right, well, how about we move on to the RAC survey? And again, so the intention of the RAC survey report is more to offer highlights, because what we've done is fold in the results into the different sections along with the TAC work. And so we'll be talking about those more specifically, but we do want to offer some highlights. So Adam or John, which one of you is on tap to do that?
I'm going to say Adam.
All right, I will share screen again. Give me just a second here. All right. Everybody see this again? All right, so we sent out a RAC survey. We only had about 9 people take it, so not sure necessarily how representative it is, but we wanted to kind of give the department's thoughts in blue for some of the responses we got. I don't know if it's best to just scroll through all of this. It's about 10 pages here, so it's mostly stuff we're going to be covering in the rule discussions as well. But we got some general agreement in terms of definitions and some of the beginning sections. It's when we got into some more specific definitions. There was some questions that we had some responses to, and there were some issues some people brought up that we thought we'd give responses to in blue. John, should I just read through this, or what do you think?
What I would recommend, Adam, is I would go through I'd go through the survey.
Yeah.
And the survey results, and then if we have any
Oh,
questions, we can come
yeah.
back to that.
Yeah, I'll pull those up. Hold
Yeah,
on, let me stop sharing this real
we
quick.
just wanted to provide some feedback on and thoughts on some of the comments, but I think that for right now, let's look at the survey.
Okay.
itself.
I'll pull that up real fast. My apologies. Thought I had that pulled up already. Nope, pulled up the wrong thing.
So
Sorry,
Adam,
hang on a second, guys.
yeah, go ahead, Adam. Well, so while we're waiting, Ariella, did you see what Max put in the chat about wanting the red line the red line of the Division 23. Is that something that you can put in the chat?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure you saw that. A good time to refresh your cup of coffee.
Yeah. Here's an impromptu break, everybody. If you
Get a
need to
glass of water,
get a drink.
stretch your legs, let your dogs in or out.
And I can share a screen too. I have it open. Adam.
Oh, you do?
Adam, you
Okay,
want
that'd be
Ariella
great,
to do
Ariella.
that?
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ariella. And thanks for putting that in the chat.
Hey, there it is. I just clicked on that. All right. So, oops. So it's kind of an average ranking thing we compiled here, which is not the easiest to interpret, but we'll go through the questions here. On a scale of 1 to 5, how do you support the draft language as written for subsections 1 through 4? We got 3 stars out of 5, which 3 is support generally supported with minimal changes needed. Some people said there was less support. A few people say support is written. And we had at least one person say strongly support is written. So that was encouraging. Next slide, please, Ariella. Question 3 was any suggested changes for subsections 1 through 4? We've got 5 responses here. Let's see. I don't want to read through all of these, but 5 people answered this and 6 people skipped it. Next slide, please. Question 4 was on a scale from 1 to 5, how do you support the draft language as written for subsections 5 through 7? This we had a 2.1 average rating. 11 people answered it, 0 people skipped it. So 2 is some support, some changes needed. 2 people said that. 4 people said no support, substantial changes needed. 5 people said support with minimal changes needed. And no one said support is written. So we got a little bit of work to do there. Next slide, please. And then we got responses here, suggested changes for subsections 5 through 7. And these responses are the ones that we have a department response document to that was at the bottom of the packet that if you want to read through, by all means read through that because I don't want you to have to read the small print on the giant screen or read it through and put everybody back to sleep this morning. But some really good questions were brought up there. We read through it all very carefully, and that informed the response document that John finalized in the packet. Question 6 was, on a scale of 1 to 5, how do you support the draft languages written for subsections 8 through 10? Got an average rating of 2.9 right here, which 2 is some support with changes needed. 3 is support with minimal changes needed. Several people also said support as written. So 8 through 10 is looking pretty good. Next slide, please, Ariella. Question 7 asked for suggested changes to subsections 8 through 10. These are much shorter responses. Things about needing a military threshold, which is something we've worked out with our DoD partners and gotten that all squared away. So we're looking in good shape there. Next slide, please. All right, question 8. On a scale from 1 to 5, once again, how do you support the draft language as written for subsections 11 and 12? We got a little bit lower, 2.1 here. 1 is, once again, no support, substantial change needed. 2 is some support, some changes needed, which was the majority of votes. And then several people also said they support that with minimal changes needed. Next slide, please. And here are some of the suggested changes we got for 11 and 12. A little bit longer again, won't go through that in detail right now. I think most of these topics will come up when we're going through the rule sections later. And question 10 was, on a scale of 1 to 5, how do you support the draft language as written for subsections 13 through 15? Got a 2.4. 2 is some support, some changes needed. 3 is support with minimal changes needed. So more along the right track there. Next slide, please, Ariella. Question 11, where people suggested changes for subsections 13 through 15. Once again, bit longer ones there. We've got that in the packet for folks to read through, and we can discuss more soon. Next slide, please. Question 12 was, on a scale from 1 to 5, how do you support the draft languages written for subsections 38A through I? Got a rating of a 2, which is some support, some changes needed, which isn't too surprising for that section. Next slide, please. Question 13 were the suggested changes for that subsection, subsection 38, A through I. Got some longer ones there. Question 14, on a scale from 1 to 5, how do you support the draft languages written for subsections 38, J through O? That is a 3, a little bit better there. Mostly supportive, minimal changes needed. Next slide, please. The suggested changes for subsections 38, J through 0, we only got 4 responses there. 7 people skipped that. Next slide, please. Question 16 was, on a scale from 1 to 5, how do you support the draft language as written for subsections 38, T through T? That was a 2.7, so leaning to broad support with minimal changes needed. Next slide, please. Those were folks' suggestions. 5 people answered here with some fairly small things that were quickly replied to. 6 people skipped that. Next slide, please. And question 18, on a scale from 1 to 5, how do you support the draft language as written for 660, 033, 0145 agriculture/forest zones? That came out to a 3, which is broad support with minimal changes needed. Next slide, please. 3 people gave us some suggested changes for that. 8 people skipped it. Next slide, please, Ariella. And question 20, on a scale from 1 to 5, how do you support the draft language as written for 660, 006, 0025? That is a 3.7. Not surprising. Division 6 is not a whole lot of stuff in there, but almost all the way to support as written. So next slide, please. 3 people still put a bit more in there. No comments on forestry, still reviewing, working to understand the implications, support the pending outcome. Next slide, please. Question 22 is, on a scale from 1 to 5, how do you support the draft language as written for 660, 006, 0033? That was a 3.3. Support with minimal changes needed. Next slide, please. A couple of suggested changes for us there. 3 people gave us some thoughts. 8 people skipped it. Next slide, please. Question 24, on a scale from 1 to 5, how do you support the draft language as written for 660, 006, 0050? Got a 3.2, so fairly broad support with minimal changes needed. Next slide, please. Got 3 quick replies there for some support for changes. 8 people skipped. Next slide, please. Question 26 was, on a scale from 1 to 5, how do you support the draft language as written for 660, 004, 0022? Got a 3.4 with support for minimal changes needed. Next slide, please. Had 4 people give us some thoughts there, and 7 people skipped it. Next slide, please, Ariella. Question 28, on a scale from 1 to 4, how well do you think the rack is going? We got a 2.1, sort of well, and some people said well, so thank you for that. Next slide, please. Question 29, and we knew we'd have lots of ones on this one. Thoughts on the Iraq process so far? Won't read into all of those, but they're there if you want to. Next slide, please. Question 30 was any additional thoughts or concerns? 4 people skipped that, but we did get 7 responses. So thank you to those 7 responses. I think that should be the end of that.
Okay, so questions, thoughts, reflections, observations, knowing that a lot of the first, thank you for everybody that took the time to go through the survey. I think it took people a fair amount of time to do for those that participated. It was intended to be, in a snapshot, just to give us all a sense of where people are at, and knowing that even with all of our time in the meetings, not everybody has had an opportunity to share, language ideas or, other thoughts. And so this was really helpful to be able to fold into the draft language that we're going to walk through today. So really appreciate everyone taking that time to do that. So first, just any highlight, any sort of observations, reflections, questions. Mark?
I think just to reflect what Adam said at the beginning is my concern about the representative nature of it, in terms of it being speaking for the group as a whole at this point. So I don't know if it's an option at this point to send it back out and try to recruit some more responses, but I think that would be good going into, us prior to going into any voting on the proposals.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mark. And we can talk about that if people would be willing to do that. I mean, the survey, we put it out. We didn't know what kind of response we would get. And so, here we are. So we could talk about if it would be helpful to do a modified version, send it around again, get more of a commitment from the RAC to participate in it. It is a way for everybody to get some more information. Damien, go ahead.
All right, thank you. And I know surveys are difficult and that took a long time to review and fill out, and probably why we got more answers on the questions that were asked first than the ones asked last, things like that. But just as far as how we see the kind of a detailed feedback, right? You can tell the high level, like average numbers and stuff, but those written responses, where do we see kind of those being is the idea they're reflected in the draft that went around of new code, or we're going to talk about them, or we're going to have a way to see what the LCD's response was to those. So what's done with that information, and if especially if we're going to ask everyone to take the survey again, like how is that getting used?
John, you want to talk about that?
So I think it's a combination, Damien. I think that the new draft language does reflect some of what we heard, not all of it, but some of it. And I think that we do want to talk about it as we go through these sections today. And that to the extent that we do another survey, which I think makes good sense. The understanding is that we're looking for where folks are at, and we are listening and are using that language to help build our agendas and inform our conversations. And actually, there are some places in the rules which I can talk to a little bit where we have made some adjustments based on what we heard back.
Yeah, so the plan, Damien, was as we talked through the sections today, we would incorporate the TAC input as well as the survey input. And then I think, we want to reserve some time at the end of the day for as a group to decide, do we want to send out a new draft based on our conversation today with an accompanying survey to do another kind of litmus test about where everybody's at on the language as it's evolving. Does that work for you, Damien? Did you have any other follow-up or thoughts about that?
Oh yeah, I mean, two different litmus tests versus like what actual kind of section by section feedback and sort of the fundamental like is this going to work type questions and how those are getting responded to. I think the more directly that we can engage with, the survey answers, the more valuable that survey will be, whether it's the one that's been done or the one that's forthcoming, it sounds like. So, acknowledging that you can't make the draft reflect everybody's preferred language, but making sure that we are actually addressing and thinking about and weighing the responses and feedback. It's more what I'm about.
Yeah, thanks for that. Laura, I see you came on camera. Did you have something to say?
I was just kind of weighing in my mind, like the section by section detailed feedback. I mean, it forces you to look at all the details, but also it's really time intensive to do that level of review. And so I don't know if there's some way of focusing it on the sections that need the most input, or having a way to sort of, I don't know, jump to the sections that you want to provide the most feedback on. But yeah, it was quite an undertaking.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And we talked about, different ways to do it. And really what we thought was we'll just put it all out there, let people engage in the way that, they want. But I like what you're saying about maybe give people the option to focus in. And then the flip side of that is, if we're not hearing anything on like sections 1 through 4, does that mean that, we're good to go on that? We just didn't know. And so that we were hoping to put some sections to bed so that we could focus the group's conversation on areas where we need to have more discussion. That's what we were hoping that the survey would help to illuminate. And I think it did to some extent, but with like Mark had identified with only 9 people participating, it's not necessarily, reflective of the whole group. So, Andrea?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of reemphasize what Laura just said, is that it was the way the survey was set up, it was hard to focus. Like I had to get through all the other stuff before I got to the areas that I knew enough about to provide comments, right? So there somehow in setting the survey up, we need to be able to focus, right, on to select where we're going to focus. Right, because otherwise you're getting some potentially false answers if we're forced to answer about things that we're less knowledgeable about or less interested about. You're going to get either everything's fine or everything, well, I don't know what to say. I'm going to say it's okay, maybe need some changes, right? You're not getting real results, but to be able to let people just focus in and respond to the areas that they want to respond to and not make them respond to other questions, right? I think would be helpful. Then you'll get clearer responses.
Yeah. So we could have in the waiting include a way to skip, or
Right.
yeah, which we didn't in that. So yeah, that's a good point. Max?
Yeah, I also just want to point out that at least the version that I was responding to in the survey doesn't seem to be the version that was included in the meeting 6 packet. So, I'm running a red line right now, and I'll send it to someone at Kearns West to hopefully circulate so we can see what changed. But yeah, I think the results of that survey are based on a draft that's not even current.
But my understanding, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, is the language that we put in the survey was the outgrowth of the last meeting that we had. And then from the input from the survey, DLCD staff made changes to the draft language to send it out in the packet that you have today.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, so the draft that you've got today reflects the input from the survey and from the tax. Is that right, John?
It's our attempt, yes. And Max is right. Max is right. The draft we sent out on September 6th, that was a month ago, give or take. And between the 6th and the 24th, we learned some things and heard some things back, and and tried to incorporate those to the best that we could.
Yeah, so the drafts are evolving. I mean, that's the point. We're trying to get closer to where, the language that people can support, or at least make sure that it's reflected, that the concerns are reflected and ideas are reflected in the drafts as they're evolving. So the draft that you've got in the packet that we're working with today is the latest draft that incorporates all the input to date. Lauren?
Yeah, I just have I don't know, if it's a process question or because we comment about how time consuming a lot of this is as far as reviewing everything. Can I just ask, because I didn't see, and maybe I missed it, but I didn't see a review of where we are on these rules during informational days of the legislature. Where is DLCD on advising the legislature on this process and where we are in this process? Because I would hate to see a lot of, there's a lot of work going into this, to be circumvented if the legislature doesn't feel educated on where we are or where we're going, especially our Eastern Oregon legislators. So can anyone speak to how we're keeping them up to date on where we are and their comfort level with where we are on this?
We'll give it a shot, Lauren. Thank you for the question. That's one that's probably best answered by our legislative people. And Alexis is, I think, out of the office today, and Aurora is busy till noon. I understand that they have been in communications with a variety of legislators that have expressed interest in this work on both sides of the Cascades. I know that when we were in Morrow, Representative Bobby Levy, as opposed to Representative Emerson Levy, did attend our tour, as did a staff member for Representative Smith, Greg Smith's office. And then when we were in Burns, Representative Owens appeared. And so I believe that there has been a concerted effort to keep everybody in the loop. That's a little out of my wheelhouse, but I'm pretty sure we can find out. But I'm pretty sure that's what Alexis and Aurora would say. Yeah, we've been working hard, and I know for a fact that Alexis sat down with Representative Helm early last week, and said it was a good conversation. So yeah, we've been. Our folks are in contact and trying to do that outreach.
Thanks.
Thanks, Lauren. Other questions just about kind of at the high level, knowing that we're going to be taking a deeper dive into the language and looking at the work of the TAC and how the survey outcomes were incorporated. Not seeing any. Laura Tabor put in the chat about that she just said she doesn't need to speak to this, but I do want to unpack it a bit to have a consistent format on red lines. And I think, Laura, I know you don't, if it'd be helpful if you could speak to it, so that way we know what expectations are moving forward for the next draft. And so it is hard, since the draft is evolving, to know kind of what was taken out and what's new, and what was from what versions. So do you have a recommendation or something that you'd like to see?
I would guess just consistent, like one format to show changes from version to version. And like, I think in the packet for this meeting, what is it? The first section, which I think is Division 23, doesn't have red line at all, but there are changes. And then in Division 33, there's like colored text and bold text and red text and blue text. And I don't know what's a change relative to previous language or relative to previous versions. So just being super clear about what's a change based from the last version we saw versus what is an overall proposed change to current rule language.
Okay. That's helpful clarification. Thanks for that.
Yeah,
Max?
I just prepared a red line from number 5 meeting packet to number 6. So if someone has a listserv for the rack, I can send that to you so that everyone can see what the difference is between the version we talked about last time a month ago and what is on the table today. Anyone? Who should I send this to?
Well, can you put it in, you can put it in the chat as a, well, you could send it to Ariella and she can put it in the chat, or you could just put it in the chat as a document.
Okay, thanks.
And thanks for doing that, Max. All right, John. Well, Damien wants to know if the survey results are going to be sent to the RAC.
I had thought that they were already. So yes, I think the answer to that is
Yeah, I thought they were in the packet too, but they weren't.
yes.
Oh, great. Look at Max already put it in there.
Thank you, Max.
All right, John, are we ready to move on?
I think we are.
Okay, let's start taking a deep dive. Let me get back to our agenda here. Let's see. We were scheduled to take a little break at 10:30. Let's see, Division 23.
Yeah, that was the right language. Well, we may want, can we blow that up so we can see that a little bit better? I know it's condensed there. So hopefully, I don't know if that helps. Okay. What Jamie, you're just mentioning we're scheduled to take a break here a little bit. Shall we try to do this first?
Yeah,
We're going.
yeah, let's because this is about a half hour. Let's go ahead and just start into this, and then we'll take a.
Well, I hope, yeah, and hopefully this won't take an awful long time. I felt we were in a pretty good place when we were in Morrow, and the purpose of this language is to try to identify what process will be necessary at the local level, to opt in, and so we have deliberately bifurcated things, and so the small a speaks to solar sites, whereas we get down to small b, and that talks to resource areas, right? Solar sites is the lower hanging fruit. You opt in, you apply the rule directly, applicant driven, and kind of short and sweet. And the solar area, resource areas are, as we talked about, the full meal deal with the plan and zoning provisions, overlay zone, so on and so forth. We've written this intentionally to identify the necessity for opting in for the purpose of being able to consider solar sites is done through a customary plan amendment, supplemented a little bit with the notice requirements in D here. It says C. That's a typo. I should say D, which is the same list as in ORS 215-446, that where we get notice of an application. Although we have added the Department of Forestry and the Department of Agriculture, and that was based on, again, that's based on some comments that we heard. We have removed some of the language that we found that was a little confusing from the opting in for sites, and also we want to make sure that it's available, that the post-acknowledgement plan amendment process can be initiated by the county themselves or somebody else, right? And moving down to small b there. Again, we're talking. Great, thank you, Travis. Hope to see you soon. In small b again, we're talking about the bigger, more planning intensive, time intensive work. There would be more of a robust public process, which we've tried to spell out there. managed to get to, we got some, I think are line numbers in there on accident, but the kind of order of operations would be that upon there being a plan amendment initiated, which again it can be by the county themselves or any other party, but then there's a series of kind of neighborhood area type conversations. We've revised some language there, again based on what we've heard back in the some say in the survey. And we've also added some language. What we'd like to try to accomplish, and what we've talked about for some time, is that when in this context, when a county provides notice, that they try to capture tenants, renters, as well as landowners. And that's not always easy to do, but I think we're hoping that this approach, which we talked about with, the Department of Forestry and the Senate Bill 762 rulemaking a couple years ago, helps bridge that gap. And that is, every county, the assessor's data shows who the owner is and where the taxes are sent, right? So that owner would get noticed. They almost always have information in regards to a physical address on that property. So if the physical address, which indicates the presence of a home, usually, not always, but usually, is different than the mailing address where where the tax data is sent, then they would send it to both. They send it to both address in hope of sending direct notice to as many property owners and renters, tenants as possible. So that's the attempt there. There'll be some kind of neighborhood meetings, followed by planning commission hearings, followed by board of commissioner hearings, with the same notice obligations, which would be kind of heads up, I guess, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Energy, Department of Defense, so on and so forth down there. Doesn't anticipate that they would have to weigh in, but give them a heads up that this is happening. So that's really 14, you guys. So that's where we're at. We tried to fold in language we heard and make revisions based on what we've heard in Morrow and as well as we've heard from folks between basically during the month of September. And again, the order of operations is that there's two opportunities. It's simpler and quicker for solar sites to be able to consider solar sites. There's a more elaborate public participation process. It presumably would take a little longer and involve some more implementation to establish and consider solar resource areas. And I'll stop there. That was what we had hoped to get at, and hopefully it makes sense and lines up.
Damien?
Yeah, thank you. Just on the small a, the site part. So if I'm reading the Goal 5 rules correctly, we have an opportunity to follow a kind of a safe harbor path and establish that the rules are applicable and then opt out versus requiring a PAPA on the front end by the counties. Has that been discussed about where we're going to land, or is that something that's still in play? I think, just from the kind of administrative side of things.
Yeah, I think so.
Allowing any member of the public to initiate a PAPA whenever they want to might be a difficult standard. And, because PAPAs really are anticipated to be kind of type 4 legislative, the county can do it or not. So how do those two things sync up? But, it would be great to follow the path we've done before, create a safe harbor. And if a county wants to opt out, like let them opt out without having to do a plan amendment, right? Like keep the county administrative costs low, but like have the county level control be retained.
So, I mean, to make sure I'm understanding, Damon, they're good questions. I think what I'm hearing would be, rather than, lining this up, which would obligate folks to opt in, instead make it directly applicable, like most of our rural land use standards are implemented. That's a 197.646 approach, right? That would let folks that, decline if they wanted to. They could say, well, we're going to opt out. And also the allowing a plan amendment to be initiated by a member of the public or anybody else. We'll go first things first, right? So that has been mentioned, the idea of it not being voluntary. I took a look at the charge that LCDC approved in November last year. We can look at it if you want to, but very clearly says that their expectation this is a voluntary program. And so I think that's where staff has to be, and that's what LCDC has indicated as their expectation. And so that's where we're going to have to be. But I'll follow up on that in a second. With regards to the plan process being initiated by the county or another applicant, it's been our understanding that's pretty common. We've observed that over time, where there is almost always the opportunity for an applicant-driven type of plan amendment opportunity. We haven't talked about it here in this slide, but we have, and we can talk about it. I thought we were probably in pretty good shape with it, but the last subsection in this rule, subsection 15, would be voluntary review. Excuse me, mandatory review. It would obligate the department to come back at some period of time and see how this is going, and could include a recommendation LCDC that we should convert from a voluntary situation to one like you just described. But I think at this point, based on the way our commission has given us direction, staff is going to say that we need to stick with it being voluntary.
Yeah, and to be clear, voluntary versus opting out are different things, right? Like ideally, I think the development community would like a mandatory, this is the rules. County, please apply the rules. However, what I'm talking about, having a safe harbor, so here are some rules and you can opt out of them, isn't mandatory, right? So I think we're still talking about in the we're one step already towards a compromise from what the development community would like to see. We're still talking about voluntary, but as opposed to requiring the administrative process on the front end of having the county take a legislative action that is undefined, unscoped, etc. It's a new application of goal 5. Are they actually inventorying anything, or are they just copying, pasting the rules? Unclear to me and how that all works. But counties that are that run lean on the planning staff and everything will have to figure all that out and do it on the front end before all the rule that we're working on right now and spending all this time could have a chance of being implemented. Why don't we just say, hey, here's the rule, county, if you'd like to opt out through like a resolution. And it doesn't require legislative action at the county level. And I think that is looking at how safe harbors have been treated in some of the goal 5 scenarios. That seems like there's precedent to do that sort of thing. And then you get out of, creating the conflict around the states giving the county unfunded mandates to go do this, that, and the other thing. And we also get out of the equally undesirable scenario of, a bunch of counties just simply because it's a hassle, don't engage. Right. So I think there's probably, from a policy perspective, a better way to do this, and it's a compromise position, and it's not mandatory. Although, I would love it if the rules were mandatory. If we had a set of mandatory rules that were clear that we could follow, that'd be great. We're trying to stake out some kind of middle ground here, and it'd be great to engage with the group thinks on that as well.
Yeah, so I think that I would be really disappointed if a voluntary rule construed or created an unfunded mandate. We do have some examples of, probably the most relevant one is the the Senate Bill 391 stuff with regard to ADUs and rural residential areas, counties did have to decide whether they wanted to do that or not. And about a third of the counties have done that, I think. There is, I think, a pretty big attempt at and responding to what we heard here, the idea of being able to consider sites without the necessity of an additional plan amendment to add them to an inventory, I think is a big step in the direction. That's what we heard a lot of, was that, we didn't want to have a plan amendment for every single site in the way that we do with aggregate. So I
Could
think
you say that again? Because I'm reading A to require a plan amendment before they can consider sites.
they would. So that is correct.
Okay.
But once they've done that, then application of the rule wouldn't trigger a new PAPA with every proposal for a site. There'd be one, they would opt in. But beyond that, there wouldn't be a requirement to, as we do with almost every other Goal 5 resource I'm aware of, there wouldn't be an inventory requirement. It wouldn't be an inventory to amend their plan, place it on an inventory, and then proceed with a conditional use or other permitting pathway.
John, can you say that again? Did you just say that as written, the applicant has to show up and request a PAPA. The county has to undertake that PAPA for the specific site first before they then turn around and apply for a conditional use permit?
No, I hope not, Max. It isn't what I meant.
Okay, will you say it again then?
Yes, I will. So the expectation would be that a county or someone who thinks it's proper, for a county to be able to consider resource sites or areas, but let's just focus on sites. So there'd be a plan amendment that established the county's ability and indicated the county's willingness to implement this rule directly. All right, once that's done, it's done. And then any application subsequent to that would not require a plan amendment.
And so then the provision talking about that this can be initiated by an applicant, is that for both of those? Or is that for just?
No, I think it's for both of them, Max. And the idea isn't, it may happen this way, but isn't that, someone who's interested in making an application would bundle those together. That can happen, that could work. But what we'd like to see happen is counties, in advance of, not discussing this in the context of an individual application, but in the context of the overall, aspirations and choices of the county. So we'd like to have it done, and then the applicants are free to make requests pursuant to it.
So if an applicant goes to a county and requests them to initiate this PAPA process, how is the county required to respond to that application under the rules referenced here?
So I don't think the rule does reference what the county's duty would be. I think it would be under the customary common law and case law on how a county is bound to consider a legislative proposal.
Yeah, and I don't think they are, right? So
I don't think it's bound to result in a decision, right? I mean, that's
yeah, you can just ignore it, right? So another way to put this is the administrative rules in Division 23 that exist today in many instances include safe harbors, and it's a defined term. And what that looks like is a county has two paths. Path one, go inventory a bunch of resources and come up with your own rules and maps. Path two, follow this safe harbor that's in state rules. So we're kind of dispensing with all of that and saying, you are on, even to do the safe harbor, you have to adopt PAPA to do the safe harbor. And that seems like an unnecessary administrative step that is not something that's required under goal 5 for any other resource. Is another way to say it.
It's different, right? And we're working on reaching that compromise. As I said before, I mean, LCDC has given us what they expect, and so I think we're obligated to honor that, and that is a voluntary process that counties would opt into. We've written the rule in a way that we can look back at what we hopefully can agree on as a reasonable amount of time, whether that's 5 years or something else, and see how it works. And
I think what Damien is saying, which I second, is that the charge and the legislation, while they say voluntary, they also say that there should be a safe harbor, and this doesn't appear to create a safe harbor. Andrew, your hand's up.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify, or maybe if Damien could clarify a little bit the understanding of, do you have an example of when a safe harbor exists in the division or whatever the goal 5 rules, division 23 rules, that has not been adopted by a county? Because I guess it was my understanding that counties are required to adopt goal 5 rules. So if you had like a safe harbor provisions for like riparian areas, that the county would ultimately choose, we want to create our own, or we want to go with the safe harbor, but that would ultimately get adopted into their comp plan. Or do you have an example?
No, you're not. I mean, so we've generally relied on Division 23 as being a process rule, right? This is how you go about doing it. Now there are some, that's not universal. Sage grouse rule was directly applicable. And we've written this in a way that is different still, right? I believe that we have retained the traditional standard approach. That's the subsection 4 stuff. If you don't have to do it this way, you can go through the standard approach in Division 23 0030 0040, or you can do this. And I believe that there are what amount to safe harbors identified in here. Where we've taken caution to say that there are instances where if you do these things, you can do different things if you justify them. But if you do these things, you're guaranteed to be compliant with the rule. We've used that language in multiple cases, and so we think this does, in of itself, is this entirely a safe harbor? Maybe not, but there certainly are safe harbor instances, and this is a safe harbor type approach.
I guess at the risk of being flippant, John, I guess I'll just say, like, the industry is telling you we're not viewing this as a safe harbor, which makes us very concerned because there's no mechanism in here to ensure or provide a pathway to create the safe harbor. It is at the total discretion of the counties, and maybe that's how you intended. If that's how you intended, then that's what the department is proposing. But if that's the case, then I guess we can talk about subsection 15, where the review should be like 6 months and not 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think at the discretion of counties and without a clear corollary process, like what are the metes and bounds of the PAPA, and with unnecessary administrative burden because that process isn't clear, right? Like we don't have to insert that step. We're choosing to. And I think to Andrew's question, I think the riparian corridors are a good example where it says, the administrative rules in Division 23090 sub 5 say, hey, counties, you can go inventory all of what you consider significant riparian corridors, or you can apply these safe harbor setbacks. And it says, if it's streams this big, setback 75 feet. If it's this big, 50 feet. And that just applies.
But do they still have to adopt those rules through a PAPA? That was my question.
There's nothing in here that says they do. I know there's some just generalized language in, I think it's ORS 197 that says when DLCD adopts administrative rules, counties shall update their codes. But that kind of happens, you know, at the pace of the counties, and it's different paces, and state law just applies even if they haven't updated yet. So that's my understanding of that.
Yeah, and we can look into that. I believe, I haven't done, a lot of Goal 5 work in those areas for a while, but I think those typically are adopted. So county would or city, would include those safe harbor provisions. And then they say, look, LCDs, it often used to be periodic review, right? And so then they would say, look, we'll see, we've utilizing the safe harbor provisions, therefore we're ensured of consistency with the rule, and now give us our acknowledgement order, which we would do. So I think largely they would.
Yeah, and in the quasi judicial, setting where someone comes in and presents an application, and the county council has to say what are the rules that apply, and the planner, or they will apply the state rules, even if the periodic review hasn't happened.
Right.
So, the very
that's more common.
And that gets to the point. I think that's the underlying point is counties don't always have the resources and the staffing and the finances and they've got a list of things that they need to do in their planning departments, and assuming that this will rise to the top of the list on any timeline is a county by county assessment, and we don't need to actually insert all that process. We can make it easier on the counties, and we can make it easy to opt out. So it's not mandatory, right? Like we can do that. That is absolutely available. And, if the department wants to do it this way, okay, but everyone should know that's a decision that's being made, not a fait accompli.
Andrew, go ahead.
I just say that I think that I guess I understand everyone's concerns, and I am sympathetic to them, and I think we could debate a lot of different nuances to this, but one thing maybe what similar to what Max mentioned is maybe you should just have an interim 6 months review and just see, hey, did this rise to the top of folks' county's pile on stuff that they should do, and at least for this little part of it, and to just say, hey, if it didn't happen, maybe we need to come back and rethink this and just change something as quickly as possible, because if nobody's adopting it, then that could be a problem. But anyway.
Max?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Damien. I think there's nothing preventing us from just having this be an opt-out. I view that as still being voluntary. And I guess let me play out a scenario, which is, would it be lawful to write in this rule that a county is required to respond to and process an application for a PAPA for a specific site? Can we put some teeth on it and say, well, the county can't just ignore it. They have to do something with it. And if the response to that is, yeah, sure, that's something we will be willing to consider, well, then what we're saying is, okay, solar industry, go around to every county in the state and file these applications and, do this process in the county and help them survive all the appeals, which just seems totally unnecessary. But yeah, I see Lauren's hand, so I'll let her speak.
Go ahead, Lauren.
If it costs the state money, we can't make them do it. So I think that's where the difference between opt-in, forcing an opt-in or an opt-in versus an opt-out is. Because we can't have this, the legislature can have an unfunded mandate on counties. So by saying to the county, you can opt into this, they're making the choice, as opposed to saying you have to do this unless you opt out. I think that may be the nuance. I don't represent counties anymore, but I know that that was always the push-pull on when the state tells a county what they can and can't do. There had to be a fiscal analysis by the counties on whether or not it was going to cost them money to do it. And there's a certain threshold for that.
Yeah, agreed. And the cost is around planning and inventorying and doing a PAPA, not around receiving quasi judicial applications, right? So we're trying to, at least on my end, I'm trying to get rid of that administrative cost and say to opt out, just pass a resolution. You don't need a series of hearings. You don't need, you know, to follow ORS 197 and hear adhere to all those standards. But let's make some rules that we can get a clear sense of whether or not they're going to apply. And then, while I do think a shorter timeline for review of whether or not whatever comes out of this RAC is actually effective and applicable anywhere in the state makes sense. The problem there is if this timeline's 6 months and no one's adopted it, are we going to put together another RAC and then we're back to limited resources at DLCD, et cetera? So let's get rid of the administrative burdens in the rules. Let's and then also adopt an appropriate timeline to see how it's going.
Andrew, go ahead.
I'll just say, real quick, Lauren, do you think that type of opt-out approach that Damien is suggesting, would that kind of trigger an unfunded mandate?
I don't know. What I'm saying is that when this went through the legislature, I don't know if they have to like ask the counties that. And so I don't know what analysis the counties did. And so that's all that was just what I was flagging, is that like when they said it was optional, I don't know, that's what they gave to the counties and said, if this is optional, what's the cost to you? And so I don't know how the counties looked at that. That's all I was saying.
Okay. Because I mean, I'll just share my thoughts in terms of, I understand that like having to do a PAPA to change your comp plan to just say, hey, we're going to accept site specific applications, and even if it's just a one-liner that says we'll follow these rules in OAR Division 660, or yeah, you know what I mean. Then I understand how that can cost a little bit, but I also see counties adopting amendments pretty regularly and habitually in response to these. Although I'm not as familiar with Eastern Oregon counties. So I guess I'm just kind of wondering what the actual administrative burden would be in that instance, other than complying with some of these other hearing requirements. However, I am not like necessarily opposed to the opt-out proposal that Damien is. So I'll just put that out there.
The opt-out through a resolution.
Yeah, if that's possible, I don't think it's it's not a bad idea.
It gives more certainty, it sounds like,
Yeah.
for industry to know where counties are at. Laura?
Yeah, I'll just add, certainly not an expert in terms of what all of these processes would take in terms of resources, but I just think about the studies that have been done in terms of enrollment in 401ks, and if the employer puts the default to you opt in versus the default is you opt out, there's a big difference in adoption. And so I just think if we want to create some clarity, if we want to make opting in easy, like reducing the barriers to doing it seems important. And right now it seems like it's more effort to opt in than it is to opt out.
Max, and then let's see where we are on this.
Thanks. Yeah. Just going back to what Lauren was saying, that's a good point, I guess. Just wanted to point out that the legislation and the charge say different things, right? The legislation says the counties may be permitted or required to have this program, and the charge is the one that took out the required portion and said it's going to be voluntary. So like, was the legislature then required to do a fiscal analysis because they included that required language in the bill? Just, I don't know. I have the same questions as you, Lauren. Just wanted to flag that.
So I think it's been a healthy conversation, you guys. I feel like there's a couple different things I would like to suggest in moving forward. One of the reasons we've been so adamant about the voluntary nature of this is one, we talked about, it's in our commission's charge that they've adopted, which is based on language from Representative Marsh that was used to help interpret the meaning and intent of the legislation, but also because we heard our county partners say, don't shove something down our throats, right? And that, I found that very compelling when I heard that from our county folks. You know what? I think maybe the time has come we ask them what they think. If they're if they're steadfast in that position, then I think that certainly would tell us something. If they're amenable to some different arrangement of voluntary, then I think we can, consider pursuing that. So I'd add that. And I'd also say it feels like some of the angst or some of the anxiety about whether counties will do it or not could be soothed, if not removed, by how the date for the mandatory review or scheduled review is. We've thought 5 years sound like a place to start, which I think it is, decent place to start. But it's not, it's not our recommendation. So reconciling that with some of the other things we've heard, maybe that could be a key to helping move things forward. So Andrea's hand went up, so I'm going to go ahead and be quiet for a while.
Yeah, just for what it's worth, coming in with my past experience and trying to get stuff done in other states in dealing with counties on land use issues, I really strongly support going with an opt-out because it is voluntary, right? And if you do an opt-out with a resolution, if that will work here, then it makes it a simple process if they don't want to do it. But the purpose of the legislation was to get more solar sited in Eastern Oregon. And if you want to do that, then you need to go with an opt-out, because an opt-in is just going to be, it's going to happen where it's going to happen anyway. So that's my 2 cents.
So we've got a proposal on the table from John about, this has been a helpful conversation to understand what development community might need. We don't have county folks necessarily here to weigh in one way or another, but they have weighed in through the survey around the legislature about what their expectations are, but we have to get clarification there. So it sounds like the next steps here are to follow up with the counties about how to address the voluntary aspect of this, if they're amenable to a resolution to opt out, how that works. And I don't know that there's more conversation we can have here about this today without more county participation.
So thank you, Jamie. That's my feeling too. And the other thing I would add to that is to think about the proper time frame for the scheduled review, whether that's 5 years or 1 year.
Scheduled review, right? Yeah, and we heard that, we should make that quite a bit shorter so that we know, what our county's doing as opposed to waiting 5 years. So there was a 6-month number put out there. So it seems like that's another thing to test the water.
I think we're somewhere between 6 months and 5 years right now.
Max?
Yeah, I was just gonna share that, the backdrop to, I think, this bill and all the other bills being passed related to climate and energy are HB 2021, and the deadline for 80% clean energy is 2030. So if we set a 5-year date from the date of adoption, that's past the first deadline. So like we have to keep in mind what the ultimate legislative goal is here, which is we want to have 80% renewables, which is gigawatts and gigawatts of clean energy in, 5 years from 2 months from now. So like this program and all the other programs are aiming towards that goal, and we can't review it, that the year of that deadline or even the year before. We have to make sure that we are adopting and reviewing and adapting programs real time to assist the state in getting to where we all want to be. So I think that's very important kind of expectation setting of like, where we're trying to go here and
Yeah.
what these rules need to do.
Yeah, I'm actually, you've been consistent with that position from the beginning. I appreciate that. And, I got to say, I don't have an argument against that.
Well, no, I think that's really helpful framing and important information to, important information for the counties when you're talking with them about these. It's not, part of it is in their hands, part of it is everybody pulling their weight to meet the state's goals and how we go about achieving that. So I suggest that we take a break and
Yes.
we do come back at 11:05, and then we focus on the next section, which is the mitigation, Division 23 mitigation, and we'll be talking about that up until we take our lunch break. So 10 minutes,
10 minutes.
11:05. Okay, folks, 5 minutes or 10 minutes goes by real fast. I know it was slightly shorter than 10 minutes. So just to wrap up the last section, so John, it sounds like that you and Adam will be reaching out, or some part of your team will be reaching out to the counties about following up with them about a different interpretation of voluntary that may include a resolution or would include an opt-out provision and what that would look like. And then also a shorter time frame for review so that we have a better idea of where counties stand sooner so that there's more certainty for the development community about, where counties are at with wanting to adopt this rule. So that's the next step.
That is what we intend to do.
Okay. So let's go ahead and move on to the next section. And the next section on the agenda for us to focus in on is a Division 23 mitigation, subsections 11 and 12. And for these sections, we do have input from our TACs who've been meeting. And so we want to make sure to invite TAC members to weigh in on some of the language here and the considerations. Any thoughts that you have for the rest of the group about, kind of if there are some trade-offs or why you're suggesting language be in a look a particular way. So that would be really helpful. But John, I'm going to turn it to you and just give you an opportunity to lay the groundwork about what's been done and some highlights around the changes in the language. And then we'll hear from TAC members and then we'll open it up to the group. Does
So
that
that sounds great. Yeah, Jamie, thank you. Thank you so much. And so as you point out, we've been talking about this subject in a different, different ways, a couple different ways. One of the things that is new to the draft that went out the other day is we added this subsection 11, which is, I pulled it right out of the sage-grouse rule, and it is is language to describe what a mitigation hierarchy is. Now we've been talking about things in this context. All the TACs have been talking about things in this context. But I thought it might be useful, at least for discussions, at least at the RAC level, to make sure everybody had a good sense of what was meant by that, but also that we didn't miss anything, right? So the typical mitigation hierarchies are avoidance and minimization, and then compensatory mitigation, which is an offset, right? And we had really been kind of talking about avoidance in terms of areas that aren't eligible or available for this opportunity. And we've expressed that in the second sentence here. But we hadn't spent a lot of time on minimization, and it was brought up, hey, minimization is part of the mitigation hierarchy. So yes, it is. It absolutely is. I think it's a little hazy on how exactly and when minimization might be employed here. We didn't want to leave it out, right? So that's just kind of the first step, is we pulled these things out and identified them, and then added some complementary language we hope is complementary to subsection 12, and which would be the next. Maybe we can stop here, I think, and see, or we could just kind of roll through here. Jamie, do you have a feeling, or does anybody have what's your pleasure? Well, why don't we go ahead and move forward, and we can always come back, right? And I want to take up anybody's chance to say something. So, and so subsection 12, really talks about compensatory mitigation, right? The offset of impacts that can't be, minimized and aren't avoided. And we offer, a couple different arrangements and in different categories. With wildlife habitat stuff, there wasn't a lot of need, I don't think, for significant conversation about what it would mean, because we already have the ODF and W habitat or mitigation strategy. And we don't want to do anything that would, that unnecessarily inhibit, like we can, or limit that. And so the RAC really, or excuse me, the TAC really kind of focused on, okay, what are the areas that we just soon not see available, but also kind of looking forward, what kind of things should we be indicating in the report that is written for the legislature? So like there's a pretty strong feeling, it's like, hey, we like the idea of using mitigation banks, and we don't think it makes sense to, we're not going to write a rule that says thou hast to use a mitigation bank. But we think it's a good overall practice, good idea, and should be elevated. When we respond to the legislature and thoughts about what could be looked at further. I think Jeremy is probably off still, but then moving down into agricultural lands, there's a bunch of stuff here. Mark Hudson has done a lot of thinking and some work on what a mitigation calculator could look like. And I've asked him to share that when we get a chance here in a second. But I guess the point is that we're trying to provide a variety of options. You don't have to do all of them, but you do one of them, right? Whether that's a conservation easement of some sort, in an equitable amount, or an agrivoltaics situation. We want to keep that on the table as possible, possible arrangement. And then in a compensatory mitigation payment, a payment just calculated based on some accepted methodologies, and that's what Mark's been working on. Real quickly before I ask him, hand the reins over, if he's willing to help us with that. We've talked about forest lands too, and it's always been evidence, but it also is becoming reinforced that forest lands are different than farmlands, right? And so based on terms of how they're used and the time frame that it takes, and so on and so forth. So we've tried to plug a couple things in here. The folks that we have talked to at the TAC level, I think have been more inclined to be like, well, something that helps with reforestation or fire resiliency or recovery, might be more fitting than setting aside lands in a conservation easement. We just stuck in a value, $200 an acre. Greg Corbin, I think he's here with us, would say you could probably buy a lot of the at least in a large amount of forest land in Eastern Oregon for that. So maybe that's not the right number, but we want to have something to talk about. And then we have again what is placeholder type language in D there with regard to historic, cultural, and archaeological resources, and we wanted to make sure that there's an indication there. We haven't tried to say what an amount would be, and our conversations with some of the nations that we've been able to have suggested, maybe it's just not a monetary amount, maybe it's other things. But those conversations continue. So we've tried to put some things together in a way that helps gain us some ground. But Mark, if you're with us and you're willing, would you mind walking us through that mitigation calculator pretty quick?
Yeah, I can do that. Let me see if I can figure out. I cannot share screen. Oh, now I can share screen.
All right. Great deal.
Okay, hopefully you guys are looking at a very rough drawn map here. And so kind of best way I figured to talk through the mitigation calculator is actually kind of go through a sample site. This is not a real farm parcel, and that this is not anyone's specific ownership, but this is a real square drawn over a real portion of Lake County with kind of real soils data pulled out. And so what I kind of selected in doing this rectangular this rectangle here was just trying to kind of get what could be a representative modest solar site. So at 605 acres is what the rectangle ended up being. This is kind of an area near Lakeview where there has been a lot of solar interest in the past. And then from there, I drew the soils. And so the soil acreages are kind of here on the map. There's a key down here in the bottom left corner. But largely what you're seeing, because the rules as is only really include irrigated crops when it's for some reason a de minimis part of the overall application. I missed the last TAC meeting, so I wasn't sure how we landed on the de minimis kind of understanding, or if we have yet. But it's mostly going to be looking at unirrigated lands. And so in this case, the soils are all non-irrigated soil classes, is what we pulled out here. And so this property's got a big flat area in the green here that's non-irrigated, that's class 3. And that is currently good pasture, right? And then we have some of this kind of this reddish brown here. That's non-irrigated. That's class 5. That's actually technically a wetland in real context. This blue ridge here is class 4. Where on slope you probably have less grazing, but still probably deep soils. And then as you get up to a higher gradient slope, it gets down to class 6, where things are probably not very productive, right, in the overall context of this particular property. So hold that in your mind. That is kind of our sample site. And that is kind of what we're going to use for the sample calculator. And I've tried to make this calculator real easy, something that if an applicant solar developer was putting together things, something that wouldn't take more than an hour at the end of the day to do, depending on site complexity and a whole bunch of other stuff. But before I get into how the calculator works, wanted to get into some assumptions for the calculator in terms of the assumptions I used in building the calculator. The first assumption is that the goal is not necessarily to mitigate the direct lost economic value to the producer. The producer is being paid by the solar developer in the forms of lease payments in terms of their lost income. What we wanted to look at was the lost economic productivity to the community, right? And so this into the local community. So this is more trying to calculate the communal economic loss than it is to the individual. But obviously we've got to start at kind of the individual's productivity, dealing with an individual property site, and work out to the community. Good news is the COIC and OSU have put together a study that actually kind of tried to trace what the community economic impact is from individual farms and ranches. They contributed from that study, which the link is in the calculator there. They kind of broke down, there were some pretty big differences in the local economic input between locally owned and non-locally owned farms and ranches. We can decide to use that or not, I think, in that, but I did use it in the initial use of the calculator. Locally owned farms, about 74 cents of every dollar that they receive goes back into the local economy. Non-locally owned farms, it's more like 36 cents. For ranches, they tend to be higher contributors on the dollar, whether local or not local. Local ranches are 79 cents to the dollar, 66 cents for non-local ranches. So the other thing is, how do we kind of track what the productivity is, knowing that we kind of have a diversity of operation types, right? We have ones that are sole owned and operated entirely by that. We have tenant farmers, so on and so forth. This is kind of a diversity of uses. The best way to kind of track and consistently understand what the economic productivity of a property is using rent rates. And I use rent rates. If you're familiar with real estate finance, rent rates are also kind of an easy way to uniformly calculate what the potential value of that property is over time. Because, right, we're not taking these farms and ranches out of production for 1 year. We have to understand it over the lifetime of the lease period for the solar farm. So I use rent rates. In the case of this example, I got rent rates from Lake County from the USDA Quick Stats database. We've also discussed each county actually has, they don't really publish them, but the county tax assessor creates that in custom manner for each county when they're trying to do property tax assessment on agricultural lands. maybe a more accurate way of looking at those rent rates. We don't know. We couldn't get access to them for this, so we use the USDA data. We also, and I'll show how we included a cap rate analysis, right? So we can kind of capture what is the expected growth of the farm and ranch over the years. We kind of went to farm credit for what their cap rate that they use when they're looking at farms and ranches. They use ranges between 2% and 6%. We use a 3% cap rate because that's a statewide number and is inclusive of orchards and Hood River and some other things that may not be reflective of the Eastern Oregon reality. But somewhere in that range is probably acceptable. 3% is pretty close to the middle, so we use that. And we also do a time value of money adjustment because, to be fair to the solar developers, this is an upfront payment intended to offset revenues over time, right? For which there's kind of a benefit to be able to get that money all up front rather than over time. And so we wanted to reflect that too. And so the assumptions about the cap rate and the time value of money adjustments are in there as well. The last thing that we did for this calculator was a built-in efficiency factor. And what that means is the rental rates that we have are based on land use, right? But they're not really, it's an average rental rate based on land use, which isn't really going to be that specific to the actual productivity of any given piece of land. And in fact, it's probably going to be very low in the case of higher productivity, let's say rangeland. Reason being is that in any given county in Eastern Oregon, the vast majority of the actual acreage that's contributing to this rangeland dollar figure is going to be rangeland, kind of lower dollar figure stuff, more down here in the class 6 soils. But we may have class 2 soils, class 3 soils, rangeland out there too. And so what we did is we created an efficiency factor, which is a multiplier, which increases the potency economically of the particular pasture or dryland crop by a quarter factor each time you kind of go up in the soil classes. And so those are our assumptions. The idea in terms of working this is actually try to make it pretty easily. So you would go back to our map here and you would pull out, all right, how many acres do we have of each soil type within this property? And then you would plug it into the calculator based on that. So in this case, the way we built the mitigation protocols, class 6 soils only have to be mitigated if they're more than 640 acres. Whole property is 605 acres. So you wouldn't have to mitigate for class 6 soils in the case of this example. You'd only be looking at the class 5, class 4, and class 3 soils for mitigation. So I went out and built basically a duplicated tab from the first tab for each one of the soil types. And what you do is you pull down the rental rate for your particular land use. So in this case, this is all dry land grazing, so it's all rangeland. And so you would put in that county's rental rate for that, which in this case is $12.50 per acre. You would then multiply that by the economic contribution, and our assumptions here on this sample case, it's a local ranch. So the economic productivity to the community, right, is 79 cents on the dollar. So you multiply that 12.5 by 79%, basically. And the local contribution from that rent that's actually going into the local economy would be $9.87 or 86 cents. We round up, right? We take that number and then that's multiplied by our fixed cap rate and we put in the years of the lease agreement. In this case, I'm assuming 30. And that gets us actually, it runs through a time value of money and a cap rate calculation. And that gets us to what is the value of that acre, right? Over a 30-year period to the local community. In this case, it's about $193.55 is the concept. Of course, we have more than 1 acre class 3 soils. We have 427 acres. So you just come over, take that dollar amount. Again, we need to use the efficiency factor because these are class 3 soils. So this would be very high quality rangeland. Multiply that gets you kind of closer to what the actual probability community impact is. It's $406.46. Multiply that by the acreage, and you would get the mitigation amount for the class 3 soils on this property. You would repeat that for the class 4 and the class 5, and it'd flow up to a cover sheet of a total calculated mitigation payment in this sample set on the 605 acre dryland ranch of about $214,000, $100,000. So that was a quick run through there, John, but I think I covered all the bases in terms of how the calculator works.
So thank you, Mark. Yeah, I think you did. I really appreciate that. A couple of things that we talked about at the when you were out in Brogan, or I think it was Brogan or Ironside out there in that country.
Yeah.
Was whether it could make sense a recurring payment versus a one-time payment. And I'm not asking for answers on this. I just want to kind of help people hear what we heard. There was also some thoughts about, whether the National Agricultural Statistics had reliable information on rents, or whether there's another source there, and also just sort of a feeling of wanting to make sure if this is in fact a pathway that is deemed acceptable, appropriate, that the result really is that it adequately compensates the community for the loss. It actually is, help make everybody whole. I know you had some thoughts too about if this was deemed a reasonable pathway among the others that are offered, some kind of stipulations on how these funds might be awarded and what type of time frame that they should probably be spent in, and those sorts of things to really kind of I think it's all in the spirit of just being transparent and not having folks believe or be concerned about the possibility of mischief, those sorts of things. So I just leave it at that, and if you wouldn't mind answering any questions, if there are any, I'd sure appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions. I'll also say on the aspect of the NASS data, it's not my favorite data source. It is standardized and available in each county. That's its main benefit. But I do think my perspective on it is that we should direct the counties when setting the rates to either the NAS or their own county tax assessor. But to me, the county tax assessor's methods for developing what the rent rate are a little probably more rigorous and consistent than what NASS is doing.
Hey, Mark, can you stop sharing?
Oh,
Now?
happily.
And Andrew, you've got your hand up.
Hey, thanks for that presentation. I have two questions. I think one is, so for mitigation, especially in this type of rangeland mitigation, what happens when the permit, like, I don't see in here, or please direct me if it is there, like a timeline for the permit. So, usually when you get a land use approval, it's kind of just like, this use is good for this land for, an unending amount of time usually. So I think my question is, what happens when the 30 years is up? How do you ensure that this mitigation comes back around? If because I could easily see a developer saying, hey, this land already has approval for a solar project. We want to get out of the business, but you can come repanel this with, new owner and just do it for another 30 years or something like that. So I guess that's one thing that I can think of as maybe an oversight that we need to kind of, as a RAC, figure out what happens. Maybe put an expiration date on this, or ensure that gets built back into it, whether it's, if there's a modification to the permit, or if there's some sort of permit renewal that occurs, or if no renewal occurs but the use continues.
And Andrew, just pause on that for a minute. And so what you're trying to prevent there is having a mitigation burden on another developer. What are you trying to prevent there?
What I would be trying to prevent there is if the initial mitigation payment is made, assuming based on a 30-year lease, but they have the land use approval in hand. So year 31 comes up and the landowner or the person who owns the solar facility says, hey, we could really repower this facility and keep it going for another 30 years. All the racks are in the ground. It's already connected. We do a lot less work. Then you would need some mechanism to say, all right, this is going to continue for another 30 years. What's the mitigation payment going to be for the next 30?
Right. That's what I was wondering about.
So there needs to be some sort of method to ensure that review happens.
Because it's already disturbed.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
sorry, Andrew.
not that it's already disturbed, but I think the assumption is that you were taking this land out of production.
Yeah.
But I don't see a mechanism in the current rules that would say this land has to go back to production. I mean, I guess we did talk about bond requirements and stuff like that, so that may be in there. But anyway, I just wanted to flag that and make sure that we've addressed that scenario. And then the other thing that I'm a little concerned about is, I understand that there's a range of agricultural mitigation lands options in this section 12. And so just looking at this, I'm thinking like, well, what's the cost of class 4 or you have these conversion ratios. So I can imagine that a developer is going to look at, well, I could do this one-time mitigation payment, or I could just go out and buy a bunch of this other type of class of land. And I guess they're probably going to do whichever is cheaper. So just wanted to make sure that those are kind of equivalent, those ratios versus the payments. And because if the cost of land is less than $400 an acre, I could see that happening too. Anyway, so those are my two thoughts for that. But thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I mean, on the first one, first question, I think I just agree with you in the context that needs to be managed one way or another, that at least if they're going to continue the permit after the mitigation payment time, that they need to do the calculator or something again. But the regarding the second one, I did.
You disagree with that? I just want to make sure, because you think that once they do the mitigation payment, it's done.
No. I'm saying that the mitigation payment is good for the period of time that you've calculated the lease period.
Yeah.
Right. And so if, for example, you're going to renew your permit or whatever is going on, or that permit is continuance past that, there should be some reassessment 30 years from now and looking at what the mitigation.
Yeah. And I just don't know if that's built into these rules. Right. I don't know what legally would trigger that, is all I'm saying. So yeah.
Regarding your second question, the balance with this thing, right, is making something that's easy to use as compared to highly accurate. I did run through a bunch of scenarios in terms of the soil classes versus property values, and property values aren't entirely associated with productivity. In fact, in most cases, they're not. And that is because we see a lot of speculation in the market from a lot of different sources, right? Solar being one, but also ranchette, so on and so forth. So the answer is you can't perfectly line that up depending on local context, but generally speaking, what I'm seeing is that the efficiency factors there and the multiplication is fairly representative on average of the increased productivity increases as you increase the soil qualities, if that makes sense, Andrew.
Okay. Community Renewable Energy Association. Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Mark, maybe I missed it or didn't quite understand your assumptions, but you were looking at the economic value, local, non-local ownership, and assigning values to that. And thinking about mitigating for the loss of the agricultural value, did you consider the community benefits values that may come along with the project, or the increased income to a farmer from leasing a portion of his land for renewable energy?
Well, okay, so I'll answer the second part first, kind of thing. I mean, the farmer, there's not a lot of published research we have in terms of what that farmer is doing with that payment, if that makes sense, Mike, in terms of whether or not that is going back into the local economy or not. I mean, I imagine sometimes it is in terms of the farmer using that revenue to reinvest in other things. But it's very case by case and hard to determine, you know. As to the first part, there's also seems to be a very high degree of variability, and not really to pick on my solar developer friends. Most of the studies I find are either contextually not Eastern Oregon, right? Where they're talking about the benefits to the community in terms of hiring local people to do site installation kind of stuff, which may be true around, Pendleton, where there is a source of labor who is skilled in the developing this stuff, but maybe not so true in Lakeview, right? And so the context variability gets really tough when you're talking about what is the local benefits going back to the community in terms of the solar development.
Thanks.
Max, go ahead.
Thanks. I have a few comments. So first, on the conversation, Andrew and Mark, you were just having, like, it works both ways, right? Because we might get a permit and the permit has no direct tie to our private contractual lease arrangement. And we can also terminate the lease and step away from the facility whenever we want. So, I see what you're saying, Andrew, but I think that's an issue in both directions, right? Where, like, if the calculator is saying, put in the number of years you think you're going to do your project, and we put in 30, and then we decide after 15 years we're done and we want to decommission, then we've overpaid by double. So, like, how do we address that issue, right? Versus the inverse of what you're saying, Andrew, we pay for 30 and then we repower. I appreciate all the work on this, Mark. I think it's still pretty complicated, and I wonder if there's a way to just write it into, like, can we write it into a rule that says you pay this much per acre, period? I think I have questions about how this gets enforced. How is this reviewed in an appeal to LUBA, for example? Compliance with an attached Excel sheet seems very novel to me in the legal context. So yeah, I'll stop there, but those are kind of my high level reactions.
All right. I'll start with the second part first again, because it's just easier for me to remember. Max, I don't really see why I don't think it would be wise for it to be Eastern Oregon wise. You just pay X amount per acre for this kind of land use type. Because the reality is, if we're trying to be fair, it's going to be extreme underpayments in some places and extreme overpayments in others, just based on kind of the diversity of that productivity and land use values, right, that we see. What I could see being fine, though, is that, and kind of what I expect, is that the county could use this calculator to just set dollar per acre rates that would be fair, if that makes sense, because this is based on county land use productivity. So rather than the applicant necessarily having to be the entity who fills out this calculator, the planning department of the county kind of just does it once and updates it every so often, kind of thing. So I can see that being done. I think, though, Max, what I would say, though, is that I don't know, if you guys build for a 30-year build out, right? And then you walk away over 15, you're walking away from all kinds of costs that were predicated on a 30-year expense, right? Like, so you know, probably cost diminution all the infrastructure on the property based on a revenue over 30 years kind of thing. So, I mean, the money, you may have overpaid by twice. It wouldn't actually be twice because that's not how time value of money calculations work, right? Every year, the value back is less. So if we did like a 15-year agreement by way of example, it's probably actually 2/3 of what this total amount is. Because that's how time value of money calculations work. But the other thing I would say is that it's going to be in our interest to spend this money within a reasonable time frame within the issuance of the permit, though, because if you're spreading it out over time, what people are always going to wonder is this mitigation going to anything, kind of thing. And so you probably want it spent, kind of thing. And then once spent, I'm not really sure what kind of trigger you could have to get it back unless it's something associated with the bond dollars that are set aside or something like that. But for the county's purposes, it's going to be money out the door, kind of thing. I think money out the door is good in this context.
There's several hands up, but John, one thing I wanted to make sure is what does the RAC need to, resolve or address in relation to the calculator for the rules? I'm just concerned about there's other sections in the mitigation section that we need to talk about, and so I just wanted to make sure that people understood what we need to address
What I
here.
wanted to do, is I wanted a chance for people to see it and be able to think about it. We have had a couple TAC meetings that, a lot of people unfortunately weren't able to attend. But I want to make sure it was people had seen it. And I think that really what could be useful is if there could be some feeling one way or another, is this in fact something worth continuing to pursue? I believe it is. But I think that if we could get a sense from the Rules Advisory Committee, that, whether, if this feels like something that could continue to be refined, or not, I think that would be constructive.
Okay, that's helpful. Andrew?
Thanks. I guess the other thing I just wanted to flag about, how does a rule refer to other things? I'm not sure if it's a great example because I'm not sure if I entirely agree with it, but there is precedent for this type of thing in the sense that in the forest rules, LCDC does refer to a process for determining, for example, for doing site class analysis, for determining whether a piece of land is forest or non-forest land, by an applicant or a landowner doing a site class survey. And so the LCDC rules then refer to basically Department of Forestry issued bulletin about how that process should go. And so that's written and codified into law, but then you have to go rely on this process that for a while, which is why I think it's a little problematic, is because for a while, I think the original bulletin was not posted online. So you had a rule referring to a thing that people didn't have access to. So, but I think it can happen. I think you could just say using DLCD's mitigation calculator, and then DLCD or the county or someone would just have to post that and ensure that that's up there. So it's not entirely unheard of, but I agree that maybe there are better ways to house that information or to require, for example, a county to use that calculator to come up with its own dollar values per acre. That might be another way to do it. So that's all.
Andrea?
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to respond to John and say, yes, this is worth pursuing. As the person who was beating on the concept that we need ag mitigation from the start, the way it's laid out in the proposed rules with the various options, and then having an option that's a calculator, I think is the way to go, right? Because you can either you move the pivot to another piece of land. I mean, there's the options are all in there. And then, as we said, the for a calculator or fund, however we want to call it, a bank, I would look at the proposal that was in the Sunstone project. In how it's so that you want to make sure the money doesn't just go to the county. The counties don't necessarily know how to do ag mitigation, right? So you want a committee such as what they had proposed, which had a couple of people from the SWCD, from the university. There was I don't necessarily say their whole list makes sense, but to give guidance to the counties as to who goes on that committee, right? That then decides. And speaking to whether you have the payments over time or upfront. So we look at this example, right? $200,000. That's enough to do a couple good projects, right? But if you start splitting that out over time, you're not going to have enough money to do worthwhile projects. So I would definitely I like the approach that's taken here where you use time value of money, and have the upfront payment. And so that's just my 2 cents on this.
Thanks, Andrea. Max? And then it would be helpful to hear from others on the rack about the question that John posed about helpful to pursue. Max?
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple more observations to think about. One is, Andrew, thank you for that background. That's really helpful about the bulletin. I guess, how do we maintain appropriate levels of flexibility and revision to the calculator? Like, we're making presumptions about what is what and how it applies in different places. How does that get updated in the right way? And how do we verify those assumptions? So that's, I think, one thing to address with the calculator. On the calculator too, this may be rare, but in the instance where one of these identified organizations doesn't want to accept the money, what do we do then? Right? Because like we've come up against that with agricultural mitigation where we want to cut a check and there's just nobody to take it. So how do we deal with that issue? And then third, John, this is more complicated. Maybe it goes to another conversation, but like the provision about returning an equivalent amount of land to the type and level of farm use as the land that's developed. And what made me think of this was Andrew's comment about moving the pivot. Like, my understanding is irrigated farmlands are not going to be allowed under this rule, right? So like, can you give some examples of what we would be taking out and what we would be required to then replace and how that works in practice? Like, I'm taking dryland wheat from farmer John and it's non-arable or it's arable. And farmer John's got an equivalent number of acres down the road that he's currently not using that he's going to put into dryland wheat. Is that, help me understand how that.
As a normal Mac, usual Max, you're asking really good questions. And I see some other hands up, so I'll try to be quick about that piece. Outside of a situation where we're involving CRP, I don't know. So we may decide that's something that's, far enough out of the realm of a reasonable possibility that we don't include it. But I think that was something that was offered somewhere along the line. So we thought it would be decent to talk about. But you're right. I'm not entirely sure, unless it was some instance where a property that was genuinely able to be managed for a farm use just wasn't being managed for that use and could be put back into production. I don't know how many instances of that we might encounter. So we may just decide that's not something that's, is reasonable, realistic. Yeah, so I see Jack and Mark. I
Jack
don't know
and
if anybody
Mark.
else is up.
Mark, you ought to go first to answer Max's questions as well.
Thanks, Jack. I'm not sure if I'm answered all your questions, Max. I do think, yeah, the bulletin approach sounds like a good approach in case we find some errors in the field testing kind of thing. But regarding whether or not an entity will accept the mitigation payment, my understanding, and this kind of gets into what Andrew was saying too, is that if the county is setting it up and setting up the mitigation, that the county is the recipient, right? And so they may then re-grant that funding to a soil and water conservation district or some entity. They can appropriately expend those funds, irrigation districts, what have you, right? But that generally speaking, if they are permitting the method, I would hope and expect that they would be willing to be the recipient kind of thing. And you tell me, Max, because but I think a lot of the issue with groups not being willing to take the funding is this chicken and egg thing. Like they're worried about the exposure of, if I accept this mitigation, have I then created the method by which this development, which may be controversial with my base, right, is now allowed to happen. If the money's going to the county first, then the money's paid and the permit's good, kind of thing. So I don't think there's going to be as many problems with expenditure, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess my concern is more related to timing, right? Like that whoever's accepting that, if it's not the county, there's a contractual relationship that has to be established to receive the fund from the developer. And the issues we've run into is, when is that payment due? If it's due at the time, before you can submit your CUP or the approval of the CUP, and the CUP is valid under the other portion of the rules we're writing for 9 years, they're worried that, well, is this going to be enough? What are we going to do with it? Are we going to have a location to put it in? What contract? Like that, there's a whole other world of things that happen when you start making these payments into mitigation funds. I mean, Andrea might be able to talk to that, but like we've dealt with this a lot in the habitat realm, where on the one hand, if the requirement to make the payment is at the time of approval, it's very speculative in terms of whether those numbers are right. Like just working through the permutations here for your example, Mark, like what happens if we permit 1,000 acres and we have this calculator that says here's where it is, but the permit doesn't include a layout or a footprint. We come back later, we determine where that footprint actually is. So if we have to make the payment at the beginning based on the overall site footprint, but we come back, we only develop 100 acres, what happens to the money, right? What happens to the project that money is spent on in that 9-year intervening period when we actually didn't use that ground in that way? So I don't know. I'm just spitballing here that there's a lot of complexity around how this money gets allocated, when it gets paid, where it goes, how it's refunded, how to ensure that it's being placed in the right program. Like, does the auditor does the developer get auditing rights to make sure that it's spent in the appropriate way? Like it's a ball of wax, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, for my purposes, this is a payment for impact, so I don't think there's any problem waiting for the payment to be timed to the timing of the impact, if that makes sense. So that the payment just being available at the time that you're actually starting to get the heavy equipment out and digging things up. I think that's fine. And then, sorry, there was quite a bit in that, Max. It was a good comment. But I mean, so there's that aspect of the timing. And then, the other aspect, I think, of what you were discussing in terms of the acceptability of the applicant and that kind of stuff. I do also think that you should have audit rights. I gave a number of comments to John. I don't think there's any problem with you guys getting audit rights, which isn't too dissimilar to mitigation banks, right? Where there often are audit right provisions. And I even kind of recommended that DLCD has a regulatory role, that if after some period of years, the county just hasn't spent the money, that they have the ability to direct that money to an appropriate entity for expenditure kind of thing. I do think that there should be some coverage for the developers because your ability to be perceived positively in the community is going to be based on this money being spent well. And so making sure that there's some triggers to ensure that shouldn't be a problem from my perspective.
Jack?
Mark, this must be a good thing to discuss, and John, because it sure makes me torn. As a rancher or as a farmer, I think I'd want mitigation costs to be minimized, and therefore people like Max could pay me more per acre for a solar installation. But then again, as a citizen of Oregon and a member of a rural community, I feel like you guys are getting off cheap and you're ruining my community. And these dollars, the 79 cents you spoke of every dollar that farmers and ranchers earn going back to community, they won't go back to grocery stores and fuel distributors and hardware stores, and they'll go to some well-meaning nonprofit that will not have that good benefit to the health of the community. And so I would, if there's going to be mitigation, I'd want you to have hands off our higher value, higher productivity, higher value farm and grazing lands. And I don't know if that's 1 through 3 or 1 through 4, but you just can't have it. And you can't pay our community enough to take those out of production. And then let's relegate it to those class 5, 6, and 7 lands. And this is, you put it in terms of a rent, Mark, which is a good exercise, but in reality, it's not a rent. It's a purchase because this thing's going to be there for a long, long time, for 30 years. And that's not a rent in my mind. This is in all, almost a permanent decision. It's going to get very hard to get back to it. And then to Andrea's comment about replacement or substitution, there is no more grazing land that's unused in Eastern Oregon. All the good areas for irrigation and center pivot development, they've been taken. It's the agricultural capacity of Eastern Oregon will not be made by using new lands. It'll be used by improving our management and technology. So I don't have a single answer for you, Mark, except that this really is a tough one.
Thanks for that perspective, Jack. Andrew, and then Andrea, and then let's kind of see where we are and what other parts of the section we need to talk about, John, before we break for lunch we're planning to break for lunch at 12:30 because this section was going quite a ways, so I just want to manage our time. Let's see.
Just real quick, I just wanted to put in that it's completely possible to have a payment being made based on what's actually being billed. I think, again, counties do this kind of thing all the time when you're going through the local permitting process to obtain your land use permit. The standard is this mitigation possible, or is this compliance with this requirement feasible, essentially? And you'd say yes, it is. Like it's a money payment. Of course, it's feasible. But then it would just come back to, in terms of when you get your building permit, the person going down through the checklist is going to have to say, oh, did you make this payment based on this calculation? Yes or no. If no, then you don't get your permit. If yes, then go ahead. So that's how it would be tailored to the actual construction and not a larger permit area for the land use permit.
Andrea?
Yeah, one thing that I don't think is captured in the model, or even potentially in how we're setting this up at all, is, and I think I mentioned this in the very first RAC meeting, is that the concern with solar is the checkerboard. And when you have too much of a checkerboard created, or that you then impede the ability of the remaining farms to be viable. So for example, the farm infrastructure, the co-ops and the what do you want to call them, the grain silos or grain elevators, whatever we're going to call them, they need a certain number of farms and a certain amount of production in order for them to remain viable. Equipment dealers need to have a certain number of farms in their area in order for them to remain viable. So part of this mitigation money needs to go towards shoring up that infrastructure, right? It's not necessarily an on-farm project. It may be an infrastructure-based project. And again, I'll go back to the Sunstone just because I thought their mitigation proposal was so good that they were actually developing money. Money was going towards fixing the electrical systems at the co-op, which was the basic infrastructure that all of the farms in the area needed. So, and also expanding their capabilities, which hadn't been done in a long time. So I think keeping in mind, it's not even just the loss of that 79 cents, it's also the impact on the overall ability to maintain a healthy ag economy in that county.
Thanks for that, Andrea. Mark?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, again, one of the things, Andrea, that I sent to John last week is that my thinking about what hits appropriate expenditures is things that either increase the product values, decrease the cost of production, or increase overall agricultural resilience. That was kind of my look at it. And so I think talking to the Sunstone example, some of what they're talking about, right, is a decrease of production costs because they're upgrading facilities, which are otherwise would have been expensive to upgrade, and potentially increase the product value. Or, for example, I've talked with Commissioner Williams about things about doing forage reserves or other kinds of like emergency grazing, which is a resiliency thing, right? Where it's like, all right, we know that we get hammered by wildfires here and there. And so we intend to work on ways of stabilizing our livestock industry for time periods when that happens. But those are kind of my three guiding lights. Again, because we have a diversity of agriculture and diversity of conditions, it gets really hard to get super specific, but those were the guidance that I came up with.
Max, go ahead. And then we've got Dan.
I'll let others go, and then if there's time, I'll go at the end.
Okay, Dan?
Mark, really interesting calculator. Impressive. I was thinking about what Jack said about the productivity of farm ranch land in Eastern Oregon, that we're not going to get more land. So any productivity gains are going to come from existing land becoming more productive, and that obviously benefits the community. So what I'm wondering about is the calculator is a means of transferring value to the community that's taken away by land becoming less productive. So if solar makes the land more productive, would the calculator take that into account somehow?
I mean, in terms of ag economies, local economies, there are ways that, for example, it could make it more productive. Like, for example, if there was a panel construction facility that was built in one of these towns or something like that, right? Yeah, it could. And as I gave example, there are, as I understand it, in the Pendleton area, there is actually a source of labor associated with construction of solar farms. That's not necessarily the case in Burns, Lakeview, so on and so forth.
Yeah, sorry, I'm actually thinking about the land itself becoming more productive, as OSU's research has shown.
Oh, you mean agrovoltaics context?
Yeah, right.
I think what we've talked about is if it meets those standards for what we think a good agrivoltaics operation is, then it wouldn't be required to do mitigation at all. Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Thanks.
Max, are you ready to go yet, or do you want to cede to Damien?
Sure, just to keep it easy. So I appreciate what Andrea was saying, and it just makes me want to maybe talk about like the difference between what the developer is required to do and whether responsibilities are on other parties, right? So like, is the responsibility of the money going to the right places? Should it be the developer's responsibility, or is somebody else responsible for appropriately allocating those funds? You know, from our perspective, we don't want to be the experts in this stuff. We want to make the payment and make good by the community and go do what we do, which is build the solar farm. Right. So I just want to throw that out there when we're talking about this, in terms of like making sure we're delineating who does what and why, right, when it comes to this stuff.
Damien?
Thanks. Yeah, and I'd second that on sort of clarity of roles, and I appreciate the discussion. And I certainly don't know what the right way to calculate mitigation like this is, and appreciate Mark's work, getting us down that path. Mine is more a process question, just sort of like, what are we thinking about doing with this calculator in the context of this rack, where we've got one more meeting after this, and rules that don't quite have not incorporated this calculator, and we're just having our first look at it, right? Like, far be it for me to say how the content goes of it, and it seems like it's hard to get something that nuanced into a rule, because a lot of if I understood correctly, there's some factors in there as far as like land value and things that probably will fluctuate over time that third parties kind of control and all that type of stuff. And how do we dial all that in, or is it just static? And all the logistics of having a calculator be it part of an administrative rule. Like, are we saying we want to do this? Is that what, John, when you say, is it worth moving forward and pursuing in kind of generalized terms like that? Are we saying, because we have one meeting, like, are we putting it in the rule or not? I think it's more of we probably got to call the question, because just sort of like, hey, yeah, it's a good calculator or not isn't really the thing, right? Because I don't know. Mark knows, right? Like,
Well, Damien,
but
what
are we
I
putting in the
gleaned,
rule? Yeah.
what I gleaned from the conversation that we've had for the last half hour is that there's interest in pursuing that flexibility. It's important to have flexibility and the ability to adapt. And so if it's in the rule, that makes it harder. And so there was this idea floated of the bulletin approach, so that, it's referenced in the rule, but it's created over here. So it allows more flexibility and adaptability as things change. So that's what I'm hearing. I think that John, when he asked, should we pursue it, it's so much, it isn't so much that there's a fully formed calculator in the rule. It's more that should we be moving in that direction and reference it. And I think you've got you had some good conversation about different ways to do that, to make sure that that's adaptable. And then there's that timing piece of, do you reference something that's not created yet? How much time do we have? Who creates it? And y'all had some conversation about, people that should be involved to create that kind of rule and models to look at. So I'm not hearing anybody saying it should be in the rule, that, as a fully baked thing, but more that it should be pursued and referenced.
So, so who is the keeper of the calculator that is cross-referenced from the
Yeah.
rule?
We haven't got there yet.
Okay, and then, so if we're gonna go down this path, would you guys mind circulating the calculator and then any explanation that goes with it, so we can kind of, you know, do some
Damien,
scenario
absolutely.
planning?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we, I guess what I was hoping to confirm, and I think we did, that, and I'm jumping ahead of people, I apologize for that, but in concept, this continued to feel like a something to leave on the table. So now, we figure out, try to answer all the questions you come up with. To Max's point, I don't believe that a developer should be responsible for figuring out where that money goes and how it's spent, right? That's the benefit of using this option to begin with, is that, they do this and they're done. And then the counties work through the rest of it. The questions that you're asking for, I think if it feels right, I think we do, we we bear down all the time that we have left and figure out what the right arrangement for the final product should be.
Well, John, I mean, I guess to put a finer point on Damien's question, how much of this needs to be fully formed in order to, be a part of the rule? Or is there some other mechanism through which the calculator is developed and this RAC is recommending that it be developed and it's referenced in rule at such time that it's developed?
Yeah, I think there's different ways, right? I mean, I think that we could attach this calculator to this rule and say, this is it. I think we could also say something like mitigation payment to be devised using a calculator that, and then list the things, that Mark has used to build his calculator. Or, using a bulletin, which says, whatever is the most recent version of this thing. But we also want to make sure, right, that, and this is something I maybe should have specified earlier, is that our expectation is that if a applicant and an applicant chooses one of these options, that you're guaranteed to be in compliance with the rule. So I mean, I think there's a couple different ways to do it, and just getting past in concept, does this make sense, or could it make sense? I think the answer seems to be probably. So now I think we figure out what that should look like, for the final version. We've got a couple things on the table. I'd like to talk some more about it with other people, obviously, that are in this conversation. Damien Hall, I'm looking at you right now. Some other folks to help iron out some of the details.
So we've got 3 people on deck. Let's hear from them, and then let's circle back to figure out what the next steps are to move this forward. Andrew?
Real quick, I just wanted to comment about something other than the calculator, moving us, maybe not the conversation, but just commenting on the subsection C of this mitigation section, talking about establishing a project to an approved agrivoltaics development plan. I just want to kind of flag for everyone that I wouldn't want to see these rules recreate the same problems that LCDC had with a prior like farm plan standard. I can't even remember when exactly that was, but at some point there were rules that allowed people to develop if they had a farm plan, or allowed people to get a house if they had a farm plan. And what happened was they created a farm plan on paper that looked great, and they would use it to get approved, and then that farm plan would never get implemented. So I just want to make sure that that type of thing doesn't happen here, and the way I see it written could be potentially abused in that same way. So I don't know if that means that there needs to be a clawback, where if the agrivoltaics fails and isn't actually implemented, if that means it's like, well, you're done, or some other type of penalty to ensure that type of thing doesn't happen. So just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, we made a note of that. Max?
Thanks. Mark, how are you thinking about like the other side of market economics with mitigation payments, where like, in the habitat provision, in the habitat world, for example, and I realize I'm playing devil's advocate with myself a little bit, but like, what if the developer does go out and they find some great counterparty and some great project, and it costs way less? And then, are we beholden to following the calculator, which says we got to give more, even though we've identified an opportunity that has mitigation that is that, I'm not giving a great example, but how are you thinking about like those market factors of, well, the calculator may not be perfect, may not be accurate in all situations. Certain providers could do mitigation at lower prices and, right? Does that make sense?
Well, so the purpose of this, right, is to work like an in lieu of fee. So yeah, it might be that, amongst Andrea's membership, by way of example, there's an SWCD that's figured out how to do irrigation efficiency projects at half the cost. But the whole point of this is to look at the economic value, because the other thing is too, is if you were taking that money not from you and giving it to that same SWCD, it'd be the same result. Right. So yeah, you have better economic efficiencies, but the whole point of this is to average a payment so that you guys can just pay expeditiously and get some stuff done, as compared to the negotiating for a project example, which is an option, right? Which you may also get accepted as appropriate mitigation, doesn't involve the calculator at all. It may be beneficial to everybody for you to go that route. I mean, as I understand it, we've kind of still allowed for either possibility. This is the possibility that we think you can do quickly, if that makes sense, Max. And that's kind of why it's on the table.
Laura?
I've just been listening to this conversation, obviously not an agriculture expert, but thinking about trying to find the balance of making sure we account for sort of unique issues specific to agricultural mitigation, but also recognizing that mitigation structures exist in many other contexts, and what can we learn from those. And so in terms of like, what if you pay up front and then walk away? Like I don't think that's unique to ag mitigation, right? And so how does that work in wildlife mitigation? Can we borrow some of the structures and policy from other contexts? And same with, I think we were kind of dancing around this question earlier of like, who's the holder of all of this? And on the wildlife side, for example, there's a requirement to do a consultation with ODF and W. The county ultimately makes a decision to approve what the mitigation plan is. And so, I don't know what the answer is, but trying to create a structure that provides enough flexibility, but also some direction on what the outcomes need to be.
Mark?
Yeah, Laura, I've tried to think about that, like what this is most similar to in terms of how you pay is an in lieu of fee wetland mitigation program, right? If you guys are familiar in mitigation world, but the alternative example would be something closer to a bank where the developer would be buying credits, right? So I guess in Max's example, and this has to do with the permit timing. Let's say they bought a bunch of credits for their impact and then didn't end up developing all of what they thought they would. In a wetland mitigation context, they'd have excess credits that they could hand off or sell to another entity that might have impact somewhere else. I think that's kind of beyond the complexity of what we're trying to do right now. And I think that's why it's also easier to just say that the payment's not due until you actually are heading into construction. So that you know specifically what that impact fee is going to be, kind of thing. So what I was trying to do is avoid what goes wrong with a lot of mitigation programs, which is an excess of complexity, and just try to make it simple.
So John, we've got about 10 minutes left before we take our lunch break. And, in order to accommodate some of the additional agenda items that Max proposed at the beginning of the meeting, we really need to wrap this up and move on to the other sections. So I'm just wondering a couple things. I mean, what are you, given the conversation that we've just had over the last 45 minutes, what are you thinking about next steps, to put a finer point on this, given what Damien said, we just have one more meeting left. I mean, how much structure can we really create and vet, in the rule? So that's one. And then the second is, are there other aspects of this proposed language that you want to drill down with the group before we move on to another section?
So I had some selfish reasons for wanting to look at this. I think it was 605 max. Um, and there was one, I felt that it was, the principles were broader, right? Because we're talking about this type of approach in a couple different ways. And so I thought just talking about the payment thing would be helpful. And I think it was. I think it was. So what I'd like to do with this regard is to um, talk through some of these points and with our group that's been discussing agricultural mitigation, and see how if we can iron some of the stuff out. With the the hope that we can come back with a recommendation of whether how it could be placed in the rule, whether it's a bulletin and or some or some other way. But again, furthermore, I would say I think we look at we can quite quickly look at the other pieces. Andrew's brought up a good point about agrivoltaics, and I think we want to. I didn't hear anybody say let's take that off of the list. But you're right. We want to make sure if that's a relied on feature that it actually works and carried through. The other areas. Forest land is similar to agricultural lands, and we're kind of at this point proposing an offset through a conservation easement. And we've also offered a kind of a payment situation, which was similar to what I think what Max had said. Maybe we could think about for agricultural land. I don't know if that's the right number or not, but I guess I would like to have a chance to talk more about the questions that came up. That's what I was hoping to do, right? Have been in many ways the process. Is this a good concept? Is it a reasonable concept? If so, then we need to figure out the who, when, where, why. And so I think we'll probably turn the corner and need to focus on that in the next 30 days, and hopefully that'll get us in a place where we feel comfortable.
So in the last few minutes we have before we take lunch, do folks want to talk about the forestry side of things a little bit, or where do people want to go on this section? Andrew?
Well, I think we should talk about the forestry side. I guess I'm not. Well, I'll just share my thoughts on it.
Sure, yeah.
I have two thoughts. One of them is just a tiny fix, really, is in talking about the conservation easement in subsection C, big A, going from 21 to 85 cubic feet per year of production. I would just make that, I would try and I apologize, I'm not sure where I found this table because I ended up using it in something, but the productivity class numbers and the Western Oregon Department of Revenue, or excuse me, I guess it wouldn't be Western Oregon. I'm just wondering if there are other Department of Revenue forest land classes. Sorry, I'm rambling a little bit, but basically what I saw there was that there's a productivity class number. It only goes to 84 cubic feet per acre per year. So maybe just fix that or ensure that that's consistent. It's not a big deal.
Instead of the 85 that's listed there.
Or just making sure it's up to 85, just so you have a clean break with whatever other productivity class numbers are being used in other parts of legislation or in kind of classifications that other people are using that are out there.
Andrew, does it make sense to actually put the numbers in here, or does it make sense to reference another?
I think it makes sense to reference the productivity numbers.
Yeah.
Because I think those are pretty good, and that's the type of thing that you get out of other types of analysis for forest lands, such as the site class index. Other people have created classifications based on those numbers, but there just seems to be a break between 85 and 84. So that's a minor thing. The other thing is, I guess I'm not really a fan of the one-time compensatory mitigation payment for forest land. Again, I think there's issues with these projects could be around for a very, very long time. And whether in the form that they get built or, sold and repowered and things like that. So, and while I am perfectly fine with payments going to support, kind of some of the projects listed in there, I just think it needs to be structured a little bit differently to make sure that the value is actually going there, instead of, because I think that, again, I think that there really needs to be an emphasis on the benefit to the community and the kind of the planning system overall for if you're going to be doing something on forest land that's taking forest land out of production, although albeit lower productivity stuff, I still think there needs to be some recognition that that you need to be benefiting the long-term viability of that land, and the forest land in general. So, and I'm not sure that is achieved with a one-time $200 per acre payment. So that's it for me.
Okay. Other thoughts on the forest land?
So I think we want to continue the conversation there as well. $200 an acre was just meant as a representative figure. I used that number because it was similar, as we saw earlier. It was similar as the number that we came up as an offset for rangeland, which is 193.55, something like that. So it was just a starting point. And max, by thresholds, are you talking about the cubic foot per acre thresholds?
Yeah, I think we need to do more GIS analysis on those. We ran a number of kind of test cases in locations that are close to major substations, and all of them exceeded the 85 cubic feet. So all the places that seem to me to get as good places to build solar on forest land would be prohibited under the current language.
Yeah, I would also support that. And for some reason, my hand raise button has disappeared.
Yeah, we did it on purpose.
Oh, okay.
No, we didn't. We didn't do that.
Sorry, Dan. That's weird.
Largely just using a Western Oregon, very Doug fir oriented cubic foot, as a fixed thing, and knowing they don't do those classifications for Eastern Oregon, want to be a little bit more circumspect about using anything Western Oregon based, because it's just not very representative of the growth conditions we have.
Dan's hand is up.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick response on Max's suggestion that those thresholds need to be investigated further. I took sort of a very loose, unofficial stab at trying to figure out what I could with that for, east side wide, just a very large scale overview using the Measure 49 high value forest layer, and then what I had kind of clodged together in the past from NRCS soils data. And so I did that within the transmission buffers that we're talking about and specific to private lands, but I didn't get into any other sort of siting criteria. And I didn't have a statewide where goal 4 lands are layer either. So I don't know how much of this is actually in goal 4 zoning, but based on that forest productivity data that I had, and at least the transmission buffer cutoff, I was seeing over 500,000 acres, over 85 cubic feet. So that's above the threshold where it's not being considered for this process, but also about 500,000 acres, more than 500,000 acres below that 85 cubic feet cutoff. So I think there is a significant amount of land in there. How much of it's currently zoned goal 4 and not subject to other siting constraints, I don't know, but that's kind of where I landed, at least a back of the envelope attempt to take a look at it. About 500,000 acres over the 85 cutoff and about 500,000 acres below.
Thanks for that, Dan. Any folks have any follow-up questions or for Dan about what he just shared?
I guess I'm just curious, Dan, you mentioned not having a layer for what lands are protected by Goal 4. Like, does that map exist anywhere or at the county level? And that's just a purely out of curiosity question.
It does. You know, it largely does, right? You know, so there are some counties that, you know, are behind enough with their, you know, their GIS abilities, but or some that won't share. There's that. We have some that don't share. Yeah, so we have a layer on a RISA, the RISA tool that shows that, and I'm pretty sure that Oregon Explorer has a separate tool that shows it as well. So it is available.
Mark, you got a check mark.
I know, I've seen that too.
You just happy, agreeing with things that are moving.
If
You
you
don't know
hover over
why
it,
you have a
if you
check mark?
hover over it says yes.
I was gonna say, like, you took away my hand, and now I'm stuck with a check mark. Hold on, here we go.
Go ahead. Did you have something you wanted to say?
I was gonna put in the chat, but I can just say to Laura that the soil maps can theoretically predict the growth rate for forest properties. The problem is that forests are significantly undermapped for soil mapping. And so that's like probably in Eastern Oregon, I bet you about a third of the forested areas at least are just not soil mapped. So that's the big issue.
It is an issue. I'm thinking, you guys, I'm thinking that we could maybe continue this conversation in one of the next parts. You know, we're talking about subsection 7, which has the buckets, you know, and the which also include forest land. That might be a natural place to kind of pick up the conversation about thresholds, and we might be at kind of a point where it's fair to break for lunch. I would just encourage folks to look at and think about these items. I want to again emphasize that the language around historic, cultural, archaeological resources is meant to be a placeholder as we continue visiting about that with the sovereign nations, and that you know, we can think about offering language. Again, the expectation is that if you do these things or one of these things as listed, that you're good. You're going to be compliant with the rule. That's a safe harbor. We could build in some language like we did in other places, you know, that says you can do something else if you justify it, and that gives flexibility, brings risk, but flexibility too. Or you can rely on one of these other items, and you know that would remove the risk in that area. So I would say we talk more about forest productivity and probably after lunch, and we kind of go from there.
Okay. 12:33. Let's break for lunch. Let's come back at just a couple minutes after 1. think we wanted to give people a couple more minutes since it's 1:05. Is everybody back?
I'm back.
Ariella and Ruby, are you back?
I am. I'm back.
Great. Okay. Let's go
First
ahead.
neighbor's back.
Let's go ahead and change out the screen. There we go. Well, welcome back from our short lunch. We'll have another break planned for this afternoon before we close at 4. So I just guess I wanted to start off this next section by closing out the previous one, just like I did after we came back from our last break. And so, John, so it sounds like the next steps are that you're going to be convening the mitigation subgroup to carry the information to them from the conversation that we just had this morning, including some of the parameters that group members were talking about in terms of flexibility, simple, ability to adapt, referencing it in the rule, but not putting the whole calculator in the rule. And it sounds like there's interest in pursuing this. And so anyway, so that's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, I have like 5 pages of notes from the conversation that we'll include in the summary. But so that's what's going to happen next. But are there other aspects to the mitigation section that you wanted to hear from the group about before we move on to Division 23, in subsection 13?
Well, we did hear some things about other items. I'm content to move forward if other people, but I don't want, if someone hasn't been able to get their voice in the room or has some thoughts, maybe they came to them over lunch. I would definitely welcome them before we move forward, but I feel okay right now.
Yeah, I feel like we took a pretty deep dive into the calculator, but that was, where people wanted to go to understand how we would reference it or utilize it as a part of the rule. But I just didn't want to, I wanted to make sure we didn't lose something else as a part of this section. And so any lingering thoughts or questions about the mitigation section before we move on to subsection 13 from Division 23? Emily?
Thanks. Oh, my camera. Hold on. Okay. I just had questions on the language around no net loss, and maybe we've talked about this before. And I think it makes sense in some contexts, but in the bottom of the packet in the explainer, where it talks about no net loss for mitigation, it also refers to no net loss in terms of like not just like habitat mitigation, but ag land and like cultural resources. And so I don't know how achievable it is to have no net loss in all of those instances. And so I just had a question on the decision to use that language. And maybe we've already discussed this, but
well, we haven't discussed it a lot,
Okay.
Emily, and I think that's a really good point. And so what we kind of started, we began the conversation with the mitigation tax, the various groups. We used that language to sort of set the stage a little bit, and it's been retained. So we're looking for durability and proximity, and then the no net loss was placed there. I think it says something to the effect of unless indicated otherwise. But if it's felt that that's impractical, or only best applicable in certain circumstances, I think we're open to that. Again, what we're trying to do is to say, here's what here's some expectations from these programs should they need to be developed. And it's also it's necessary compensatory mitigation. So in some cases it won't be necessary, right? But I think that's a good point, and I think we're totally flexible to thinking about how that language could be improved or removed.
Okay, yeah, thanks, John. Yeah, I know it's used for like high quality habitat, and I know developers pay into ag funds, and I appreciate Mark giving the mitigation calculator kind of demo. But in terms of like other things like cultural resources, I don't know if it makes sense to have it worded that way, and I think it
Well,
can maybe
yeah,
be misinterpreted. And yeah,
that's a really good point. So maybe we don't, I mean, so maybe we're far enough along. And also, when we started up that language, we didn't have anything to go below it. Right. So maybe, maybe through the evolution and these conversations where now we've got some things that we're thinking about how they could fit with these various items. Maybe that introductory language has served its purpose and we don't really need it anymore. Maybe the principles that we've identified there are in fact carried out by the way we've crafted the other pieces. The one thing I wouldn't want to lose, I don't think we're at risk of losing it, but the durability piece is important. Obviously, it needs to be durable, but also leaves open the possibility it's not forever, right? It's mitigation needs to be in place. The compensatory mitigation needs to be in place so long as the impact is there. But if there's retirement, then there's no longer a need for any offset. But Emily, we can certainly consider how to rework that language in a way that it doesn't unnecessarily, get us crossways anywhere.
And John, is there anything coming out of the Cultural and Historic Resources Rack that can speak to this?
We have spoken. Adam has been kind of leading that effort. We had a good couple of conversations last week, and we have some other ones coming up. We have had some folks here with us this morning, Dr. Boulian, and maybe another, I'm not sure who else here with us anymore, but had been involved in those conversations too. I don't want to put them on the spot, but we're continuing with them.
There'll be a bigger update on that for the final RAC meeting. We've got another meeting with the tribal nations in October, and we're doing some work on that and some consultation with the Goal 5 Cultural Resources RAC as well in early October.
Okay, are we ready to move on then to section 23, subsection 13? That is program to achieve the goal.
Yeah, so kind of in the spirit of starting at the end and working towards the beginning, we thought this was a area to focus on, make sure we got it covered. We talked a lot about some other pieces, but we wanted to make sure that we weren't unnecessarily not giving this its due credit, this language, and so what this does or is intended to do is to set forth, the types of criteria that an application under this opportunity would be expected to satisfy. And so there's a couple different things here. We did spend some time talking to our partners for the Department of Navy and Oregon Military Department, who were very very convinced that we needed some language about the military piece, and two other things along with that was one that where they're really concerned is airspace at 500 feet or below, and also that this shouldn't be a deal breaker or deal killer for an application. It should be something they would like to see part of the process, but wouldn't expect this to result in a denial for any application. The community needs and benefits piece is more complicated, right? And we've talked about this before. We've searched a little bit about where it could be placed in the rule. This is where it's landed for now, and it feels like the right spot. And we have made an attempt to line out some options for what might be acceptable. And again, the purpose of this language is really to help help with the understanding and sense in a neighborhood or community that this is, you know, this is part of their landscape, and that they have some pride in it and some acceptance, and they're sharing in the benefits of this development. I'd also point out, you know, we worked on trying to hone the language. Maybe that second sentence there, in under sub small b, you know, where an applicant, a county can approve something different, right? If an applicant comes forward and proposes something that's not, you know, listed in large A through large E, a county can approve that. They need to make findings that it complies with the, you know, the arrangement and really what constitute criteria in that, but they can do something different, or they can rely on these other factors, these other features, and have the certainty that they're compliant with the goal. So they can do something different, which provides flexibility, which also brings a degree of risk. Hard to separate those two. Or they can rely on something that is specified here with the guarantee of compliance. And we have put some numbers in here. We had some, if you guys remember, we had some lines and question marks. We put some numbers in here to hopefully move the conversation forward. And we can talk about those here in a bit if we want to. The other items in small c is that the applicant would have contacted and sought comments from these entities. I think it's actually supposed to be 14D, it's a typo. At least 90 days prior to submitting a land use application. So that site is intended to be the list that we talked about earlier this morning. It comes, really, we borrowed from 215.446, added ODF and added part of agriculture. But there would be a demonstration that, you know, there's been an attempt to contact and get comments in advance of submitting the application. And we borrowed this also from another area of our rules, which is cut a little differently, but the concept is the same. That's the green corridor rule and Division 330055. In D there, we've got language which really is, again, borrowed from the statute with regards to demonstrating that there won't be a significant adverse impact to historic, cultural, archaeological resources. This would be included as part of a complete application. And then a little further down, we call out the mitigation requirements, as well as applicable provisions of the farm and forest rules, such as they would apply. And then finally, any other local provisions, applicable local provisions. And that was one thing that was mentioned, or has been brought up, is that, you know, we just do not do something that constrains the county's ability to apply elements of their own programs that they feel is important. So that's that for now, you guys. I would, I guess, bounce back up in the community needs and benefits. You know, we plugged in some numbers, you know, 1/4% in large B, 20% of savings in large C. Obviously, we'll need to talk about what those might mean or should mean. But that's a real quick overview of this sub 13 language.
Okay, let's open it up. Questions, comments, on the right track, wrong track, things we forgot. Mike?
Just a curiosity question on that line you just referenced, John, there, the 1/4% of the project budget. How are we defining project budget here? Maybe Max or Damien could help with that.
So we assume that there would be, some understanding of what the project would cost, and that would be shared, and it would come from that, be derived from that. And an alternative, we could put a fixed cost in there. But the idea was that it'd be some very, very small percentage of an overall budget. And I assume that that number would reside with the development community, and they would bring that forward.
Yeah, project budget, I don't know if that's the right metric. It would, I don't know what the right metric is. Like project budget, John could theoretically capture like all the development expenses, attorneys, surveys. I think that's too broad. I'm not saying I agree with this, but maybe what you're talking about is like capital expenditure, like how much the things cost that you actually put there. And I don't know.
Okay, thanks, Max.
Yeah, just from a practical perspective, that's a lot easier thing to like get estimated. Like you go to a construction company and say, I want to build a project. It's this big, and they can tell you approximately what the capital costs are. Whereas all the elements of getting through land use, dealing with utilities, all the years dealing with landowners and all that type of stuff, if you try and pack that in there, that's a hard number to kind of pin down.
Thanks, Damien. Michael Eng, I didn't know that you were with us. Welcome.
I missed the very beginning. I'm on grand jury duty today.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Glad you could
Yeah, I'm glad I could make it. I'm not sure if this is the proper place for this, but the indication, the meeting summary from that there wasn't much interest in pursuing microgrids or having some language related to microgrids. And it was mentioned that it was discussed at the Madras meeting. I can't recall that discussion, but I see microgrids as an exemplary way to provide community benefits. I also see it as a way of moving some things forward potentially more quickly because of all the transmission challenges and the long time frame for new transmission. I think that communities, especially rural communities, would be really excited about the prospect of a microgrid for resiliency, for the possibility of lowering their utility rates, perhaps with peak load management, a variety of things. Now, and these could also be smaller projects. They don't have to be giant utility scale projects connected to transmission. Nobody's doing this, or a few people are doing it, I should say. But I think this is a way that this process could create some incentives for the PUC, for the IOUs to have to deal with this, and for creative solar developers to figure out how to make it work. It's a different kind of project, certainly, than traditional utility scale solar. A lot of different kinds of expertise required and equipment, et cetera. But if you could get the utilities to cooperate, which they are not, you would be able to focus on, distributed energy projects, even a pilot project, a few pilot projects to get this going to prove that it's a proof of concept. I think that some rural communities could really get excited about this. Again, for all those reasons, they could contribute electricity back to the grid when it's possible. But given, limited transmission, it would mean that they would need to draw less from the grid. So that available power could go someplace else. It's a missing ingredient in the strategies for addressing Oregon's renewable energy portfolio goals. And I think that there may be an opportunity here through incentivizing it somehow in land use for local counties to take this on with a innovative solar developer that wants to assist in this. And I just think there are tremendous potential community benefits, and especially in addressing the resistance that some communities may have, lowering the impacts of solar projects because they would likely be smaller projects. But I would hate to see it drop off the table until we've given it additional attention.
Thanks, Mike.
And I'd love to hear other people's reaction.
Yeah. Max, you're next in line.
I was going to comment on something else. So if folks want to respond to Mike, I'll wait.
I see Mike MacArthur's hand up. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, Michael. You're right on. Distributed energy through microgrids and other resilient projects are essential for a lot of rural communities, and there ought to be easier ways to site them. There are a lot of obstacles right now to building those kinds of projects, and land use should not be one of them. So I would like to see any provisions that could be accommodated for community solar and microgrids in these rules be included. So I'm very much in support of your comments.
Yeah, obviously this, putting something in a land use regulations is not going to solve this challenge, but I think it could move some of the policy in that direction and put additional pressure on the PUC and IOUs and the legislature to help facilitate this, especially if there is some incentive on the land use side. And if you can hear from local communities and rural counties that this is of interest, it might put additional impetus on getting the challenges that are many that are out there, get some additional focus on this. Just as an example, Wallowa County has put together a microgrid proposal and is getting tremendous positive feedback from other entities. They've won innovation awards from federal DOE on this. They've gotten ODO grant money to do some feasibility work on a microgrid, but we can't get the Pacific Power to participate. Matter of fact, it seems that they're adamantly opposed. Yes, there are challenges, and there's not many examples out there, but this should be a part of the mix in achieving our renewable energy goals. And if there is anything that could address the land use piece of it that could provide some incentive for, as I said, for other developers, for the PUC, for utilities to take it seriously and try and address some of the challenges, I think would be a good step forward.
Max?
Thanks. Andrew, are you wanting to talk about microgrids or something else?
Yeah, I was just going to respond to Mike really
Go
quick.
ahead.
I appreciate it. Sorry. Mike, I was just wondering, what subsection we're in here, but in the community needs and benefits, little subsection B, if you go all the way down to E, the applicant commits to ensuring that emergency service providers are guaranteed a source of electricity during a power outage. Is that kind of at least the base of some of what you're talking about in terms of the benefits?
That would be a very, very small microgrid. Yes. Ensuring that there's backup power on an emergency services building, something like that, or connecting solar panels to a battery backup. But that can certainly be expanded to a portion of a community, or in the case of Wallowa County, it was envisioned to be the entire county, because we have, like, two transmission lines in and out, and it would be, it would make sense. And the county is looking at trying to look at the feasibility of linking multiple renewable energy projects together. Now, they would be small. They would combine micro hydro with solar, with biomass generation. But if we had a partner, a utility partner, and a innovative solar developer willing to work with us on that, something like this could be a tremendous benefit to the county, as well as reduce some of the load on the larger grid, and provide some examples of how other communities could achieve those benefits as well.
Anybody else want to weigh in on the community benefits conversation before we hear from Max? Go ahead, Max.
Thanks. Appreciate that discussion. John, what I'm seeing in the rules, and this is kind of going back to the last section too, is we have 4 mitigation payments. Is that right? There's a potential mitigation for habitat pursuant to ODFW's habitat mitigation policy, potential payment for agriculture, a mitigation payment for cultural, and a mitigation payment for community benefits generally.
It could be, yeah. I mean, there's a payment is an option in all of those features. Hopefully we wouldn't be looking at, ag and forest and, cultural, but yeah, in terms of all those things, a payment is an option.
If you're not meeting the avoid, minimize, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so the community benefits mitigation payment is always required, regardless of where you are, right? The other 3
Yes.
depend on the characteristics.
Correct.
Okay. So one of my questions about the cultural areas mitigation payment is, how are the tribes talking about that? There's already somewhat of a mitigative kind of approach under development where you do inadvertent discovery plans, tribal consultation, related mitigation actions. So I'm just wondering how that overlaps with what's already required, what's being required under the cultural areas rulemaking. I don't know that we need to discuss it, just flagging it. And then I still am concerned that not that I don't see the value of a community benefit statement, but concerned that it's not tied to an approval criteria or standard.
Okay, Adam. So kind of thinking through those questions a little bit, Max. Yeah, and the first piece is we're continuing those conversations. What we continue to hear from our tribal partners is early and often, right? They want to be involved, and you know what, you guys are doing a good job of that. I know that there's a lot of solar companies, New Sun included, that does a good job of that. And then beyond that, I think that, if there's a circumstance where it's not unreasonable to move forward, but it's going to result in, some impacts on the resource. We're trying to figure out what a decent package for that would look like. And And I think I mentioned at the beginning that, you know, so far our conversations have been like, that doesn't necessarily have to be monetary. That's one way to do it. You know, but there could be other things. It might require an investment of some sort, but you know, there may be other techniques that are available. So we're still kind of fleshing that out. And as you pointed out earlier, we need to get to that sooner than later. And in terms of um, the community benefits stuff being tied to a criteria, we've tried to do that here, and we probably could do better. You know, we're trying, I guess, trying to get a sense of where folks were or generally, and you know, then if we need to make adjustments, we can. I guess my expectation would be that an application for a proposal under this opportunity would address, you know, subsection 13 and kind of go down the list. You know, at B, community needs benefits, and they would either select one or of these options, or they would offer a package. I don't know if that's a right term, you know, plan something, offer something that you know, that the county can find, you know, is an equivalent, or at least is satisfactory in identifying how the project will, you know, make contributions that serve to help community social health, well-being, and functioning. So there's some you know, some flexibility there. The county can consider an alternative proposal and approve it if it's supported by the facts and evidence, or they can look at one of these other opportunities and, you know, be certain that they meet the criteria. So maybe that needs some improvement, Max, but that's what I've envisioned. That's kind of what we've been trying to get at.
Yeah, I appreciate that it's an open-ended list for the community needs and benefits. I'd be interested what DOJ thinks about the enforceability of that provision. I think the language around cultural mitigation is pretty ambiguous, like a monetary amount sufficient to offset the loss. What is the loss, right? Like a lot of times it's nation specific in terms of whether the tribe wants the resource to remain on the property, wants it to be moved, you know, how.
Well, you're exactly right, and it is hard, right? Because, you know, it's hard. I think the tribes would say, you know, it's impossible, almost impossible to put a price tag on something that is invaluable, right? So we've, you know, now unsurprisingly struggled with that language a little bit. But this is an area I think where you know, minimization could have a real application, as it does right now, right? You know, setting aside areas within a project and not putting panels there is something that some folks have done with success. So I think, you know, we need to figure that out, and we're running out of time to do so, but we're going to give it our best shot.
Go ahead, Damian.
Yeah, just related, just the mechanics of sub B, A through E, right? In the alternative, county may rely on the following items, which are considered in all instances to comply. So if I'm reading the ands and ors correctly, if you do capital A and capital B, and the county says you did it, you complied. Or if you do C, or if you do E, or if you do D, sorry, I said those in the wrong order. But each one of those complies on its own on a standalone basis, C, D, and E.
No, I think it's how it's written, and maybe we need to restructure it, Damien, but I think the presumption is they would do A, and then they would do B, C, or D, or E.
Okay. All right, I'm with you.
So you'd always do the advanced outreach, detailed public outreach, and and then select one of those items, B through E.
Yeah, there's that and at the end of A, and then the ors for B.
Yeah. Okay. And so looking at what the ors, I think funner. Only letter A is actually in the control of the applicant and not dependent on a third party. So just recognize that all the other stuff requires the county and, you know,
Yeah.
all these other things. And I don't know how you guarantee power to anybody in a power outage, but you know,
Well, that right?
a lot of it takes a lot of figuring out.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. And so to make it mandatory is kind of a tough one.
Yeah, I thought we talked at the last meeting to take that one out.
Did we?
I thought we did, because
There was
for
brief
the
discussion,
same reason that Damien just said.
but then there was more talk of keeping it in because it's one of the options. It's not mandated.
Yeah, it's true.
And there are ways to do that. It's not that technologically tricky.
Well, I mean, it's a ambiguous sentence, right? Like I can just put a generator on the side of the project and give access to the fire department and it satisfies that. But I don't think that's what we're talking about. Right. So if you're talking about a physical improvement to the solar facility, there's not a standardized way to do that. We would have to get it approved by a utility and then have some mechanism that doesn't exist on any of these properties and then train the local fire department on this mechanism and, you know, on and on down the path. You know, it's not something that exists, it's a concept, right? So and it's not a concept that is within the, you know, there's multiple third parties that have to sign on that are on the critical path to say that. So I mean, I think the best you'll get is, you know, an applicant's going to show up and say, yeah, we'll do A and we'll do one of the others, approve it, and then it'll all just sort of play out after the fact. And there won't really be much visibility on this on the front end because it's not clear how any of those actually get satisfied. But you know, we would try to after the fact if that were in the conditions of approval. So, I mean, if we can tighten those up in a way that, you know, I think there's a body of law about not requiring third party you know, not requiring local land use standards to be dependent on third party actions for compliance. That's kind of a bright line if you want to run that by Shipsy, John.
No, I think I know what you're talking about, Damien, right? You can't basically make a decision that effectively defers the decision to somebody else, right?
Yeah, because there's, you know, local governments that tried to say, well, if you get the consent of, you know, 85% of your neighbors or whatever, then you can have the approval. And that kind of got shut down.
What do we need to do here before we hear from?
Emily's been waiting patiently, looks like.
Okay, Emily, go ahead.
Thanks. Again, I appreciate the summary of the rule changes at the end of the packet, but just listening to this conversation and trying to follow all of the ands and ors, it would be really helpful if we had like a flow chart that kind of listed out and showed all the contingencies and acreage thresholds and everything that needs to be met. Just so we can follow better. Not to put more work on you all, but I think it would really help me at least to have a flow chart of some sort.
Duly noted.
Yeah, it is, Emily. That's a really good point, and we started on it and haven't anyway. But you know what? I think we're just gonna need to double down here, and if that's a tool that can help, then we definitely need take a hard look at it.
So John, we're coming up on the end of the time that we allocated for this section. Were there other things that you wanted to?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I feel like we had I hope others do too. I think the observations that Damien has made and Max has made are helpful to me. I think Mike Ing and Mike MacArthur's comments about microgrids are interesting. I think we should talk about them a little bit more in maybe the next step here. But I feel content. Obviously, I think there's some places that have been identified that can be improved, which we'll work on. And but I don't want to cut it off early, but I'm content to move forward.
Yeah, no, we're cutting it off on time. It's not early. Max, go ahead.
Yeah, another thing, John, is the provision saying that we're seeking comment from the people in 14D 90 days prior to even submitting the application. Is that really needed? I mean, most of those people are notified through the county's notification process anyways, I think.
Well, they are. You're right, Max. They have to be notified upon the receipt of an application. So I think that there are some entities in that list that would very much appreciate and feel benefited by that event. Maybe it's not all of them, so maybe it's the tribes and DOD, or maybe 90 days isn't the right, maybe that's too long. I mean, I think maybe we're gonna hear both different things about that. But the idea was to help ensure that everybody was on the same page moving forward, and that would result in a more efficient and timely level of review. So that's what we're after. And so maybe, as Adam just popped in the chart, maybe we can reconsider who gets that advance notice if it's felt by the RAC is the right thing to do. We think it could have some real value, but maybe not everybody needs to get it.
Okay, are we ready to move on? Hearing no objection, I think that we're ready to move on. So the next section is, and again, just with each one of these sections, we're taking the notes of the comments that you've said. John and Adam and his team are going to update the language in this, and it'll be reflected in what you'll see in preparation for our next meeting. So the next section, Division 23, Determination of Significance. John, you want to give us an overview?
Yeah, so this stuff we've looked at before, we've talked about. I know not everybody's comfortable with the distance to transmission. I think we'd be hard pressed to abandon that. That's in the legislation, it's in the LCDC charge. And it seems like most folks are at an acceptable comfort level with the distances we've put in there. With regards to the topography, we've put that in there. We think it's a reasonable thing, but that's, I don't know that we have to have that. If folks were like, you know what, we just don't need that. But I do think it helped make a distinction. It helps differentiate lands that could be genuine candidates and lands that are not genuine candidates, for utility scale photovoltaic developments. And I guess then the two last pieces there, we've also tried to write this language in a way that a county can do something different. They can do something different if it can be justified, or they can rely on these features which are intended to guarantee them compliance. Then the final thing there, some of you may remember, there was a time when we included so it had language about a microgrid in here, and I think it was, are located, I don't know, to provide service to a microgrid or something, in addition to the distances from transmission lines. So we've heard at least some people have an interest in perhaps thinking about that again. I would just offer it as that could be an instance of where that might go, if there continues to be an interest in folding it into the overall opportunity. Again, I didn't think that there was, and if I missed the mark there, I apologize. But I guess that's, well, Andrew's got his hand up and been waiting patiently. So that's really kind of what I had to say about subsection 6.
Hey, Andrew, go ahead.
I guess I just wanted to follow up. I was looking back at the subsection 6 language. I think the distances, make sense based on looking at how they map up with some of the other criteria that we've been talking about. But one thing I wanted to check in on was, are there transmission lines with a rating below 69 kV? And if so, what are they and where are they, type of thing? Because I know that this is creating basically the framework of like what land could ultimately ever be considered within this rule. And I'm just a little wary of kind of looking at ORESA and not necessarily understanding what the potential impact of that would be. And then my second question is, I'm thinking about it, and I'm not sure it matters 100%. But again, I think the important factor is not just proximity to transmission line, but proximity to the line that you're connecting to. So I'm not sure if DLCD has heard those concerns and decided to go a different direction and thought through it, or if those are still out there to be addressed. But just wanted to put that out there again as well.
So thank you, Andrew. I'll just try to be real quick, and I would welcome some help from those who know better than I do. I believe that they're not very big, right? You get below 69 kV. I think there's a 34, perhaps somewhere in there. There are not very many of them, I don't think, and I don't know that it could be reasonably expected for them to be connected to for these purposes. I could be wrong on both those fronts. The other piece about connecting, and we had some language in there at one time, about the proximity being where you're going to connect. But then also, I think there was a recognition that because we didn't know and really can't know what the capacity of these lines are, it might be just as well to just use that physical distance, which is a very crude way, but it's an identifiable way to satisfy that direction. And we do have instances, we saw them on tour the other day when we were in Morrow. It's actually, we were in Wasco County, but where the Bake Oven project, it sits right under, sits directly under, one of those big BPA power lines. But they run their Gentie out 11 or 12 miles to the west out to that Maupin substation, which also connects to I think the BPA system. So anyway, it's been brought up. I don't think that there's been a feeling strongly that's a necessity. I don't think it's been dismissed as absolutely not required, but I don't think it's been felt as a necessity given the other shortcomings that we're trying to have to deal with. So I'll stay.
Yeah, understood. And then I guess I just have one other question or concern, though, is that just looking at the definition of transmission line that's cited from ORS 758, it's talking about a facility by which a utility provider transmits or transfers electricity from a point of origin or generation, or between transfer stations. And so I'm just wondering are the gen-tie lines, I guess, what is preventing a gen-tie line from all of a sudden becoming a transmission line? Because you're going to have a point of generation when you create a new solar facility based on this rule. That's going to extend a line out 10 miles or so. And then does that new line, I mean, it's coming from a point of origin or generation, and it's being connected by a linear facility. And I guess I'm just wondering, is that the connection, is the utility provider transmitting that power, or who owns that line at that point? Because under that reading, you could be then extending kind of your significant lands out further and further and further the more you develop, and I'm not sure that that's what.
Yeah, so Andy, that's a good question. I'm hoping someone can help fill us in on that. Mike.
Yeah, I know of a couple examples, I think, of what Andrew's talking about. All the power at Klondike is collected at a substation, couple substations around Klondike, and then transmitted from there to the John Day sub on a new 230-volt line that was built for those projects. Same thing in Morrow County with the bombing range line that was built new out to NextEra and those other projects. So what's happened is, I mean, BPA owns it. So those may have been paid for by the developments, but they turn it over to BPA and BPA owns it.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that is maybe a dynamic that I'm not sure that DLCD's rules would want to promote that dynamic of you have a big anchor type of development that's, as far 10 miles out, and then you would create kind of these spider developments that push even further out from that. I don't know. I guess.
Well, it's a good point, Andrew, and I'm curious to what other people think. I'm not sure, honestly. I don't think we wrote this with the intention that a gen-tie line, or what amounts to a gen-tie line, would qualify. And then I'm also not certain that if that was the effect, that it would cause a problem. I guess I'm curious what other people might think.
Damien, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we've got a whole lot of regulations about the suitability of land. I don't think proximity to a transmission line has anything to do with it. Right? Like if you had a bunch of land that's more suitable by whichever rubric it is that your particular interest groups define suitability, how many board feet of timber, how good of soils, what are the wildlife qualities. If it's high value but it's close to a transmission line, you want to protect it. If it's lower value and further away from a transmission line, it's probably just as suitable for solar if you can, if the developer can figure out a way to build the infrastructure to get there. It costs more. But it's, so I think my suggestion would be like, hey, these don't mean a ton. And if we're going to focus on kind of least conflicts and land suitability, let's focus on land suitability, because why any given 69 kV line was built where it was built is a kind of historic artifact of a bunch of utilities and folks running around and putting poles in the ground, oftentimes a really long time ago, and not really an indicator of where the best energy resource is located within the proximity of that.
So Damien, are you advocating for dropping the ABC?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it adds anything.
Well, I do think we need it in for reasons that I think Max has talked about earlier, in that when you're looking at like alternatives, or when you have an alternatives analysis, you do need some sort of, I guess you do want some sort of boundary, because it will create problems, I think, for solar developers if they don't have some sort of thing like that in there, because then, you know, someone's going to come with an alternative that's 30 miles away, and it's going to be really suitable land for solar development, but it's not going to meet any realistic proximity requirement. So
Yeah, and we've, like I said, we built this to hopefully be able to do one or the other, right? So that you're not barred from considering sites that are further away or lands that are further away, but you can rely on these. And the reason this is here in the first place is language straight out of House Bill 3409. You know, it speaks to proximity to transmission. It also talks about, you know, interconnection, which we haven't been able to learn very much about. And it's also indicated in LCDC charge. So I don't think we can get away from it. And so I think we've kind of done the best. It feels like we've done about as much as we can do with the, you know, really the constraints of not being able to know what the capacity on these lines look like.
Max?
Yeah, I mean, my hope was always that the proximity to transmission lines, or specifically substations, would be a driver in facilitating projects that are close by. Not that we would be prevented from building something that's further away, but that if it is right next to a substation, we would recognize the potential value of that ground as a solar site instead of preserving that for an agricultural use, for example. We haven't really had that conversation. I think, you know, I generally agree with Damien if we're coming up with a bunch of criteria and mitigation, all this stuff that talks about the characteristics of the land without actually doing a balancing test in relation to the viability of interconnecting those facilities, then I don't really see what placing this restriction, what benefit that has. Whereas, you know, my suggestion would be like the buckets we're establishing, the mitigation requirements are altered depending on how close you are to big infrastructure. Like if you're right next door to a major power, you know, substation complex with a bunch of lines coming in, that's probably a pretty good place to put solar, even if it's, you know, potentially higher value. I know people disagree with that, but that was kind of where I was always hoping we would go, and we haven't really had that conversation. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Andrea?
Yeah, hi. I may just be getting a little hunch happy about this right now, but I'm gonna just throw out that if we're willing to throw out the line in the legislation that said mandatory or voluntary, basically for counties, why are we so tied that this has to be in here? Just because it was in the legislation. So I'm just going to throw that out there. I really think we are, for all of the other reasons, for very valid, viable reasons, we're limiting where we're going to accelerate projects. This is a business decision on the part of a solar developer. This shouldn't be state policy.
So Andrea, you're advocating for getting rid of the ABC.
I'm advocating for getting rid of ABC.
I see.
Topography, again, that's a technical and business decision on the part of the developer. Because honestly, some of the places with the steeper slopes, if they can come up with the technology for solar to be there, great, because that's not where you're going to have ag, right? I mean, it's And B is just obvious. We know that's what it is in Eastern Oregon. So it's not necessary. And I just don't think we should be in the policy realm of dictating distance to transmission line
Well,
for this purpose, for this purpose.
so, look at this language here is for the county in
Right.
order to determine, if it's a significant pursuant to subsection 7. So I think I'm not advocating one way or another, but I just want to make sure that we're clear about
Good.
what this.
Absolutely. That's,
Okay.
I mean, this is saying it's significant, which makes it faster, right? Like this is kind of one of the criteria for why we can speed things up. I don't think this should be in there.
Okay. So
So
yeah, I
that's just,
think what Jamie was starting to say, maybe let's just let Jamie say what she's going to say. How about that?
No, I was just saying that, if this is a tool for the county to help them determine what's significant, then this provides them some guidance to be able to do that. And if you take that all out, I'm not sure how that helps the county.
because I guess what I'm saying is what the county should be determining what is or is not significant is it not in the areas that we don't want it? And then with various, mitigations or whatever, let it be in play.
I see what you're saying. So hands went up, Max.
Oh, well, I think here, I guess I just want to, we have been discussing this. We raised this at our very first meeting in Christmas Valley. This is one of the things that we discussed in Christmas Valley. How do we come up with these features? So we've been talking, we've been one way or another, we've been at this for a while.
Right.
And this isn't ever intended to be a limitation so much as it is a indication of lands that have what is needed for a successful solar project. By and large, maybe not every single one, but I think most successful solar projects would fall into this category, or the way this is described here. We've looked at where all of them are in Oregon, and they're all well
But then why do we need to state it?
well,
Why do we need to make it?
let me take it another. Oh, well, so I mean, one, we didn't drop anything from the legislation. With that, how to read that and understand it was informed by the comments by Representative Marsh. And LCDC, our commission has said this is what our expectations are. And some of their expectations are using the annual utility solar capacity factor and proximity transmission to determine significance. And so as staff, I'm in a really hard spot just to come back to them and say, you know what? We know what you told us to do. We understand what your expectations were, and we just didn't do it.
Well, but here's the thing. You have a RAC that we're not a RAC reporting to DLCD. We're a RAC reporting to LCDC, right? We're that oddball RAC. And you could come back, you can have this in your back pocket if the commission says thou shalt do distance to transmission. But if the RAC, right, I'm not saying the RAC's going to say this, but if the RAC says we don't really agree with this, then that's what you should bring back, not ignoring what the RAC is saying.
Well, I think that, yeah, I don't think we are ignoring what the RAC is saying. We've never ignored what the RAC is saying. But it makes it more challenging, and a fundamental part of the Goal 5 process, which we've deliberately added some shortcuts to, is quality, quantity, and location. If you don't know how much you have and where it is and how good it is, then it's hard to make a determination of whether it's worth protecting or deserving of special treatment. So what we're at the risk of, I think, is moving from, an effort to really identify special and important sites, both for what they have and what they may not have, and just end up with sites that may or may not, truly be deserving of special treatment. So, I mean, you're right. The RAC can say what they want to say. I think it would be contrary to the purpose of the legislation and LCDC's charge and of this overall effort to omit these things, but that's just me. I'm just saying that. So, I mean, I think that's kind of where it stands. Maybe this is an opportunity to tie off some of this stuff.
Yeah, we've got several other hands up. Let's hear from other folks and circle back. And then we also have subsection 7 to talk about in this time block too. So Max?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the benefits, Andrea, I totally agree with what you're saying. I think one of the benefits of having something like this is to avoid what's happened, for example, in the BLM PEIS, where BLM says, we're making 1 million acres available for solar, and that's what the media picks up, and they pat themselves on the back, and the developers look at it and say, we can't build anything anywhere in those locations. So it like creates this artificial kind of narrative that like we've done something when we haven't done anything. But I recognize that that's more political than substantive. I mean, when I read the language of the bill, John, my view of putting proximity to transmission in there is to recognize the fact that putting solar close to transmission makes those projects more viable. So there is a trade-off to be made between the distance from high viability points of interconnection and the underlying land characteristics. So to Andrea's point, this doesn't get at that issue. And I posed that question to the RAC, if that's something we should be looking at. We haven't talked about that, right? Like, we have a huge substation complex at Big Eddy, right? And there's some wheat fields around that. Is there a trade that should be made there where we want to encourage solar development in close proximity to that substation, even though it has some other land characteristics because it minimizes the distance of long gen ties, which have environmental impacts. It lowers the cost of building that facility, right? That's how I'm just sharing a different perspective, John. That's how I view that proximity to transmission as being relevant here. So I want to hear from RAC members what they think about that concept.
You have your hand up, but Max just invited other RAC members to weigh in on what he has just put on the table. And I know that Laura and Andrea, you're probably wanting to continue the conversation that you had. Is there anybody want to jump on to what Max just said, and then we'll go in order?
I do.
Oh, go ahead, Andrea, and then Mike.
And I think there is significant value to what Max just posed. I mean, we have one more meeting. I don't know if we could do that, but I think this gets to my checkerboard issue, right? This would say we'd be better off clustering rather than creating checkerboards. So I do think there's value in discussing that as a factor. So it's a totally different way of looking at distance to transmission lines than we have in here. But I think it's actually an innovative and valuable discussion to have.
Mike and then Laura.
Yeah, Max makes an excellent point. And this has to do with competing goals. So we want to preserve ag land, understand that, but we also want to convert to renewable energy for our electrical base. So how can we do that quickest and fastest with the minimal impact on ag lands? Well, one way is to put things closer to generation interconnection or transmission interconnection, put generation next to interconnection transmission. And that's what is happening. If you look at the maps of where projects are being proposed, Buckley is a great example. There's a planned upgrade of a substation in South Sherman County that we looked at the other day. There's thousands of megawatts right in that neighborhood next to it that want to get built. So if you want to encourage that kind of development, then these rules should accommodate that and encourage it.
Laura?
Yeah, something I've been thinking about probably also since the first meeting is, right now the framework we're using, we require a lot of things. It's like you have to meet these certain criteria in order to get this determination of significance. but there's no sort of way to like good points, right? And so I feel like that's the piece that's maybe missing to get to, you know, Max's idea around how do we sort of highlight that the trade-off is different in, you know, these really highly suitable places right next to a substation versus further away. And I feel like we don't right now with this section, I feel like we've deferred to defining it pretty broadly so it doesn't exclude anything, but then there's no way to, you know, get added benefit from being extremely suitable, if that makes any sense.
Adam, you've been waiting a while. Do you have something to help that helps this conversation before I bump it down to hear from Greg and Andrew and then circle back to Andrea?
Yeah, just had a brief point. John said part of what I was going to say, how we've been looking at this from the beginning, going back to Christmas Valley. But I wanted to give John special kudos. He actually mapped out all the completed projects and measured their distance to transmission, and none of them were further away than 5 miles. So we keep hearing that let us build further away than that, but nothing's been done. So I'd just love to hear more about that at some point.
Okay, so Greg?
I just want to add my voice since Max called it out. I agree. I have been uncomfortable with this formulation, this quantitative formulation from the beginning. I think something that is more qualitative and maybe along the lines of what Max had suggested is valuable. I also found Andrea's comments earlier to be quite compelling as well. So I'm not a fan of this current formulation.
Andrew?
I guess I will stick my neck out for the distance of transmission in the sense of I think it puts a decent conceptual boundary on this. And again, if there are I think we've kind of acknowledged some loopholes in this, and that that this could potentially allow a kind of rolling development further and further out. I do understand Damien's point and pretty much accept it in the sense of like we are talking about suitable lands. So whether it's 11 miles away from a transmission or interconnection point or 10 miles, it's still avoiding conflicts, and that is ultimately a good thing. However, I think there is the trade-off that we're getting in that. I think the thing to recognize is, yeah, there may be a really great substation area in a particular location, but if it's in the smack dab in the middle of irrigated agriculture or really good wheatland, some of that stuff is irreplaceable. It is where it is, and it's providing a very valuable resource to the local community that frankly solar isn't going to ever provide. So I think that is kind of the point in finding these locations, in defining what's suitable for solar and what's also suitable in terms of least conflict, is so that you can kind of have your cake and eat it too. So yeah, I'm sure from a solar perspective, it would be really great to build within a mile of a transmission line, but if it's smack dab in the middle of irrigated agriculture, you're going to be having a lot of high impacts on a lot of other people. So I guess I push back on the point that like we haven't been looking at an easier pathway for stuff that's in close proximity to transmission. I think the proximity that we've been looking at maybe is within these criteria right here, and we are trying to find an easier pathway for that. It just involves perhaps, if you're not connecting to a 69 kV line or less, it's going to involve a little bit, could involve a little bit longer gen timeline. So anyway, that's all I have.
All right, let's hear from Mark, and then let's see how we can tie this up so that we can move on to section 7.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be entirely unhelpful in that But
Yay.
yeah, I mean, keeping this doesn't really bother me because the direct language here says may rely on the presence of all the following characteristics, right? So this is not solely determinative of, this is suggestive in terms of how it's written. So I'm not sure it's worth a lot of harping over. It does sound as if the counties have the ability to include other characteristics, right? Or even reject these characteristics outright if they don't make sense. That being said, I do think some form of guidance in terms of the solar resource areas is good. I think from the ag perspective, our big reason why we like the solar resource area designation is it helps with the speculation and the ramping up of land values in kind of a broad way, and hopefully focuses it in the way that everybody is most in the places that are most interesting and least conflict for development. But my question is not so much about whether to keep these or not, which seems like they could be usable, but whether or not it's too short a list of suggestions in terms of the county's considerations, because it does sound like there's a lot of factors for consideration that don't have to do with proximity to a transmission line or slope or the utility cell factor. That honestly, because this is a may include kind of section, I would say that if we want the most informed conversations at the county level, it would probably be in the interest to talk to our friends in the development industry to provide whatever other suggestions may be helpful.
That was not an entirely unhelpful statement, Mark. That was useful. Max?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to Andrew a little bit, which is I'm not proposing, Andrew, that we just allow blanket development anywhere next to a substation, even if it's irrigated or it's, highly productive. I'm just saying that if there is a substation where the ground is, for example, currently not used, it's not being farmed, but it is classified as high value or arable for whatever other reason, to me, there seems to be an opportunity there to balance the fact that it is located to a very high viability interconnection location versus the fact that we just need to get a goal 3 exception right there because of the way the rules were written before. So I think it's worth talking more about, what that line would be, but I appreciate everyone's input because this is the conversation I wanted to have of is that a balance that we should investigate? And it sounds like most of the group agrees that it's worth talking about.
Yeah, well, and Mark just invited you, Max, and others to add to this, to think about, are there, rather than limiting the list, are there more factors that we want to include? So I'm just trying to figure out how to tie up this conversation, because we're all just it's a deeper conversation than we thought we would have on this at this stage in the rulemaking, and so I just want to check in about next steps for this subsection 6. So we've right now on the table we have getting rid of ABC and ABC. And then we've also got some impassioned folks talking about there needs to be some factors in here and then a proposal to add some. So I'm not exactly sure where to go at this point.
Yeah, so
I think if we keep them, we just make the miles bigger. That would be how you compromise those two things so that they're not unduly restrictive. And I think to the point that Adam made, we're trying to actually streamline some of the ability to develop in places that otherwise have not been developed. So backwards looking, what has been built is determinative of what's coming, kind of thing. That's one of the, I think, overarching purposes of this rule, hopefully.
So Damien, you said make the miles bigger?
Yeah, right. So that they're eligible for, the special treatment, I guess, was what the phrase that was used. Right. So if you can say within, instead of 2 miles of a transmission line, because 2, 5, and 10 are arbitrary numbers. Right. So we can make them bigger if we're trying to balance the two sides of what everyone's saying.
Mhm.
Like it should be less restrictive, but there still should be some proximity. So
Yeah,
you make
that's
the proximity bigger. Just logic, not
Yeah,
anything.
and it didn't sound like it was arbitrary, given that John had mapped these out and found that.
Well, I mean, John also just
I'm
cited
not being
examples
argumentative.
of
I'm
10
just
and
trying to.
yeah. I mean, early in the conversation, there were examples cited too of 10 and 11 mile Gentile lines too. So
Yeah.
I don't know how to countenance the different things that are being said by the staff, but I think the common ground would be, make the numbers bigger.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting observation. Where the numbers came from, was you started out with 5 across the board, and then I thought I heard from folks, including Jack Watson, that it should be a shorter distance for lower quality, lower size lines, and larger, maybe up to 10 miles for the bigger lines. And so we were under the impression we'd fashion these distances consistent with what we'd heard from the RAC and what we'd heard from the development community. So I just would put that out there. I'd also say, to Laura's point or thoughts, we took a crack at drafting a score sheet type of arrangement, and then frankly abandoned it because we just didn't want to throw a wrench into things and complicate what was already a complicated conversation. Maybe maybe that was a mistake. Maybe we should send that around, see what folks think. And the idea of trade-offs is exactly right. And we're trying to do that, right? The trade-off is that under the right circumstances, you don't have to take an exception. It has been challenging to kind of figure out, well, how do we provide a greater level of motivation or incentive in certain areas versus others. I think there's still room to explore that. I mean, a couple ways, really, what we have available is either, changing the acreage thresholds within what's eligible for LCDC to consider, which might mean, I don't know, if we offer larger sizes somewhere else as an exchange or as an incentive, does that mean we would constrict sizes elsewhere? And that might make sense, or we need to think it through, or the criteria or levels of mitigation, I think, are areas that we could consider. So I think we're open to trying to thread that needle, and we have, and that's, as been mentioned a lot. There's a lot of stuff here. And I'll just have to say, that's what happens when you get a bunch of different interests in the room and you try to accommodate people in the best way possible. You end up with a lot of stuff sometimes. So I'll just stop there.
Yeah, and I just point out that the difficulty of for the vast majority of this rulemaking, we've kind of used as a North Star some sort of least impact concept. And I certainly don't think that's an unflawed way to proceed. But if we're doing that, we can't then toggle to this is special treatment, right? On one standard. Right? If these miles don't really have anything to do with actual impact or are very loosely tied to that. So, because then you get, boxed in on multiple sides, and we have, undue limitations that cut against what we're trying to achieve in the aggregate here. So,
well, then we're not, and we don't, and I appreciate that, Damien. We're not trying to do that. I guess the final thing, looking at how these distances apply, almost all of Sherman County, almost all of it, with the possible exception of some lands down in kind of the southeast quadrant, are within this distance of within this proximity to transmission. So in that instance, and it's going to be different from county to county, but that particular county, almost all of it is within that distance, and a whole bunch of it is probably meets the other stuff. Certainly does with the utility factor, and probably so there are some canyons there, of course, but it's going to be pretty flat too. So just an observation.
So it doesn't sound like we've come to a conclusion about leaving this in or leaving this out. or adding to it. And it sounds like there may be some additional factors that people find helpful to illustrate the trade-offs. And I don't know if Max has, some ideas that he can pass on to John. And several people have pointed out that it does say may, and so it's not, so it's people, the counties may consider these or may consider other things. But I feel like we've spent a lot of time talking about it and don't really have much. Yeah, it feels like we need to move on. So John, we haven't talked about section 7 at all.
We haven't yet.
Yep, and then I'm mindful of, it's 2:30, we were going to take a short break. It seems like maybe we should take a short break, but then I'm looking at, I want to propose that we flip-flop the Division 33 with Divisions 4 and 6 so that we can get to Division 33 early, since Max in particular had said that there were a lot of concerns there, and I make sure we have enough time.
Yeah, I think that's fine, Jamie. That sounds good to me.
Okay, so let's take a little break to clear our heads. Maybe we'll come back with some great idea about what to do with section 6. And then we'll dive into section 7, and then after 7, we'll go to Division 33 to make sure we have enough time there. Does that sound all right? So a break. 10 minutes. 10 minutes goes fast.
It flies by.
It does. I hope you stood up at least.
I stood up and I turned around in a circle. I did a somersault the last time, probably 13, 14 years ago, and I sustained a career-ending somersault injury. I was trying to show my boy how to do a somersault, and I did it. And I don't believe I will ever do a somersault again the rest of my life. It's terrible.
Does he do somersaults too? Or did he not learn how to?
Well, he's 17 now, so no, not very much. But at the time he was interested in and then did actually execute a few somersaults.
Yeah, you can really hurt yourself.
I
think you could try one more, John, maybe just today to celebrate the event we're in now. Just throwing that out there.
Okay, well maybe if that's what it takes to get us across the finish line, maybe I'll volunteer to do a couple somersaults. I'll come out of retirement. I'll come out of my somersault retirement.
All right. We're in the home stretch, folks. So we were going to take a look at division. Let's see, where are we?
Look at
Subsection 7 of Division 23. And then we're going to flip-flop Divisions 4 and 6 with Division 33 to get to 33 sooner so that we have enough time to talk about that. So, subsection 7.
Is it all there? Most of it's all there. So that's subsection 7. So this is the other piece, right? This is a companion piece to subsection 6. I mean, is the kind of the standard goal 5 process go? I mean, the quality, quantity, location, features that inform a determination of significance would be subsection 6. And then here we are with subsection 7. So this is an attempt to, drill down within the areas that are within the description in subsection 6, however it ends up being shaped. These lands would distinguish or help distinguish a truly special site from one that's just an average site, just a site. And so in sub A, we talked about this before. Actually, we talked a bit about it, and we're continuing to refine it. We spent some time talking about these items with the wildlife folks, more recently with the agriculture and forest folks. So in sub A, here's small a. These would be areas that would be eligible without having a mitigation requirement, whether that's minimization or compensatory mitigation, wouldn't have a mitigation requirement. And it's designed to be really kind of the lowest quality types of these categories, right? So lowest quality agricultural land, lowest quality forest land, lowest quality wildlife habitat. And we've added some language about historic, cultural, and archaeological resources. And that just kind of felt like the right thing to do. But again, like I said, we're trying to continue to refine these, kind of moving back up. Subsection A, small a, large A and B both speak to agricultural lands. As we pointed out, class 7 and 8 soils, as identified in large A, are very poor. They're the poorest of the poor. And oftentimes that comes with a distinct topography. Having level flat land that's class 7 or 8, which is basically considered to be rock, is I don't think there's abundance of it. There's certainly some of it, but moving into large B, what we've attempted to do is to make a distinction between, class 6 soils, which have a higher capability for rangeland, and class 6 soil that have a lower capability for rangeland. And we put in the ability to produce 300 pounds of forage per acre per year, I believe that should also say at least 640 acres. I think I neglected to put that in there. But I think that represents an area that we can consider. I mean, should there be a distinction in the class 6 soils? Some people say absolutely. Maybe some people are less certain. But by and large, that seems to be where the tack is at. We talked on Friday with the forest land, actually forest lands and agricultural lands folks. Right now, we talk about the 0 to 20 cubic feet per acre of wood fiber, which are very poor forest lands. And I kind of pondered whether or not we should change that to something different, maybe 0 to something higher, like 0 to 50 or something. Again, I think that didn't necessarily seem to land land favorably with everybody, but I don't think that there was a distinct reluctance to at least think about it. Dan and Greg can help me out there. And then the wildlife stuff I think is largely what was recommended by ODF&W. And it would be, give some flexibility there, I think, to the local bios or to Jeremy. And then the sites that do not include historic, cultural, archaeological resources, it just seem, I hope that those exist out there, and to the extent that they do, they shouldn't require mitigation, right? So that's maybe let's run through B as well, as it's actually, why don't you go back up if you wouldn't mind, to the right about there, and you'll see some similarities, right? So B are areas that are eligible, subject to the mitigation hierarchy, which we talked about earlier, and compensatory mitigation requirements, which are basically a better range of wildlife habitats, a better range of agricultural lands and forest lands. And then, we also saw fit to include lands about historic, cultural, and archaeological. I don't know if 50% is the right metric. I mean, we've certainly heard things that suggest that it's not. What we wanted to do, I guess, is to provide some placeholder language that recognizes that there probably is, or maybe should be, a threshold there with regards to sites that are, rich in those types of resources or values that, maybe just should be off the table. And I mean, when we get to it, I'd be curious to hear what our development folks think about what would be a metric where you guys would be like, gosh, I'm just not going to bother with that. There's just too much there. I'm just not going to bother with. And then I'm going to go down to the next slide. Yeah, there. Thank you. And so C, as you remember, represents areas that are not eligible for determinant of significance, and therefore not eligible for the treatment under this opportunity. Doesn't keep them from being candidates for other opportunities, but in this instance, we kind of lead with the habitat stuff, followed by the high value farmland soil piece, high value farmland as identified in that other statute, and obviously forest lands and so on and so forth. So, and we've been talking about the irrigation piece, right? And we have, one rendition is a language here that says if you're being irrigated, receiving water for purposes of irrigation, and we selected that language because we have a definition of irrigated, right? And we didn't want to get caught up in that. We wanted to, kind of have something that was separate from that other definition and the other division. But we've also been thinking about, what should there be a carve out for instances where perhaps a water right is curtailed or even lost by virtue of it being a water resource limited area, or something that is really kind of out of the control of a manager. Should that be a legitimate circumstance for retaining a level of eligibility under this rule, this opportunity. We've also got the urban reserve areas, and within a distance of an urban growth boundary, but with a pretty big population. That's going to be a distinct minority of cities in Eastern Oregon, and we hope that it helps represent those cities that are most likely to have a need to expand their urban growth boundaries, and so that they would be able to do that without having a large land intensive use right outside, right next door, that might force them into other areas that were of a lower on the hierarchy of inclusion in a UGB. So that's a lot. I'm going to stop. I'm sure there's plenty of questions and comments, but I'll stop there and see what folks have to say. Okay, moving on.
Jack, I was going to say I would invite any TAC members that helped to contribute to this, because this was an area that we talked about, but then really kicked to the TAC. But Jack, go ahead.
Thanks, John, for going through this. I think this addresses my concerns about mitigation, where you're excluding those higher value farmlands. And then Mark Hudson, we were on the advisory committee. I suggested taking off the 300 pounds per acre because it's so variable on annual grasslands, but I think it'd actually be simpler to leave it in there. I think we'd be creating more argument than solution by doing that. But, anyway, this looks good to me.
Thumbs up from Jack. Andrew?
I do have a question, because I think this does put out in terms of like section 7 subsection B, then big subsection D, agricultural lands protected under the Goal 3 that are comprised of soils with a capability class of 3, 4, or 5 and are not receiving irrigation. I think that does put out a lot of like the dryland wheat areas. I think it would pretty much make them all open under this rule. And I guess I'm just wondering, I'm not how because I think when we've been talking about mitigation, we've been talking about specifically in terms of rangeland. At least as I've understood it, rangeland mitigation. And I'm not quite so sure how that works out then when you're talking about some of these wheatland areas, and what would happen in those areas.
Yeah. So first of all, Andrew, I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
Well, no, and I guess just the final point is just like, we don't have anything in here regarding cumulative effects in terms of mitigation. And so I think that's something that definitely needs to be considered with the dryland wheat, because there is such a concentration of high capacity, transmission lines and substations and things in that area. So anyway, yeah, that's just my thoughts there.
So thanks, Jack. I appreciate you hanging in there. I appreciate your help with the TAC and all those other conversations. So I think I think you're right. I think the way this is written, most of those dryland wheat ground up there in north central Oregon, is class 3 or 4. Now there are some lands that are class 2 and therefore high value, and which wouldn't be eligible under here as it's written. But a lot of I would say the vast majority of it, whether it's in Gillum County or Morrow County or Sherman County, I think it would. I think it would be. So there, I mean, there is that. The cumulative impacts thing, so we hear a lot about. I think we'll talk about that when we get to Division 33. We do have an existing provision. I don't know if it's ever been triggered, but it does reside in Division 33. It is an attempt. We wrote it, I don't know how many years ago, many years ago, but it is an attempt to kind of fold in a cumulative impacts or materially altered standard. Maybe we can talk about that a little bit more when we get there. Seems like I'm forgetting something, but I can't remember what it was, but.
I don't see any other hands up. Oh, Max. Go ahead, Max.
All right, let's start at the top, I guess. So subsection 7. I missed the last couple TAC meetings, so I don't know what the conversation was around 300 pounds of forage per year and whether that is the right metric. I know there was talk about precipitation as well. I still disagree with the 0 to 20 cubic feet metric for forest lands. For the habitat things, I don't think there's any need to add language like lands of poor to no value. Just say ODFW cap 5 or 6 if it's already defined elsewhere. There's no definition for historic, cultural, or archaeological resources. So how do we demonstrate that we don't include those within the site? And I mean, what does site mean? Like, is it tax lot? Because, I have projects where the tax lot boundary that's subject to the real estate rights includes archaeological resources, but we're avoiding them. So is the remainder, the subject footprint, not subject to an area of significance just because there are resources in the vicinity? And then same for, B little a, just put the category. I don't think we need all this other language related to what Cat 2 is or isn't. 3 and 4, same question on the pounds of forage per year in subsection C. I don't think we're there anywhere near being close on irrigation and districts. And then, yeah, I still think that the metrics for forest land are off. And then on little f, yeah, it's hard to tell what the value of this is without having a definition of historic, cultural, or archaeological resource and why 50%. So I'll stop there and let Mark talk.
Yeah, let's hear from Mark, and then if there's any TAC members that can weigh in on kind of why some of this language looks this way to help Max out, that would be helpful too.
Mark is a TAC member. He's on mute, but he's a TAC member.
Yep, his hand's up.
Yeah, I think Max, the 300 pounds of forage was related to the fact that a lot of these Class 6 soils, like there's pretty broad variabilities in the rangeland productivity. And so that was just kind of Jack and eyes and me talking with a bunch of other people, like a good metric for what is like good utilizable range versus like kind of utilizable range as far as that goes. So we landed on that 300 pounds of forage per acre per year. Yeah, regarding the irrigated areas, I think we were hoping April Schnell, if she's on the call, would weigh in on the feelings, because I think a lot of the questions around the irrigated areas wasn't so much about the direct inclusion of them or not, but like what happens when we have de minimis or vice versa. Is there areas within irrigation districts that would be considered a beneficial area to do solar resource development as compared to conflict? So
And
I think that's what we were
April's,
looking
Oh, sorry, Mark. April is still listed as a participant. So April, if you're there,
And she did offer, and I neglected to share, but she did offer some thoughts about that. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I wanted to at least acknowledge that.
Max, go ahead.
April, if you let me jump in real quickly. I still strongly oppose these restrictions on urban growth boundaries. I mean, we talked at length about this in Madras, and I think the RAC kind of all agreed, and maybe I'm misremembering that we weren't going to include this. I understand the urban reserve area that is an actual designation, but you know, there was a lot of conversation about that there should not be anything tied to a UGB because on the one hand, it's hard to even expand the UGBs. So what are we protecting for? And on the other hand, there's a lot of substations that are close to UGBs that are good places for solar. So yeah, I take exception to that one in particular.
April, are you there to weigh in on the irrigated land piece? And then John and Adam, I do remember what Max is talking about, and I think that I think that he's right that the group did decide to take out the tie to the UGB.
Remember we talked about it. I don't remember. I don't think it was put to a vote. But you know, hey, if that's what the group is at, I mean, I think that there are good reasons. April, I'm sorry, I see your hand up. I apologize for jumping in, but you know, we have a couple existing circumstances that are likely to impact the future urban aspirations of a couple of Central Oregon communities. But you know, cities only have so many places they can go. I mean, solar and other non-farm uses have a lot of places they can go. But as long as it's an informed decision, people feel like it's an informed decision. You know, I appreciate you know, the sensitivity about urban reserve areas. So maybe that's the balance. Maybe we jettison the UGB thing and retain the UAR thing.
April, go ahead.
Thanks. So again, April Snell, Oregon Water Resources Congress. We work with irrigation districts and similar ag water suppliers around the state. I was not a member of the TAC, although as John indicated, I've had some conversations with John and he did invite me to the last TAC meeting, but I was unable to attend. So I think one, before I get into my specific comments, I think it's important to note for those of you who are not in the water world that irrigation comes in many forms. Sometimes that is delivered by an irrigation district or a similar local government entity. And sometimes it is not. And there are also a lot of crops grown that do not necessarily have irrigation. And I see Lauren has her hand up, so I won't go into further on things she can talk about. But I guess the basic gist, I have concerns about the rule language as it is now in regards to how you determine whether or not water has been received. That language that's in D that's on the screen there, that we're not receiving water for purposes of irrigation on or after January 1st, 2024. I have never seen that language in any other place, and I think that would be a difficult thing to determine. And I think so. Again, we're not opposed to seeing more solar development in Eastern Oregon, but I think when it comes to specifically lands within irrigation districts, that is not a low-hanging fruit. Just by the nature of the very long conversation we've had today, there are a lot of issues that still need to be worked out in the rulemaking, and I would strongly encourage folks to not go too far into issues that could be a whole set of meetings on their own, and water and irrigation is one of those. So I think for our members, for irrigation districts and similar entities, the key feature for us is if there is development within an irrigation district, we need to make sure that any water rights that are delivered by the district are able to be moved off to other lands in order to ensure their continued viability for their purposes, which is for agriculture. Irrigation districts operate a little bit differently when it comes to water rights than individual patrons. That information as far as where that water is delivered and whether that is this year or next year or last year, that information is not readily available publicly or in a way that would allow any county planner to be able to determine whether or not that land has been irrigated. We've talked about this in the past, but just as a brief primer, water rights in Oregon are an old archaic system, but that's the system we have, and that allows for a water right to be needs to be used once within a 5-year period in order to prevent that water from being forfeited. Districts have additional responsibilities and requirements. Some of them are Bureau of Reclamation, federal projects. There are contracts associated with the delivery of that water that is tied in very closely with state law as far as there being an area of land that's identified for that water. Districts can move that water around within a given district. And so I think that's just, again, there's a lot of complexities to that issue. I think you guys are working on a lot of issues that hopefully will lead to a more streamlined process for some of these projects. But I do not think that looking at siting within irrigation district boundaries is something that should be where we're at right now. That should be something that's later on down the road. So I think with that, I will stop there and turn it over to my other RAC members.
All right, thanks, April. Lauren?
So I agree with everything April said. I think that if you're looking for a streamlined process, your trigger here isn't whether or not it's receiving water, it's whether or not there is a water right. I think that if there's a water right that needs to be transferred, then it's not going to be a streamlined process. I think that's kind of the end of that as far as considering the backlog at ODFW, how transfers are protested. If there's someone with land that has a water right, you're not going to have a streamlined process in any way, shape, or form if they have to move that water right to something else. And so I have a lot of concerns about this language about January 1st, 2024. Also, there's a lot of regulatory reasons why someone wouldn't be receiving water. And so that also is a big concern for me. Also, as it relates to the removal of the UGB language, if you're going to differentiate between urban reserves, I would also like protection. I would like to consider the protection for the rural reserves, conversely. So if you can't talk about urban reserves without also its sister, which is the rural reserves, and how those rural reserves were a part of that and are for protection of these rural lands and for agricultural lands and resource lands. And so we can't just put in urban reserves without having that discussion as well too for the protection of those rural reserve lands, because they are all kind of talked about in the same when they're talking about the land use planning for these communities. So I just wanted to flag that rural reserve piece as well. But specifically, I also did want to chime in and second everything April said. And I have a lot of heartburn about any lands with a water right, whether or not they were delivered water on January 1st, 2024.
I want to pause on that date. John, is there anything you can share about where that date came from, why it's there?
So it was meant to be, and is meant to be, an indicator. We've got a specific place and time, right? So if someone transferred water afterwards, or did something, subsequent to that date, then that would be an indication they wouldn't be eligible for this opportunity. We use the words, learning very quickly as the wrong words, right? But receiving water for purposes of irrigation, because like I said, we have a definition of irrigated in Division 33, which is pretty much once irrigated, always irrigated. And we thought that might be a little more strict than what we're thinking here. So, we can change it. The point was that I think we wanted to limit opportunities on lands that were being irrigated. We're less concerned with lands that may have been irrigated at some point in the distant past, or even the fairly recent last few years that aren't anymore, and that aren't the placeholder for a water right. But that's what we're trying to do, trying to set a line use language that was more, we hoped was more applicable to this conversation. And it sounds like we've kind of missed the mark, and we'll try to recover we'll try to recover and come up with language that does a better job.
Mark?
Yeah, I think I don't mean to pile on, but I'm gonna channel Jim Johnson in terms of discussing about the future cheaters. And I think my big problem with that language, John, is the receiving water for purposes of irrigation in particular. Because, I mean, by way of example, you could have been in-stream leasing your irrigation water, and that would not be qualified as a protection, even though that's it could be a specifically irrigation water right. Otherwise, also we have, and even like classifying as purposes of irrigation, we have multi-use water rights as well, which are not just specifically irrigation, they're multi-use. And so they might be intended to have a flexibility between those multiple uses depending on the landowner needs. So I kind of agree with Laura and April there. That language in particular opens up a can of worm of complexities associated with the realities of water usage.
Okay.
April?
I say April and then Greg. I should just let Jamie do it.
Yeah, we can share.
Thank you. So I just wanted to add that, and again, I did see this language earlier, but I figured we were early in the process and a lot of things were changing, and it was also kind of hard to understand the full context. But the other aspect that's important to note when we're trying to wrap our heads around this is that under Oregon water law, if water is not available, i.e. there's a drought or something that prevents that water from reaching a district or their patrons, then that does not count towards the 5 years of non-use. And so I mention that because I know there's been some interest in particular areas of the state where there are irrigation districts who've not received their full allotment of water or have had land fallowing. And again, still not appropriate to find a way to allow projects in those areas. It's going to require a longer process and the ability to have some information to cross-check different things. And so again, there's just comes in a lot of different forms, and it's real simple and easy, just like land use. So I'm just kidding.
Greg, go ahead.
Thanks. So I don't know if the categories of production, cubic feet of wood fiber production are the right ones or not. But as I've shared with the TAC, I have a conceptual issue with the idea of mitigation for forest land based on production numbers like this, because I don't think that by themselves they really get at the value of timberlands for production of wood fiber. And if we're talking about production of wood fiber for purposes of supporting a robust forest products economy in Eastern Oregon, and that's what I assume these numbers are meant to be a shorthand for. They're by themselves, they really don't get at that question of whether or not the property is really valuable for that purpose, because it's more complicated than just how much it can produce, but also what's the species mix that's being produced there. What's the accessibility of that property for purposes of management and ultimately harvesting? What's the milling infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So I've shared this before with the TAC, and I have a conceptual challenge with this, and I don't think that using a similar rubric to what we're doing with ag lands makes as much sense in forestry, because I think in forestry on the east side, we probably don't have a paucity of forest lands that are productive, and we don't need to necessarily treat them the same way we treat high value ag lands.
So Greg, what do you suggest?
Don't have a suggestion other than I don't like the idea of actually having a mitigation requirement for forests.
Lauren, go ahead.
So I just wanted to put one final point on what April said, which may actually be kind of frustrating for land use people and our energy friends to hear, since they're not usually in our water world. But I think one of the things that April and I are trying to get at is our water laws and our flexibility of moving water around to where we may be able to use it or want to use it, is not as nimble as I think this discussion wants it to be right now, or where the discussion may need to be to do some of these things that we're proposing in this room to reach the state's energy goals. So if, the proposal for some of the lands in Eastern Oregon is, well, I'm not getting my paper water deliveries for a variety of reasons because of drought, regulatory drought, or whatever. But I don't want to give up my irrigation right. Right now, under Oregon law, we're struggling with the ability to be nimble enough with that water right to maybe transfer it to another piece of land that will use it when and if that water eventually becomes available, or something like that. And we're working really hard in the water world to try to find some more flexibility and do that, but we're not there yet. And so that's one of the issues that we're really having when you're having this discussion right here is, well, they're not getting water because of drought or whatever, but that paper water right still exists, and we can't just make it disappear because it's something in agriculture and that we are trying to increase our water resources or find ways to work this in the future moving forward and increase our water supply and increase Oregon's water sustainability moving forward, but we're not keeping up. We don't have the investment. We don't have the nimbleness in our water laws yet. And so we may get to the point where we have to go to our lawmakers and say, we want to be able to do this, but we can't because the laws here aren't nimble enough. And that's kind of what we're looking at sometimes. And the two have to work hand in hand, and they're not going to if we can't figure that out. And we can't force the hand here and say, we're going to do this because the water law isn't keeping up with that.
All right, let's hear from Dan and then see where we are on this section before I want to make sure we move into Division 33. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, so just following on from Greg, and I know Max also mentioned that he doesn't like the thresholds in the forest piece, so I was just going to quickly offer. So the specific numbers, what I understand where they come from is the top end, the 85 cubic feet one, is how high value forest land was defined for the east side for Measure 49 purposes. And I think that's a definition that I think the legislature adopted with respect to Measure 49. And then on the low end, the 20 cubic feet is that's where the Forest Service puts the cutoff between timberland and other forest land. So timberland being, forest land that can plausibly support commercial forestry. And in terms of where those thresholds are set, I mean, with ODF, I'm not a voting member of this RAC at all, so y'all don't really have to listen to me at all. You can do whatever you want. But from my perspective, I would be really uncomfortable with going higher on the upper threshold there, the 85 cubic foot high value forest land. Just being blunt, I'm not comfortable with the idea that that good of forest land should be, fast track prioritized for this permitting pathway. As far as the lower threshold where the mitigation kicks in, I think Greg and I talked about this on Friday. That's not really something where the technical advisory committee is going to be able to come back with a technical recommendation on that, because it's not a technical issue, it's a policy issue. And does this RAC want to say that forest lands that are, being used for solar under this permitting pathway, do we need to recognize that there's a trade-off there in converting forest lands and mitigate for that? Or do we want this to be a fast track permitting pathway where lands that meet these criteria can go through without mitigation? And ultimately, I think that's a policy decision that this broader group needs to think about, rather than something where, we as the technical committee are going to say it should be 30, it should be 40 or whatever, So just my 2 cents there.
Thanks for that, Dan. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I absolutely agree with Dan. It is a policy question. It's not a technical question. And happy to delve into the policy question, of course.
Andrew?
I have a quick question and I'm just wondering if this was intended or not, but it seems like looking at section 7, little c, it says the following areas are not eligible for determination of significance, and then it has the definition of high value farmland from ORS 195-310, section 10, and I think within there it excludes within that excludes boundaries within a district defined by blah 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 blah, but it's basically referring to irrigation districts and diking districts. So I'm not sure if that helps frame some of the conversation for the RAC around what April is talking about. It seems like right now, as written, as I read it, that land within irrigation districts is completely excluded from this, and I just want to kind of confirm that with John and the other folks from DLCD. And then the other issue, I guess, going back to land that was receiving water is I understand that that's really complicated. So we may, I think April and Warren are right that may just not be an area that we want to venture into with this, because it does get super complicated. But then I think we should talk about what does that mean in terms of the lands that are being made available under this rule. And it seems like it's really directing them towards unirrigated land or land without a water right. And to then, in terms of, I think the policy goals is to then look at those areas and really see, I think we need to better understand what is actually being made available under this rule and what kind of acreages that includes. Because then I think that starts to go back at the conversation we had earlier today about what is appropriate distance from a transmission line. Because if we look at these and exclude these areas from significance, then I think we do kind of have an obligation to make sure that there is at least a fair amount of land being made available for this purpose, and then working with the conflicts within those areas to try and minimize, avoid them, or mitigate them. So that's all I'll say there.
Well, I think for this whole section, I mean, there's been a lot of input that DLCD needs to consider, and taking a look at some of this language. It sounds like there's some follow-up with with water and with forest to make sure that we're accurately capturing the areas that we want to avoid. I mean, it's kind of a mashup of a lot of things that, I mean, I'm just taking a lot of notes here, but I don't really have a good summary for where to go next on this one, other than to take all this information and that you've all talked about back and have DLCD staff follow up with folks around some language that might be acceptable.
I think so, Jamie, and I'd respond to Andrew's some of his question. Is land inside of an irrigation district inherently off limits? And that was one of the things we've been trying to chew on, right? Where there have been conversations about, well, maybe there's some areas And that's the, the extension of the customary high value farmland definition. There's a 195-300, which does, categorically include irrigation districts, but also AVAs, American viticulture areas. So we've been pondering, well, if there are areas that are within these designations, but really haven't ever been irrigated, could it make some sense, to provide an elevated opportunity there, understanding that even though there may be dry, they're high value farmland. So the threshold and pivot to trigger an FSEC review is 240 acres. So it's, smaller than some of the other stuff that we've been talking about. And listening to April and Lauren, I'm feeling like the answer should be no. I'm feeling like the answer should be we probably it's pointed out as complicated. So maybe we would be just as well off to not not continue our pursuit of some elevated level within those areas. Again, elevated in this case means up to 240 acres, not up to 3840. But still, that's kind of what I think I'm hearing from folks. Also, I think we need to improve the language about what it means to be irrigated. And I'm wondering if, talking about having irrigation water right at a point in time wouldn't be a way to think about. But no, I think I've got some questions here, some thoughts, obviously heard some pretty important things. Yeah, just kind of looking at my notes here. I think we're probably about where we're going to be today.
Yeah, I think so too for this one. Max, I see your hand up. I do want to point out we have 32 minutes left in our meeting. Max had already identified that he thought Division 33 was going to take more than a half hour, which that would take us more than a half hour. But and when we put out the agenda, we did pose the possibility of having the meeting be a little bit longer. And so it would be helpful to find out if folks want to commit to an additional half hour to see if we can get through Division 33 and touch on the remaining divisions that we want to check on. Mark has to go. So you can just put in the chat if you can't stay past 4, and then we can make a decision. If we don't have a critical mass, we'll end at 4. Max, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'll just kind of say again what I said at the last RAC meeting, kind of building on the point that Laura Tabor made is right now we have a really long list of restrictions and a difficult implementation pathway and no characteristics related to places that, should get some bonus points. So I think the struggle I've had all along with this rack is, 20 cubic feet per board, whatever the metric is, like that is a metric. The value of that metric depends on how many locations we're actually making viable for solar. And we don't have maps, and a lot of these criteria are unmappable. So I don't have a solution. I'm just calling out the problem that we don't really know what we're proposing, which I think makes it really hard to talk about what the correct thresholds would be. And I don't know how to solve that. I certainly don't know how to solve that with only one more meeting to go. But, the trade-off with solar is always something's going to be impacted. There seem to be many, many more restrictions and requirements here to protect farmland than to protect wildlife, which I think is an issue. So yeah, I think we have a lot more to talk about, and it's hard for me to support anything without having a sense of what we're actually proposing. And we have a very long, complicated rule here that I think is hard to understand and quantify. So not to say I don't appreciate all the comments and work, but I feel that we're very far away from a realistic proposal that implements the legislative directive. But I'd love to hear from others who disagree with me.
Andrew, go ahead, and then it looks
Yeah.
like we probably don't have a critical mass of people able to stay past 4. So it'd be good to touch into Division 33 with the time that we have. But Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't want to delay us to that, but I guess, Max, I guess I disagree in terms of, I think that a lot of what I'm hearing from the solar industry, unfortunately, seems to be, I think some of them are really good criticisms and important to understand. And then a lot of what I'm hearing also is kind of slow and persistent nitpicking of every single thing possible, that it's just not quite working perfectly. And I think that you know, a lot of this is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. The idea is to find and provide a streamlined pathway for certain lands that are lower conflict. I think we have identified a lot of those areas. And I think from here, it's just about making sure that there are enough of those areas available to that it actually makes sense and will actually result in positive development, of solar development, or areas that are capable of being developed for solar and likely to be developed. So, just off the top of my head, I think there's a lot of progress on like what sort of rangeland would be appropriate. I think there is at least some sense of what sort of arable but unirrigated land would be appropriate, even though, I personally disagree with some of the thresholds, but that's at least something that can be talked through and negotiated around. And then, I think that's big and a big win. And the fact that there are other conflicts out there, doesn't mean that it's not a success. I think it's important to identify those and then avoid them, so that this can go through. So that's all I'll say there. But I think this has been a good experience, and I think we have, finally gotten to a place that's at least highlighting some of the areas that will work. So I'll let us get on to 33.
Thanks for those insights, Andrew. So let's look at Division 33 in the time that we have, and noting that we do need to end at 4 because we don't have a critical mass of folks able to stay past.
Okay. Division 33. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, John, so if you could keep your overview pretty short, and then I actually I was just gonna go to Max to start, since he had some things he wanted to say, and make sure we got those out.
Yep. So let's do this real quick. So what we've done, probably more than anything else, what I believe is the biggest difference is that we have divorced Western Oregon from Eastern Oregon. And so, right, so we had to add just a little definition, but why don't you go ahead and go on down, and a little further, right, so here now, we have language that is would be specific to Eastern Oregon, right? And I don't know if 45 is a subsection we're coming out to be, but we have some language that's different, primarily with agrivoltaics, than in Western Oregon. But a lot of it is the same. I mean, there's a lot of overlap and a lot of redundancies. Down, please. So a couple areas that are different are we did plug in this language on workforce housing, which is we pulled right out of the wind rule, which had been in place for many years. Down, please. We migrated these criteria that have been existing since we wrote the solar rule into this provision. Down, please. E, F, and G would in fact be new. And we tried to touch it up a little bit here and there. We're no longer talking about living ecosystem and chemical application for soil health, and we have dropped the reference to FSEC rules in favor of the Division 6 provisions for wildfire. Down, please. So right here, lines 19, 20, 24, 21, this is a little different. We have had this study area requirement. I can't remember if this was original. It might have gone back to 2018 when we were doing that work. But it's been in the rule for quite some time. We adjusted it. You know, the language for what is now for Western Oregon would say 1 mile, and I think that the threshold is 48 acres. So we bumped that out and bumped that up with regard to high value farmland. And this was in response, you know, we heard in several instances, or we've heard before, there needs to be some sort of cumulative impacts assessment. Well, we have had it here. It would continue to apply. It doesn't, you know, predetermine an outcome, but it does say when you get these points, the county needs to determine whether the stability of the land use pattern will be materially altered by the presence of additional development. Down, please. Down, please. A little further. A little further. So here we've done it. We've done that as well for arable land. In this case, we went from 1 mile to 5 miles, and from I think we had it at 80 acres, and we bumped that up to 400 acres. And it's not, those aren't land use approvals. Those are projects that have been developed or at a minimum received building permits, so that are imminent. They will be imminently developed. And then down, please. I think that's pretty much. We've included the language again, pretty much verbatim for non-arable lands. That doesn't include all of the application of all of the approval criteria, you know, so it includes weeds, but it doesn't include things like soil compaction or soil erosion. And it doesn't require a study area and assessment of the cumulative impacts. So I'm going to stop there and see what folks have to say.
Yeah, Max, I wanted to start with you.
Yeah, thanks, John. I guess I'll start by saying this is 10 pages of new rules that seems new to me, that yeah, has a lot in it. I think I want to confirm that these new rules and standards being proposed are applicable to every solar facility in Eastern Oregon, not just the special facilities we're trying to facilitate.
As written now, yes, that's correct. Now that could be, we could carve that out, but as written, they would.
And so you were saying, yeah, I'm still just trying to parse through the quantity here, but like you were saying that under 45A or little b, A through G, that A, B, C, and D and E are all in rule already. Is that what you said?
So E, F, and G are not, but A, B, C, and D are.
Sorry, whoever's controlling the PDF under little b.
Yeah, right, yes.
Where are those, John?
So let's move up, let's go up to what is now, what as proposed, as written, is the Western Oregon language. Why don't we bump up? So go ahead and bump up to the first page or two. Yeah, go keep going, please. So, right about here. Let me see here. Little further, please. Right here. So, and this is language, I'm looking at these lines 13 through the end of the page. And these are part of subsection H, which applies to high value farmland, right? So these are the A, B, C, D. Now, what we did though, and this was a deliberate choice, we wanted these to apply, but we didn't want to have to repeat them 2 or 3 times. So as we go down, if you go down, please, right here. Let's see. Once we go up a little bit, see where I'm at here.
Yeah, so John, is the difference then you're proposing is that these requirements, which are specific to high value farmland, are now applicable to
No, well, they're
any
not.
solar
They're not.
facility?
They're not specific. So why don't you go down a little bit, please? So we have built them in. Little further, please. Okay, so now right there. So at J, line 10, this is for arable lands, right? And so we have these provisions. Again, they're similar to what we've seen above. Down, please. So down, please. Right
Yeah,
there.
I see what you're saying.
Line 10E says requirements of the 38H, A, B, C, and D are satisfied. So that's the linkage. That's the connective tissue.
For arable.
For arable. For non-arable, if we were to go down, it should just say HA or HD maybe. It's whatever the weeds are. HD.
Yeah, 13038 HD. That's right.
HD. And so we've intended to carry that forward into the Eastern Oregon stuff, so we've said it would be, again, the choice was, and the belief was at that time was that, we're not as worried about those sorts of things on rangeland. And in fact, we wanted to draw a circle. We wanted to put a bullseye on rangeland that had the least value for wildlife habitat. So we didn't, see fit to require soil erosion, soil compaction, and so on and so forth. But we are worried about weeds. We're always worried about weeds. And so that's, okay, fine. So that should be, hopefully that's consistent in how we've, we pulled all this out and just said, well, maybe we should just have Western Oregon specific and Eastern Oregon specific. That's continued. The difference would be that where we were proposing the latter, the 3 things, the soil health and the wildfire and the workforce housing, they would apply to all 3 land categories. They'd apply high value or arable or non-arable.
Yeah, okay. So I think the way you have it written here is that you're raising the bar for non-arable facilities to be everything that arable and high value facilities have had to comply with. At least that's how it's written.
Okay. Well, that isn't what we're trying to do. Can we go move back down there?
You're not trying to do that, or you are, John?
No, we're not trying to raise the bar with the exception of including, let's go down, keep going down, please. Down, please. It's going to be towards the bottom, I think. Okay, right. Yeah, keep going. Keep going, please.
Well, so before we go there, John, yeah, I think if what you're trying to do is import exactly what's in the existing rules, then and the RAC agrees that E, F, and G, which is soil health, wildfire, and workforce, should be applicable to all facilities, then it needs to be rewritten so that A, B, C, and D are still only applicable to high value and arable facilities.
Well, if we, yes, so can we go down just a little bit further? I want to see how we. Okay, where's it at? So let's go up again. I need to try to find this. Or I don't want to waste everybody's time, but I agree, Max. If it is written that way, then that was the intention. The intention was to keep it as it had originally applied, you know, with the added items should they be decided to be moved forward on.
Yeah, so I think you need to revise on 45B. It's just generally applicable to all categories. It needs to be specified to arable and high value.
Okay.
And that would retain the current regime. And then E, F, and G would be generally applicable to all types. So that's one thing. And then, yeah, I mean, so where we just were talking about this impacts evaluation on like acreage basis, that's all new. In little D. Yeah. Or is that also just being
No, that should be the
copied
same.
over?
That should have been brought down if I'm. Yeah, that should be all. It should all be consistent. With the exception of the study area we talked about, we mentioned in largely that has been increased. You know, it was a mile. And it was, you know, the number of acres in line 21 was lower. We thought, well, if we're going to think about a larger study area, then we're going to, it's only fair to raise the amount of acres that would trigger that review and that consideration.
So then is it tied? Well, what do you mean if we're gonna look at bigger projects? Because these rules apply to all projects, including projects that aren't significant, right? So then why, I don't understand why the scope of the impact analysis would be broader for projects that aren't getting expedited permitting because they're significant.
Well, I think that's part of the conversation. You know, I think that these are the rules. There's, you know, we have, like I said, we've migrated some things here and there, touched things up here and there, but these are fundamentally the rules that apply right now to projects that are proposed on lands that are zoned for exclusive farm use. And these lands would remain planned and zoned for exclusive farm use. So that was you know, that's kind of the natural combination. Although we can, you know, we have talked about configuring situations that make it simpler to understand when, you know, when, for example, the 215-296 criteria, also known as a Division 33-0130 sub 5 criteria, is met. As we can talk about things, but we've also heard quite a little bit about wanting to maintain some level of cumulative impact test, and that's hard to do. I mean, cumulative impacts are hard to calculate. But again, this is a language with some minor exception where it's has some revisions that would apply right now. That apply to projects on land zoned for exclusive farm use right now.
Okay, well, understanding we haven't had that conversation with the RAC yet, I mean, I think my suggestion would be if the intent is to keep everything the same except for, you know, I think what you're saying, John, is all we're adding is E, F, and G. And then the new acreage thresholds for significant sites, but everything else is intended to be exactly the same, then I would be more comfortable with just a cross-reference so that I don't have to cross-check all the rules and make sure they say exactly the same thing, and then also, you know, make this OAR 660, 130, 33, 130 page, you know,
Yeah.
20% longer than it already is.
Yeah, that observation is not lost.
Yeah, on the vibe side, it doesn't feel like a streamlining. But you know, quick one of the things that did change was the study area.
Yes, it did. That's right, Damien. That's right. That's exactly
And
right.
so, you know, without belaboring it, it's some version of an attempt to get at cumulative impacts. I always think that cumulative impacts shouldn't really be gotten at unless you can actually show impacts. So land coming out of actual farm production, right? Because what are we really actually talking about for cumulative impacts? All the examples about the equipment salesperson in the local corner store and all that stuff aren't really applicable. So if you could actually incorporate real impacts analysis there, but then also it's you know, 1 mile to 5 miles in places, that is a very large expansion, right? Because we're talking about the radius of a circle.
Yeah. No, you're right.
So that's not small.
Yeah,
And
no,
it's
good.
not even 5x, it's 5x. And somebody who knows geometry better than me can figure out 2
But
pi r.
no, you're not wrong. Yeah,
Right?
it's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I think 2 pi r, maybe, Laura. I don't know. But pi r squared, yeah, something like that. But yeah, so I just would want to call those things out. And yeah, cross references would be great if the rules are the same. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be my strong recommendation, John, is that we don't, if you're just trying to import the current rules and to set up a new Eastern Oregon thing, you can have one line that says, you know, in Eastern Oregon, high value and arable shall comply with their criteria over here.
Well,
And the following, and that makes way more sense to me.
No, fair enough. I mean, so we'd hoped we don't do anything in hopes that it makes it harder, it makes it more challenging. But something that works out that way.
And I bring up, I think we brought it up last time, but you know, if we're really looking at, you know, impacts and conflicts, why are we setting up 2 tiers of acreage thresholds, right? The same standards get applied whether or not the county has gone through an inventorying process. It's the same rules under sub 7 and division 23 that determine the eligibility for you know, to get a different acreage threshold. There's not really like a principled reason that, you know, one should lead to a larger project versus not. There's no kind of like connection to the ground, connection to conserving anything, connection to any of, you know, low conflict, whatever, however you want to define the things that we're trying to protect against. So it seems like we should just go with the one set of acreage thresholds for and not have the lower set.
And that's, I think that's certainly within the purview of the RAC to recommend. What we had been thinking was that, and the acre sizes we used are, representative of how something could look. Obviously, you know what the ceiling is, but something less than that, merits some conversation. And the notion was, the concept was that, I think I've mentioned before, is that in the establishment of a resource area, the more detailed public participation would presumably, create a better understanding and expectation within these lands. But I think your point's a good one, Damien. I think, maybe we'll take a run at calling things out and seeing where people want to ultimately go.
And just to end my comments where I did last time in Morrow County, right? And this won't surprise you, John. And it's a little bit what Max mentioned before. There's a lot here. It is, many of these standards are not readily mappable. In the aggregate, it is not clear that we are creating a pathway for more projects. If there is a way to quantify that, and I'm not saying that that we're not actually doing anything. I just can't tell good, bad, or otherwise. So it's hard for me to kind of give a data-driven answer when folks in the industry are like, "Hey, is this going to, free up more lands for a streamlined process?" I'm like, I don't know.
Right.
I've read these rules and I don't know the answer to your question. And especially if we're going to be having to go around and advocate to the counties to, go through a pretty involved pop-up process to adopt these things. And if my answer is, I don't know if it's actually going to help solar in your county, that's going to be, a hard sell.
Yeah, and that's a good.
So if you could help us, whether it's through mapping or through study areas that are at a county level or some other level or whatever it is, you know, try and actually apply this and show that, hey, yeah, this
the point's well
brings some
taken.
things up.
Yeah,
that would be helpful.
Yeah, I appreciate how you said that, Damien, because that's kind of what I was trying to say before. It'd be great if we did something good here. It's just hard to say whether we have or not. And I guess I'll just flag for the rack, like we haven't really had much discussion on the agrivoltaic stuff that's in here. There are proposals in Division 33 purporting to put caps and acreage limits on how much agrivoltaics you can do and how that plan is going to work. And yeah, we obviously don't have time to talk about that, but just flagging that for review.
I'm glad you did, Max. So let's just touch on that real quick before closing, right? So one thing I want to be clear about is that, and I hope folks understand, I think most people do, like everybody does, is that this expands. The language is intended to expand opportunities for agrivoltaic projects. And it does that by, offering them some relief in project size from what would otherwise require an exception. And we've also tried, we've heard a lot, we've heard a lot of concern, heard a lot of interest, but we've also heard a lot of concern. So would like to come up with something that makes everybody feel comfortable enough. We would like to see some genuine agrivoltaic projects. I took a look at the oh gosh, what the site is, but it has nationally, all the agrivoltaic projects. It's really interesting. So that's what we're trying to do. Also I thought we'd heard, that one of the things we did wrong at the beginning was use an acreage measurement because agrivoltaic or a solar arrangement is agrivoltaic friendly, probably takes up more property, more land. So maybe megawatts would be the right thing to do. We thought about putting a cap on the amount so that people that aren't on board would feel a little comfortable if there's not going to be a absolute unmanageable surge. That's what people do. They go to the what they're most concerned about. So that's what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to expand opportunities for agrivoltaics in a reasonable way that helps both sides feel like they were heard and that they've got a decent comfort level.
Laura, and then we need to close out.
Yeah, I hear you, John, and I could kind of tell reading the agrivoltaics section, you were trying to increase the size threshold, like give it more room, but I think it's kind of happening the other way around, right? With the counties have to develop a plan in order to approve, like it just feels premature to me, given that right now most agrivoltaics projects aren't happening at that utility scale. It's more of an emerging technology, and we want to support and invest in learning more about that technology, not putting more red tape around it. So I'm not an agrivoltaics expert, and there's probably nuances I'm missing there, but I agree with Max that it needs more conversation.
Yeah, and I just I'll be real candid and frank. You know, one of the reasons that we built it that way, which is to say that a county could decide to do it, because when we were talking about this originally in 2018, the counties at a high level of concern. I know there's no counties with us today, you know, but they're like, what happens if this doesn't pan out? And we're going to be the ones left having to enforce this, and understandably, that's not anywhere they want to be. So anyway, like again, we're trying to, as always, and with this and other areas, you're trying to identify, understand, and balance as best we can, you know, some different points of view, and in some cases, some competing points of view. So anyway, that's just sometimes that's kind of where you end up. Sometimes that's where you have to end up, you know, to be able to move things forward.
Andrew, you want the last word?
Yeah, not that I need it, but I guess I do just want to reemphasize, like, I think it would really be helpful. I think there's a lot of criteria in here that are just not going to be mapped and are not mappable. And that is just something that we're all going to have to live with, and it's not going to change, and it applies whether you have an exception or whether you don't have an exception. That's things like certain wildlife habitats and things like that. But I think there are a lot of things that are mappable and that are at least quantifiable in terms of a base acreage of what's being made available. And I think I would just second or third or fourth that request that we kind of have some of these mapped out. You know, we have distances from transmission lines that can be mapped, and then we have a lot of things that are based on soil classification that could be mapped. So hopefully those would help provide some perspective, and then that can also provide context for, you know, where things need to be changed a little bit. So anyway, I would just hope that that's something that we could do before we end up going to LCDC. So that's it.
All right.
It looks like Andrea got the last word.
It looks like Andrea got the last word. So next meeting is November 5th. We're planning on it being a virtual meeting, but I think we have a little bit more discussion to do about that as a team. And then I think we were also planning on it being a full day meeting, considering how much we still have to get through. So, I mean, what will be happening is the one vote for in-person option. Damien. People are lobbying for the last word. And so we have got one more meeting scheduled. We're planning on it being a full day. There'll be a next iteration of the draft. Yes, there are a lot of open items. And a vote for extending the rack. So I think what we're going to do is, you know, we weren't sure how far we would get today. I think we're going to talk as a staff, figure out what are things that we can make adjustments in the draft rule, where are areas that we need to follow up with either TAC or individual RAC members, and what that means in terms of what the final, you know, what our last meeting, you know, in November looks like. So lots of things coming in the chat. Let's see, in person would be beneficial, lots of votes for that. But in Salem, we had talked about the last meeting being in Salem. So we're going to take all of this into account. If we have to do some little doodle poll or straw poll, we'll get back to folks. But I just am mindful that we're losing people and it's 4:05, and we're just going to have to leave you hanging for a moment until we can reconvene as a team and figure out our next steps. John, anything else?
I want to thank everybody again. These aren't easy issues. Yeah, and Max, we're here on that. So I still appreciate the ability to have this, I think, really civil and constructive conversations about these things. And I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the day, and we will be in touch.
Yeah. Thanks for sticking it out, everyone. It's a hard full day Zoom meeting. Enjoy these fall days.